Well, hello YouTube, hello Twitch, hello Facebook. This is Talking Tennis. Apologies, I need to adjust the camera. Hello Mario and Damien. I think we're having some technical difficulties here. So welcome to this night session of day 6 of the Australian Open. It might not be night for you, it might be morning for those of us in Europe. It might be after midnight in
still nothing.
America.
Oh, okay.
Hello,
Nick.
got you. We're back.
Yeah, we're back. As Nick said, it's the night session. We've got we're planning to watch Murray-Bautista, Agut, and Djokovic-Dimitrov. Of course, one of us will also be keeping an eye on Popper in Shelton. There's the scheduling is terrible, by the way, Nick. Right? I mean, all 3 men's matches at 9 a.m. We also get Sigamund Garcia at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. our time, and then we also get Linette-Alexandrova right after that, which is going to be the only singles match. Of course, there are doubles as well going on. By the way, there were a few amazing upsets in doubles tonight, especially, of course, Mektic Pavic going out to Bolt Safil, but also Dodi Krejcik going out to Balaji and Edmund Hezian, who were the alternates after Mackenzie McDonald decided to pull out with of the doubles draw with Marcelo Melo. Have you watched any action so far tonight, Nick?
No, to be honest, I woke up about an hour and a half ago and realised that most of the singles action had been completed. So, and to be honest, it didn't look like that anything majorly exciting happened. I thought Rublev Evans would be closer, but Rublev seemed to have steamrolled it. Sabalenka seemed to be easily through. The one result I think was mainly eye-catching was Linda Fruhvirtova making it through to the 4th round in what would be her first Australian Open, second Grand Slam. Benefiting a little bit from Marketa Vondrousova being injured, but nevertheless a fabulous result for the 17-year-old so early in her career.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just looking at the matches is going to tell you everything, I think. Yeah, Jenson Brooksby was struggling with some physical issues. I think that's the match that we were expecting to be close. And as you said, Andrei Rublev, Dan Evans, given the head-to-head, it also seemed like that's going to be somewhat interesting. But yeah, everything just went very easily to the favorite. But it could mean that we're going to get some awesome round 4 matches. And in fact, I do believe that we will.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And let's face it, round 4 is when it's real crunch time at the Australian Open. So what matches have you guys got? I know we've got people on the go watching different matches. What are you and Mario watching, Damien?
Well, so far nothing, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to I'll put on my screen the Djokovic match since we have Murray and Bautista Agut on the big screen. This match seems really difficult for Murray, to be honest, given all what happened in the first 5 days of the tournament, and given also the fact that Bautista Agut recently is a really bad matchup for Murray and for the way they keep the rally, for the way Bautista is able to. For example, here we have just seen this point. Bautista Agut has already 3 break points, and Murray needed to force with his forehand and to play in a different way, like he always or usually likes to do. And I think that given the fact that I think that he's not going to be so perfect physically like he was in the first 2 rounds, I think that this match is going to probably to be. I fear not close, but let's see because it's just the beginning.
Yeah, and I have to very quickly write up a prediction for article for a Polish website about Świątek Rybakina. But once I finish that, I will be watching Shelton Popyrin as well. That's probably gonna be the most even match of the night, I suppose. It would be a real surprise to see it go in straights there. Of course, especially with the way the guys are serving. It could be that Dimitrov Djokovic is going to turn out interesting as well, but that's really on the hamstring as we are thinking.
Djokovic has 2 break points in the first game.
Yeah, and Bautista Agut Murray definitely doesn't look interesting so far, and he just doesn't look anything close to 100%.
I would have liked to have Djokovic on the big screen, to be honest, because I'm very interested to watch how he looks like, and but I don't know, we had some issues with the big screen.
Okay, I'm happy to keep an eye on Murray and Bautista Agut because that's what I've got on my screen. I've only got one screen available to me where I am. So if you wanted to, so if you didn't want to put, and you guys don't want to put yourselves through that, then I'm happy to keep an eye on that one. You can put like Garcia one on a small screen or something. So up to you. But yeah, if you want to put Dimitrov Djokovic on the big screen, go for it.
The fact is that I think that we were not able to find him.
Okay.
Yeah, basically we couldn't place Djokovic on the big screen because it was not there. John has some shitty subscription from Prime. I don't understand what's going on, but sometimes they even turn off the stream in the middle of the match. I think they just set it up for like some hour, and then no one is there to watch if the match has actually ended. But yeah, this is the first time we couldn't find something. But yeah, we'll work our way around it. Yeah, me and Mario have laptops here, so yeah, on the big screen it's Murray-Bautista Agut. Murray is approaching the net, but Bautista Agut passes him, and there's already some awful physical movement. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to overreact, but we've seen 8 minutes of this match, and it just looks like Murray won't even finish it. Honestly, maybe he will get himself going after a few games. I don't know.
It would be a shame, wouldn't it? I mean, it's just his luck that he gets through these 2 brutal matches and has to face a physical opponent that is known to trouble him. Really. So when, in like the fairy tale world, this would be opening up for a deep run in Australia, and but you're right, yeah, he just looked like he's struggling a little bit physically. I mean, I can just a heads up, if I need to switch matches, I will have to drop from the stream for 2 minutes or 5 minutes to set it up, due to the nature of my subscription. So
you also have a terrible subscription.
It's not the best. I mean, the one thing I will give it is I'm able to watch matches without commentary, which actually I think adds something, because especially when we're doing this, because you can kind of rely on your own view rather than relying on whatever a commentator's saying. Kind of understand what's going on. But also kind of a better idea of what the atmosphere is. So, oh
yeah, that for sure. We've been missing out on the atmosphere, I think, and not being able to watch with sound. But yeah, we're definitely watching and focusing on the tennis, though. For now, if Murray is going to be stiff like that, I think it's not even going to matter that he's playing an opponent that, he has to beat in a very physical manner. But there is a pretty long rally to start the 4th game, and Murray dumps a backhand into the net and still looks incredibly stiff. If someone in the audience maybe isn't aware of the recent head-to-head with Murray and Bautista Agut, they've met twice in 2022, and both of them were actual blowouts for the Spaniard. In Doha, Murray only got 1 game. In Basel, I believe 5. Doha especially was just Bautista Agut just totally dominated Murray, but in a different way that you'd expect from this matchup. He was winning a lot of short rallies. Basel was more like back to the usual stuff. Here, Bautista Agut so far has produced, especially on his serve, a pretty aggressive game plan. I mean, he knows what Murray was doing over the past 4 days. He knows that it's going to be extremely tough for the Brit to be up to the challenge. And right now, Murray commits a double fault, and it's a love 30. It's another opportunity for Bautista Agut to break.
Yeah, it's not going well for Andy so far to start. I think looking at the live scores, actually possibly the most interesting match, as I said, Popper and Shelton, but actually on the Kia Arena, Caroline Garcia is already breakpoint down against Lara Siegmund. 2-1. Oh no, she saved it, so it's currently 2-1 to the German. Murray gets to 15:30 on my screen. Or the Popper and Shelton match was still going with serve early doors.
Mario, the Popper and Shelton match might still be going with serve like 2 hours later.
Mario, Dimitrov, Djokovic, you've got it on your screen. They're taking 10 minutes and haven't even finished the first game yet. What's happening?
Yeah, okay. I have to say that so far I watched some rallies and Djokovic seems okay, at least better than how he looked against Quaco. And now he has the break, but he's a deuce, and he has to serve as the second serve. And he got the point. So advantage Djokovic. Chance for a 2-love lead in the first set.
Yeah, there's a 30-goal rally between Murray and Bautista Agut, and Brit wins it. Although we can see that this is the problem for him today, that he basically needed to win to play like 8 shots to win that point. Bautista Agut messed up a backhand down the line, but there is a chance for Murray to get his first game, which could help him get over the initial stiffness. I think it's not lost yet. There is a chance that after a couple of games he starts feeling a little better. I think we've seen it. I can't remember what was the match, but we definitely watched something like that this Australian Open already, where one of the players for the first 5 games was looking like he was not. Oh, I know. It was Jeremy Chardy against Dan Evans. He was, Chardy was not moving at all, like in the first 3-4 games, and then actually his movement was fine. Although I don't know if that bodes that well for Murray, as Chardy lost that much in straights.
Yeah, I remember that one. That wasn't particularly competitive. I need to check something on. It's come up on my screen. Okay, cool. No, it's all fine. Okay, so it's currently juiced in the Murray-Bautista Agut game match. Murray gets that point with a nice finishing of the net. Oh, I think I can hear myself on your stream, guys.
Yes, I did hear that too. I think maybe John did something. Say something, Nick. We're going to see if...
Yeah, so it's advantage Andy Murray.
John, Nick can hear himself.
Oh.
Okay.
Can he hear himself? You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
John.
Can you still hear yourself?
Not so far, but I've not said that much.
Okay, now it's good.
Gone.
Now it's good, I think. Now it's good.
Yeah, it's all good.
This is quite underwhelming so far, right?
Well, it depends on what match you're watching. I mean, so far, yeah, Murray-Bautista Agut's not been that competitive. Murray is definitely struggling. Djokovic seems to already be up on Dimitrov, which you would expect if Djokovic was healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's.
And the other men's match is on serve, right?
Yeah, and then in the women's match that's happening right now, look at the live score. Lara Siegmund is 4-1 up on Caroline Garcia with a break.
Oh wow! Did not see that coming. I saw Siegmund.
No, I didn't know.
I saw Siegmund at the United Cup, and yeah, she was all right, but didn't see her going 4-love up today.
No, Siegmund's one of those players. Like her only made big results have really come on play. She's a very good player. I think underrated. I think injuries kind of hampered her more than anything else. Yeah, as Andy Murray's celebrating pretty hard, he's managed to hold serve for 3-1 to keep it to one break. But yeah, Garcia going down like that early on is a little bit of a surprise. Maybe we're heading for a shock in the women's event. And Jethro's predictions absolutely.
Okay, so how is Djokovic looking? He's looking fine, right?
70%, and I think that it's good given what we saw in this previous match. Now he's looking pretty good. He has the break, and Dimitrov has now a game point to try to win the first game of his match. I said 70% just because they've played just few minutes, and so I think that it's too early to say if Djokovic is back at his 100% or not. So for now, he's looking quite good, and I'd wait till the next few games.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit too early to tell for a lot of these matches exactly how they're going to go. I always find you don't really get a feel for the direction of it until about maybe halfway through the first set.
Any results from overnight that surprised us? I mean, they were all straight sets results. I guess that's the real surprise, but the actual outcomes maybe less so.
I think we've already talked about that, but
Sorry, I was in the bakery.
Yeah, we can say again though that Linda Fruchvirtova beating Marketa Vondrousova is a bit of a surprise, definitely, especially with the young Czech usually not bringing that much to the court, but consistency.
Oh, that's class from Bautista Agut. Sorry, carry on.
No worries. But today she really tried. She was really aggressive against Vondrousova, matched her on the winner count, and perhaps showed a layer to her game that has rarely been seen before. We've definitely been impressed with some of the performers, like Bencic clearing Georgie easily. There we thought that maybe there could be some issues. Vekic just totally destroyed Parisas Diaz. And on the men's side, I think Paul Brooksby going just 3 sets, and especially as lopsided as they were, was a bit of a shocker. But Jensen was also feeling it physically, so maybe that contributed. And as at the beginning we said with Nick, Rublev Evans going just 4-2 and 3 is probably the single most lopsided match their head-to-head rivalry has had so far. So other than that, I think it was the good performance of the Slam, just continuing with their form, like Rune beating another opponent in straight sets. He's just been excellent from start to finish, and the same for JJ Wolf, really. I think he dropped a set to Jordan Thompson, but other than that, it was just free-flowing. Murray gets a great backhand winner cross court, but again, I mean, anytime he finishes the point, he just looks so stiff. I hope that this is going to go away and we can get a match, but so far,
Yeah, I'll have a quick look at Djokovic. I'll switch over now on my laptop at the very least anyway. Just a quick second on Murray. Yeah, he's lost that game. Yeah, he does look stiff, doesn't he? 4 games in. The only hope is that he can loosen up. But so far, fairly underwhelming start, and excellent start for Roberto Bautista Agut.
Yeah, it's the start that Spaniard would have hoped for. I think he probably would have thought Murray might be stiff, but I think it's one of those things that if it turned out Murray wasn't, that he might have been surprised. But so far, it's going the way the Spaniard hoped, as we see some Scottish fans being allowed into the stadium and going full on tartan, long ginger hair stereotype.
It's not Claire, is it?
No, it's not. Not unless Claire's grown a beard since I last saw her.
Okay. Well, of course, this is an outdoor match, although it doesn't look like the temperatures are too bad in Melbourne today, not too searing. It's obviously in the evening there now, about 7 o'clock, I believe. So hopefully the heat and stuff won't be an issue for Andy or Roberto, of course, today. But you'd expect if it was to impact either, it would be Andy slightly more.
Claire says that she's got RBA's coaches sitting right in front of her.
Oh, there we go.
We might see her then, right? If they show the box, unless it's like not a few rows in front of her, possibly. But if she has Bautista Agut's coaches in front of her, then she's probably gonna try to derail them talking to Bautista Agut somewhere.
We'll leave what she might be saying to RBA to the imagination.
Indeed. I don't know how much she can disrupt from her vantage point.
Yeah, we sometimes swear here, but this is generally a stream that shouldn't have it. So, yeah, Claire's mid-match utterances have to be left off stream. Anyway, Sigemund had a break point to go up 5-1. But
are you watching that, Damien?
Saved it. No, I'm still trying to write up that article.
Still writing.
The tennis action is, is basically keeping me away from that. I do have 3 paragraphs already. I think I need like 3 more. So probably in the next 10 minutes, I will be able to focus on another match than just Murray.
I mean, how much do you want to focus on Andy Murray match, Damien? You must be sick of him already.
No, I mean I'm definitely not sick of Murray. I just I don't find him as exciting as some other people do, which led to the meme of me apparently disliking Andy Murray, which is not the case at all. I don't think this match will be that close, though. We've had Razor, the legend who Dmitry Tursunov considers his nemesis, on our stream a couple of days ago, and I think maybe last night. And he said that, well, last night, the time-space continuum is very blurry for me. Anyway, he said that he doesn't believe that Murray will be as off physically as most people think, and that these guys have the best recovery, massages, technology as well. I agreed with him. I'm not so sure I agree with him anymore.
Yeah. Well, it's I was thinking much the same thing. I mean, let's face it, with the late finish, the tough recovery time, and Murray's age, even the best physios in the world probably couldn't turn him around as needed. So, I think. I mean, actually, here's a question: are there any players sort of on the ATP tour that you think probably wouldn't have struggled as much with that turnaround? Maybe would be absolutely fine despite the turnaround. Is probably more what I'm thinking.
Djokovic.
Nah, I doubt it. I mean, if he played 6 hours, if he played 5 sets in the opening round, I think he'd be struggling as well. Although, if we're trying to find a player, of course, it would have to be someone young. Plus, I think I would look for, any different play styles, because Murray basically has to grind his way through matches. I think if it was Kokinakis progressing through that second round, he'd be keeping it closer. I don't think he'd be winning, But we see him come out to play, just blasting serves, trying to be even more aggressive on his forehands than usual. Murray doesn't really have that option, and that kind of leaves him hopeless if he cannot get himself going in this one. He's 15-40 down in the 1-4 game right now, which would pretty much seal the deal in the set one against Bautista Agut. He does hit a very good serve down the tee, which I believe was in. Yeah, indeed. So there's a breakpoint number 2.
Yeah.
And Ziegemund has just broken Garcia, by the way. She's 5-1 up.
I may have to put that on.
Put it on.
Then.
Put it on.
I'll see if I can on.
That's a great lob from Bautista Agut to break for a second time and a 5-1 lead.
According to my stats, Ziegemund has 100% first serves in. I do have to check it with the Australian Open website, though, because that's usually wrong when you see stats like that, but it can happen. I've just talked about it a couple of days ago.
Where are you seeing that?
No, I just saw it on Flash Score, but so I'm gonna check it on the Australian Open website because the other sources tend to be wrong. Actually, she's 16 out of 17, so they were just one serve off.
Exciting. Okay. Let's see if. Okay.
And she's just missed her second serve, but still won the point.
How did you miss
her first serve? Jesus.
Point.
Missed her first serve, yes.
I was like, how? What? What's the umpire smoking? Did you see what happened in that double? I didn't really work out, but some kind of, I think an umpire gave a point to a team despite the fact that the ball made contact with the player's body, which caused some hilarious complaining from Alison Risk. Seeing some footage on
that was Risk and von Roushova, right? I think I saw the clip of Risk complaining, but I did not see the actual situation.
Yeah, I think what happened was the ball. She hit the ball. It hit her opponent on the body, not the racket. And I think they somehow got the ball back over the net. Risk apologized for hitting her. The umpire gave the point to the other team, and they said, "Well, no, the rule is if it touches the body, then it's my point." But the umpire said he didn't.
It was in doubles.
In doubles, yeah. Risk and Fruhvirtova.
Risk and Fruhvirtova played against who? Sorry, it was Fruhvirtova. Yeah, you're right.
Bautista Agut has 3 set points as he inexorably drives towards the end of this first set, and he's got it 6-1. So what happened with Alison Risk?
There was so basically Risk complained to the umpire saying he wasn't enforced the rules, called the supervisor down. The supervisor didn't see what happened either. So basically every TV camera was if they confirmed with the TV cameras, they would be able to confirm that Risk won the point because the ball made contact with her opponent's body. But because the umpire didn't see it, because it was weird, it made contact with the arm and came back. So it was because they were right up on the net, and so the umpire couldn't quite tell.
But the umpire said let, right?
Oh, played let. It was let, not the point. Okay.
Not the point. Yeah, I mean, I'm just watching. I'm just watching it. This is weird.
No, it's not going to work.
Okay, and they gave the. Okay, so they just replayed the point instead of giving it to Risk and Fruhvirtova, right?
Basically, yes.
Okay.
Which is obviously not how the rules should be applied. So.
Yeah, and why did he say that it's a let? What would be the reasoning even?
It doesn't make much sense, and I think this might be the same umpire who's doing one of the matches today. I think it might be the Murray umpire.
Risk has also put out a tweet 8 hours ago where she says she should have called it on herself and the umpire apologized for his incorrect ruling after, which I accepted. Poor sportsmanship and cheating happens all the time, especially at the junior level.
Okay, yeah. So she's basically saying my opponent should have conceded the point, like it wasn't just up to the umpire, which is fair enough.
This is interesting as well. She says that, as you can tell, I am extremely passionate about helping tennis future here. If you're working on a compelling piece of line calling or VAR tech and need help funding scaling, please DM me.
Huh.
Okay, John, I'm going to need to leave the stream for 2 minutes to change my match. So just keep an eye on me popping back up.
Yep, I'll be on RBI Murray as Murray mounts his comeback.
We hope.
Yeah, and Ben Shelton has just broken Popperin. He's up 5-2 in the opening set. And since last talking about having to do some writing, I have not written a word.
Djokovic leads 3-2 against Dimitrov in unsurprising tennis news with a break.
Yeah, we're going to have Nick back in a second to discuss Zigemund Garcia, which he is about to turn on if what he told us is still his plan. I'm assuming so. Murray starts the second set with a point. Perhaps he can get himself going here, but it's not looking bright for the Brits, so definitely. If he wins this match, though, from 2 sets to Lota, I think Jack is gonna just walk to a certain religious congregation on his knees. I have no clue if there are any famous churches in Scotland. Probably there are in Glasgow. John just confirms that there are. That's the Murray box, so we cannot look for Roberto Bautista Agut yet. Sorry, not for Claire. I mean,
maybe they should switch out. Send Lendl out there. He's saying, "Let me in, coach."
Well, there was also Julie Murray. There was also what's the name of the guy who? Jesus, I cannot remember. But anyway, there were some other people associated with Murray. That would be fun, though. Like if they swapped coaches and the whole teams for a whole match, right?
That to decide the true GOAT.
Yeah.
Ivan Lendl, Charlie Moyer, Goran. I think Goran will have a chance. He's in good shape.
Imagine all the inside info that they would be able to give themselves. I mean, who knows a player better than their own coach?
I do think with all these star players that are in the coaching boxes, like they've missed a massive trick of having some kind of exhibition event where their Djokovic and Ivanisevic plays Rafa and Moya. They would have crossed over generationally, Moya and Ivanisevic.
Or maybe Djokovic Moya plays Nadal Ivanisevic. That would be funny.
And Nadal played Moya as well.
Balanced.
Nadal, when he was about 16, played Moya on clay in Hamburg.
Oh yeah, he beat him. That was like his first top 10 win, I think, or maybe even first win on the main tour. Was it?
Maybe.
I think it was.
I only ever watched Carlos Moya play once, and that was against Tim Henman. It went 5 sets at Wimbledon in 2007. It's like I think it was Henman's last Wimbledon. But I don't remember much about his game style. But I don't really know of him having a massive serve or anything like that.
Clay court. That's all I can tell you.
Well, yeah, no. Yeah, no, he did not have a massive serve. Definitely not.
Did Henman win that one?
He did. Then lost the next match.
Yeah, no, this was not Murray's. Murray's Nadal's first win on the main tour. It was his first top 10 win, though, I believe.
I mean, he was 16, I think.
2003, he would be
turned 17 that year. Maybe.
Turning 17 a little while after.
Okay.
And of course, played his first slam at Wimbledon that year as well.
Our good friend, the win predictor, is back. 62% for Roberto Bautista Agut at the beginning of the match. It now reads 84.
It's really fortunate, by the way, for all the records that Nadal wasn't able to play the French in 2003 and 2004 because he probably wasn't winning that, and now we can have all these ridiculous numbers.
I mean,
it could go two ways. He could have another defeat, but he could also have another French Open, particularly the one in 04.
And yeah, maybe in 04, especially as it was a pretty weak event. Federer, of course, lost to Guga Kuerten in the third round, and then Gaston Gaudio and Guillermo Coria played the final. Tim Henman was in the semifinals of a clay slam. So.
Oh yeah, I remember reading about that. That was basically because Tim Henman just got fed up of trying to adjust his game style to clay and just went, do you know what, I'm just going to do full serve and volley because what I'm trying to do isn't working anyway, and somehow got to the semi-finals.
Yeah, and could have won. I mean, he was. I think he went for sets with Guillermo Coria. I think if he played Gaston Gaudio the way Gaston Gaudio was playing in the final, that actually happened in the first two sets, I think it's very possible that Tim Henman could have been a Grand Slam champion there. It wasn't his best chance at a slam, even if he had 4 Wimbledon semis. No, probably not. Probably 2001, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was up a set, I think, maybe even a break.
He's up 2 sets to 1 on even.
2 sets to 1.
Yeah.
Imagine how crazy People's Monday would have been if Henman was there instead of Ivanisevic.
It was still a crazy Monday, though. I actually remember watching it, and it was a football atmosphere, which I liked because it was like some of the corporate people were unavailable, let's say. And it was a great match. The quality rival team against Zverev, if you like, particularly in the 5th set as legs were wobbling. But for a theatre, it was great. It was like 2020 Team Zverev, but with an audience. Particularly, both players, but particularly Ivanisevic had a narrative of over 10 years of trying to win Wimbledon. And then the year he wins it, I think he got a wild card. Didn't change his T-shirt for the entire 2 weeks.
Yeah, he was the world number 125 and won it as a wild card. The lowest ranked major winner, I think, since Mark Edmondson in 1976.
That's what you come here for, talking tennis. Knowledge.
You'd hope. None of us actually know anything about tennis yet.
You'd hope after 15, 30, say 60 years of tennis watching between us. I mean, I'm skewing the stats, of course, but that's what stats all about.
Oh, yeah. As I said, Rafa Nadal's French Open stats are skewed by the fact he couldn't play in 2003 and 2004.
Yeah. Okay, so Murray's got off to this second set better than the first, but he couldn't get off to any worse to start really with him. How he got broken in that first set, but he's 1-1 here on serve. Djokovic remains a breakup, by the way. If anything spectacular there occurs, I will let you know.
Lara Siegmund won that first set 6-1. Garcia held to 15 to start the second. They're now in a rally which Garcia hits hits a forehand that Siegmund cannot do anything with, and it's 15 all.
I should really have got a racket along for this match, and every time Murray did this, I could replicate. That's about as close as we can come to showing you the match. But anyway, it'd be interesting to see how Garcia starts this second set, because a little bit like Sakkari yesterday, I was particularly interested to see how the beginning of the second set would go to give me some idea about the match. And she blasted off, won the set 6-1. And I thought, 30 years of tennis watching, etc. I thought, well, Sakkari's going to wrap this up.
But that's credit to Zhu for
yes,
because she scrapped every ball. She ran everything down she possibly could.
And she played well. She hits some winners too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Some cracking winners as well. So Zhu played a really good level of tennis. Obviously, maybe you could say, well, that doesn't necessarily mean Sakkari was showing top 10 level, but I think I would say Zhu won that match more than Sakkari lost it.
The problem for Sakkari is the narrative just keeps building. So with every defeat, no matter how well she plays or otherwise, it just adds to that notion that she's just, not a big game player, if that makes sense.
As long as she believes she is. That does
adds
not
to
matter.
it even more, perhaps. Yeah. And then, of course, she says things like, I've turned a corner, which I think adds to the pressure in a way, because then you've got to show you've turned the corner. And she goes out in the second round at the US Open, I think it was, in 3 sets in a pretty dramatic match. And Murray showing his frustration, 2 break points down, 15-40, 1-1.
Yeah, I rewinded to the game where Shelton broke Popperin. A couple of loose errors from the Australian, but also a phenomenal return from Bennett Hughes, and then he ran down, chased down the drop shot from Popperin to break. The reaction was lovely as well. I mean, the way Shelton behaves in the court is just insane. The amount of passion that he's showing, and I think in the future he's probably gonna be either loved or hated for it. I hope loved. And Murray is down a double break point in the third game. He is, of course, serving, but the rally has gone neutral since he landed his first serve. There's a rally down the middle. Murray is trying to slice his way out of it, but it just keeps going. You know, the Bautista Agut is a bit like a gift that keeps on giving, but no, he misses that. He misses that backhand down the line. He was trying to hit it very, very deep into the corner of a Murray slice, very precise, but did not land it. We have a close call, although to be honest, it wasn't that close. And Murray still has 1 breakpoint to defend.
Yeah, Bautista Agut probably gifted Murray that one in a way. 30-40. Yeah, I think Garcia holding at the beginning of that set could be significant.
It could be. I mean, like I've watched the Siegmund opening service game. Siegmund won it to 15. Garcia's return not quite firing in the way we would expect. Maybe she's easing herself into the match though. Like the second set already seems a little bit more competitive compared to. Although having said that, the first set there were quite a lot of juices when Siegmund was trying to break Garcia according to the live score. So it's not going to be an easy one for any of them. Actually, yeah, they've played 9 games in 47 minutes, which is about what you would expect. It's just the scoreline's a bit lopsided.
Yeah, and Andy Murray has just double faulted to give away the break. Again, like if you were expecting him to start getting less stiff, he's not.
And in fact, even after the double fault, I thought he was going to walk off court. He just walked to his chair the way he looked.
Is anyone following the Djokovic match?
In score terms, yes, but in terms of watching, no. He's a breakup. In fact, Dimitrov is serving to stay in that first set. He's love 15 on his own serve. So right now, Djokovic is 3 points from sealing that set, albeit on the Dimitrov serve.
Okay, I'll continue to keep across the Garcia-Siegmund match.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah, go ahead. I've started watching Popperin Shelton. Still haven't written a word since I last said I need to, but well, I do have some.
When's this deadline? When's the deadline?
There's basically no deadline set. Like, it would be great if I can get it up in an hour or so. But if I do it in 4, it's also not gonna matter. Yeah, they just might be pissed at me. But that's, I'll take it.
Dimitrov is 15-30 on his own serve, so under a little bit of pressure here with obviously Novak just 2 points away from winning the set. And Bautista Agut is looking to consolidate his early break.
Yeah,
Murray couldn't chase that down. Yeah.
Change event
15 love.
Change event on Kia Arena. I'm still going with serve in the second set, 2-1 Garcia.
Okay, so that's a solid start from Garcia. Like I say, to sort of steady the ship, if you like. That would surprise me. I mean, there's probably no major shocks today thus far. In fact, the tennis, arguably, at least the set and a half I've seen here, and in terms of the results today, not that shocking. Maybe the manner of the defeats, like straight sets in some of those, like maybe you might have thought Evans. Hasn't Evans got a reasonable record against Rublev, by the way?
Yep, 4-4. I mean, now it's 5-4 for Rublev, of course. Yeah, and we just mentioned this probably being their most lopsided meeting. Although I guess I do have to like check up on that. I'm not actually sure if that's true. They might have had a match. Yeah, there was a match at Indian Wells 2019, the Indian Wells Challenger, 6-2, 6-2 for Rublev in the semifinals. Evans's most cleanest win, let's say, was either a 6-4, 6-4 in Montreal, their last meeting, or a 6-2, 7-6 in Dubai 2020, but the tiebreaker was very tight. Anyway, yeah, pretty much they've split their meetings on outdoor hard courts. It was also tied at 3-all. So yeah, that was quite a shock that Rublev came through so easily, especially as Dan seemed to be in decent shape. I guess he had like one of the easiest round 1 and round 2 draws, though, with Shardy coming back after such a long while, and also Facundo Bagnis, who basically doesn't play on hard courts.
And Dimitrov was in a bit of bother. He was facing a set point on his own serve, but he's now at an advantage.
Yeah, I was expecting Rublev Evans to be close. I mean, I picked Evans to beat Rublev, to be honest. But Rublev's playing very well at the minute. He's got Holger Rune next, which could be a very entertaining match.
Yeah, that's one of the round 1 clashes that we're waiting for, and that's what we can really get out of this day, because so far it's been really underwhelming indeed.
Yeah.
But we can sort of think about it positively, see the glass half full, and believe that in the round 4, all these guys who were very clean today, all these guys who played insane matches are going to meet up, and that's when we're going to get fireworks. We also have the potential of having Wolf playing Shelton in the forefront, which would be absolutely insane for US tennis, I think. Of course, Ben is like considered the larger prospect, but the way JG has grown as a match player, sort of eased his way into the main tour with experience is insane as well. Rublev Rune, which has just been mentioned by Nick, is going to be fantastic no matter what. Although I do think Holger is the favorite in that, with the way he's been playing in this event so far. And then we can also have De Minaur playing Djokovic, which for Australians that's going to be quite a show as well. And actually, maybe if Djokovic, because I think Dimitrov challenges the Djokovic movement with the hamstring in a way, and De Minaur is probably going to challenge it in a completely different one, but still, it is something where it is a match where we will see how ready Djokovic is. And of course, we can also have, probably Bautista Agut playing Tommy Paul, which is like a deep cut for tennis purists, but we will be watching that for sure. And I actually think it should be very enjoyable. Maybe it's Andy Murray. Maybe Andy Murray pulls off another fight back. We'll see. He actually hit 10 winners to Bautista Agut's 14 so far, but the error count has been kind of high. And yeah, he's currently trying to hold serve at 1-3 down in the second set.
Dimitrov has saved another set point. It's at deuce. So yeah, Djokovic-Dimitrov could be interesting. I do think that the hamstring issue appears to be receding, if you like, in terms of concern, but it may return. I think the peak of concern was probably at the end of the second set in his second round match against Koku, where there was a bit of flinching and he lost that tie break. But I think the concerns receded a bit, but you never know.
Yeah. I certainly when I asked Mario how he was doing earlier, like Mario said he thought Djokovic looked absolutely fine, better than against Kachot. As Sigmund goes long with a forehand, it's juice on her serve.
Yeah.
I love how everyone has a completely different pronunciation of Kwako, but we all know who we mean.
The problem is there's a few other tennis players with similar sounding names, and it can get really confusing when you think Coco Gauff is played Djokovic in the last round.
Yeah, Murray just hit a beautiful backhand winner down the line. Last shot of a 23-shot rally. So that's definitely one of the best points he's played so far.
Yeah, and Shelton. It's an interesting matchup if that occurs in the next round.
Oh,
Go on.
great rally between Garcia and Siegmund, moving each other around, playing the angles, and eventually Siegmund's forced to slice a forehand on the run that goes beyond the baseline. Break point Garcia.
Okay, yes. Yeah.
The comeback is on. The comeback is on, which you probably expect from someone who's the fourth seed, right?
Yeah. That's kind of how I would expect it without having seen the match. It's just that that's why I said it was quite a good, important hold for her to get a foot into the first set that she seemed to never really have in the second set that she never really seemed to have in the first. And then you're then looking to see how Siegmund is holding. And it could be a momentum shift there. No momentum shift here with Murray and Bautista Agut, although Murray does have a game point to clutch at.
Garcia tried to tried to do a return, didn't move her feet at all, tried to sort of bend and attack a forehand and then just put it beyond the baseline. So breakpoint saved by Siegmund.
Oh, a Murray drop shot. Jack wouldn't like that, but he does win the point, and he has just won his second game of the second set.
So far at shaking the racket like this count, we're at about 2 or 3, which tells you really how the match is going for Andy in general. Bearing in mind, he did this about 50 times against Kokkinakis.
And Popyrin could be in trouble here. He has missed +1 forehand to give Shelton a 15-30 lead. And also then was surprised by another brilliant Shelton return to give the American a couple of breakpoints. And that was funny. When Shelton set up a couple of these breakpoints, he again had a very huge reaction to winning the point. And Popyrin was definitely seen looking a bit, amused, but not in a good way.
Passing shot with Lara Siegmund to hold for 2-2.
Good for her. Would be upsetting a few brackets, I guess. But Djokovic is serving for the set, but that is good news, bearing in mind how difficult Dimitrov was finding it to hold. In further good news, it's love 15 on Djokovic's serve, which is about as close as it's been so far for Dimitrov on Novak's serve.
Damien, I've just checked, and I'm so sorry I've pronounced Kwako's name wrong.
No, it was me as well.
No worries. It's quite a rough one, especially if you don't know, French phonetics. It's definitely quite a rough one.
French phonetics, in my opinion, are a little more difficult than, say, Spanish or German.
Yeah, for sure. Knowing which letters to sort of cut down at the end of the word, yeah.
And let's not talk about English.
No.
I've heard a campaign, by the way, to get rid of silent letters, which I'm not totally against. I mean, do we need the K in knife, for example? For those of you watching, by the way, wondering why we're talking about phonetics, it could be because the tennis, Garcia Siegmund aside, hasn't been the most electrifying in terms of interest today. We need a Murray break, really, or perhaps even a Dimitrov break in the Novak match.
Yeah, I think if you've been here the past few days, you already know that we can talk about some completely random stuff, but then we always circle back to tennis. Yes, Nick, you wanted to say something.
I was going to ask, I'm shocked that you can't get the Djokovic match anywhere where you are.
Well, maybe we could, if we check that now, but for now we're going to stick to Murray. We had the Italian stallion Mario watching it on his laptop, but he disappeared somehow.
Yeah, he needs a break. So he's even the croissant that I waved in front of him was pushed away and was basically rejected. And I think he just said, "I just need to have a quick break." And I said, "Okay." I hope his break doesn't turn out to be too long because he's catching a plane in about 7 hours.
Croissant
Oh.
is another French word.
Yeah. But I guess just with familiarity, we're a little closer to the
Yeah.
right pronunciation. Although I'm sure a Parisian will be fuming at
Croissant.
the way I said it. Yeah, maybe the T is silent. That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, the T is definitely silent. Croissant.
Je ne parle pas français.
Speaking of French, Garcia's just held for 3-2. Change of ends.
Nice segue.
That's why I'm here. Why? Thank you. I just bought it.
And Dimitrov 30 all. So big point this one, I guess. Arguably the biggest one of the first set between Djokovic and Dimitrov.
Popyrin has held saving free break points, so not going Shelton. Shelton isn't going up a break in the second set so far, but definitely encouraging stuff for the American. I mean, the way he's performing on the big stage here is just insane. Of course, that's not his first Grand Slam. He was at the U.S. Open, where he, I believe, lost in 5 sets to Nuno Borges in the opening round, or maybe in 4.
Dimitrov has a break point. Which has been about as good as it's got so far in this first set for him. Chance to break back. Of course, Novak is serving for this first set as we speak.
That's an interesting one to keep an eye on. If Dimitrov comes back into this, it makes that set very interesting.
Yeah, if he could get a tie break.
We kind of struggling to see how this Murray-Bautista Agut match can get interesting. The Spaniard is moving the ball around the court very carefully, as he usually does, and sets up, forces an error from Murray eventually. Murray still not looking fresh, and I don't think that's going to happen, though. He might, loosen up a little bit, but we're probably not going to see the daisy that Andy Murray usually is.
Dimitrov has broken back. 4-5. 5-all.
Roberto Bautista Agut has a Villarreal logo on his
shirt. We spoke about that. Maybe you weren't here on the stream a day or two ago. There's I don't know what the word is, a brotherhood perhaps between him and the club. Of course, the club is quite a small provincial town in Spain, a few miles or a few kilometers away from Valencia. And I think it has a population of maybe 50,000 or something like that. It's either 30,000 or 80,000, but whatever. I think there's some kind of brotherhood is the best word I can think about. Connection, maybe to promote both the football club and RBA. If I can find the remote control, which I can, I might see.
Yeah, apparently Bautista Agut is from Castellón de la Plana, which is just like 3 kilometers from Villarreal, something like that.
Yeah, so it must be his home club.
Yeah, basically. At least the biggest one in his geographical region. I mean, the biggest one in terms of where they're playing and what sort of success. Of course, they're having a couple of years ago. We've had them in the Europa League final.
Yeah, I mean they got to the Champions League semi-final of 2006, I think. So
I believe you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, they played Arsenal. Similar levels of success, really, I would argue, and perhaps with limited resources as well.
Yeah, that's a pretty good comparison between Bautista Agut and Villarreal, I guess. Yeah, one huge semi-final. Although Bautista Agut has a lot of these 250 titles that I'm not sure how exactly we'd assign to Villarreal. They would have to win like Copa del Rey many times. Yeah, that's the talk that you're coming here for.
Yeah, we're talking football here. Oh, passing shot winner from Garcia to set up break points.
And Dimitrov has broken his 5-all against Djokovic, which is why I think John is currently looking for a stream on the screen, but we still can't get the Djokovic match here, it seems.
It's strange. We've had the show courts all week, which also was a semi-surprise until now on Eurosport. I've had pretty much every match available. But they've decided to limit us for today and perhaps the rest of the tournament in terms of maybe just one match at a time, which is Murray-Bautista Agut at the moment. You'd think if they were going to limit us, it would be to Model-Over Arena.
Yeah. It must be on there somewhere. I mean, if Garcia gets this break, I can see if I can switch and keep an eye on the Djokovic round.
Can you get Djokovic on your laptop?
Well, I have Shelton Papirin, but I can turn on to.
Oh, sorry. Or just switch between the two.
Yeah, I can switch to Djokovic-Dimitrov for the tail end of the first set. Exactly. Yep.
Lara Siegmund can't run down a drop shot from the net by Garcia, and Garcia now is now 4-2 up in the second set with a break, and probably momentum very much with her now. So
yeah,
I mean, I'm happy to do the switch if it's better to keep across.
I mean, you can switch as well, but we are definitely switching because
I think you should probably stick with Siegmund Garcia, right? I mean,
if you're okay with sticking,
we don't know what the first set is
well, look,
like.
I'm never going to turn down. I'm never going to say no to watching WTA tennis.
There we go. Boom. Because I've got the score at least. If it goes to a tiebreak, I think I might shift along the sofa and cozy up next to Damien and watch the tiebreaker, because Djokovic was leading 5-4, serving for it. He also, don't forget, at 3-5, I say that because Dimitrov was serving, had a couple of set points. And now he ceded that advantage. And Dimitrov is certainly very much back in this set. It's love 15 on the Novak serve as well. So game on.
That was quite a shot from the camera crew here when they were just about to start walking over to the court from the benches during the changeover. We saw someone in the crowd reading an article in some Australian paper which said, "Beware the wounded Djokovic." Yeah, Dimitrov won that first point that John was talking about. My stream is, of course, behind with a forehand winner of the return. So we'll see. Definitely looking like he is a bit more in control of this match than he was at the very beginning, when Mario was still keeping us informed on it. Since then, we haven't been watching it, but we'll see. Djokovic is moving okay, though, although maybe I was too quick about that, because he just totally lost his balance on the forehand and dumped it into the middle of the net.
Love 30. There's been a real momentum change in this.
Is Dimitrov deciding to play something special now, like he occasionally does?
I mean, I've just seen 2 points, and I'm not sure.
Okay.
He was behind in the rally. Djokovic was the one who had the control for the point and just lost that balance on the forehand. And Dimitrov hit a forehand return winner, but it was like a reaction shot more than actually intent to do that. Dimitrov is now defending with the slice, and Djokovic is trying to keep the point on his side. Yeah, and eventually forces the error. Dimitrov was doing fine as long as he was defending in the backhand corner with the slice, but when he was pulled wide to the forehand, he did not time it right, and it's 15-30 now.
The strapping remains on Novak's thigh, albeit not quite so. It doesn't seem to be quite so far down the leg, so maybe don't know what that means. But anyway, this strapping there, 15-30.
Keeping an eye on the drama here.
Yeah, Djokovic has just hit an ace to get it to 30-all. It's already 61 minutes in the Dimitrov-Djokovic match. I think this is also the one on Rod-Laver Arena. So this is the one after which Linette-Alexandrova will be coming out onto the court. So there could be a pretty nice finish to this very underwhelming day of action.
I mean, we talk about underwhelming day. I mean, let's face it, we had that a mega day 3, which probably what day is it today? Day 6.
This is day 6. Day 3 was the big one with basically day 2 action and day 3 action. Yeah.
Rafa went out. We had Berret. No, that was the day before.
Yeah.
Day 3, day 4. I also quite happy that we had an underwhelming night because I was sleeping for a change.
Exactly. Yeah, it gives us tennis fans a rest across the world to sort of sit back and enjoy things. Like tomorrow night is going to be intense because that schedule is like packed in terms of they've actually staggered the matches in a way that you could probably possibly watch a lot of them, but most of the really good ones are during the day in Australia, which makes sense on a Sunday, and I don't begrudge them it, but it means us Europeans have to miss some crackers like Świątek Rybakina.
There was a set point for Dimitrov, by the way, but Djokovic landed another ace down the tee, already his second, pretty much exact same in this game. But there's going to be another set point for Dimitrov. You're saying that you've seen the schedule, Nick, already, so I'm also going to check that. But I'm probably going to talk about it a bit later when Dimitrov and Djokovic have already finished that game.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. I saw it on Twitter, to be honest.
There is the schedule is out.
It's
we'll see how Djokovic goes
tomorrow. Let's talk about today.
Oh, Dimitrov got himself all tied up there.
Yeah, Djokovic fired a serve at the body, and Dimitrov did not manage to move away. As you said, the best matches. Oh, what a Polish night a day for the Australians on Rod Laver Arena. Azarenka Zhu is the one finishing things up. What are they doing? So some of the scheduling has been pretty weird in terms of putting underwhelming matches on huge courts.
Well, I just think that because it's Sunday, they probably think let's get the whelming matches on earlier and let's have the last matches, the underwhelming on perhaps. No disrespect to anyone, but Murray and Bautista are good. Still one serve to the advantage of Bautista are good. 3-4, 4-3, I should say, because Bautista's serving. And Djokovic is going to win this point because Dimitrov nets and he's got a game point for a tiebreak.
By the way, if there are underwhelming matches, then perhaps there could also be overwhelming matches. What would that mean? Is Murray Kokinakis from the other night?
I mean, I think Kokinakis was overwhelmed by Murray's power. Welcome to the Andy Murray channel.
Jack's not even here.
No, he's not. But Djokovic.
Yeah, but Andy Murray is definitely the most consistent players when it comes to Grand Slams.
Djokovic is just aced. I think there was 2 aces in that game alone at very important moments, if you like.
That was his third in that game.
Third, was it? Okay. So 6 games all tie break. So still very interesting. But if Djokovic takes an early advantage in this, then it could be done.
Murray has a mini chance as well. No, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say my life score's a bit ahead, but I think Murray's got break point.
You got 3 of them.
3 break points at 4-3 Bautista Agut. There was a double fault to set him up for that triple break point. We'll see if he takes it.
And Dimitrov holds, so it's 1-love on serve in the... Oh, it's 1-0. I think you say 0 in the tiebreak, right? Or do they say love?
I mean, you can say 0, I think, either way. But...
Oh, just out that.
What do they say in the tiebreak? I'm not sure.
And Murray's broken. 4 games all.
The comeback is on. There are many, many Scottish flags in the crowd. And the comeback
is 0 in tiebreaks. You say 0 in tiebreaks.
That's what I thought. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Nick. Dimitrov and Djokovic in the rally here for this tiebreak. And they're exchanging forehands at the moment. Who's going to blink first? It's Dimitrov, 1 point all.
Yeah, both so far have produced very similar on first serve of the forehand side, going cross court, but just a little bit too long. And it's 1-0.
A lot of matches to come. And Rune, of course, will be standing in Dimitrov's way. Oh, John Blom's shaved off his moustache. But this could be a mini Australian Open for mini Australian Open final for Dimitrov. Dimitrov wins this, and he's got a shot at the Australian Open. Simple as that. Easy, right? No. Beat Djokovic in Melbourne. Yeah.
He doesn't.
He'll be in the 4th round. Who's he playing in the 4th round?
Alex Dimitrov.
He'd be the favourite for that if he's just beaten Djokovic.
Not necessarily. I still think Dimitrov would be probably the favourite with the bookies. Depending on the style in which he beats Djokovic, but I don't think anything else than a 3-set win where he's just phenomenal. I would get him over that. I mean, he wouldn't be dead, of course. It would be very close with the Minor, but I just don't think he can beat Rune.
Yeah, Rune's the one, aside from Djokovic, of course. Oh, and he's just netted a backhand there, and his Australian Open is done. So well done, Djokovic. Well done. That was it. That was how it was a short-lived moment of Dimitrov winning the Australian Open, and now it's done. Murray is anything but done. He's 15 all on his own serve at 4 all, but obviously it was a breakdown in this set, so things looking much better for him now.
Yeah.
Did RBA win Adelaide too?
Nope.
Kwon.
He lost to Sunu Kwon.
Yeah.
Yeah, he lost that final. There was a tight final. It went 3 sets.
Yeah, RBA is definitely not like at his peak right now. He's also 34, not that far off an Andy Murray, but he is still, of course, the very, very same solid grinder that he is, and he just gets another point in the Murray game, which gives him a small chance with a 15-30.
We have set point in the Kia Arena after Laura Sequin set up the point well, came into the net to finish with a forehand and put it in the middle of the tram line. So it's set point for Caroline Garcia to take it into a decider.
Djokovic very much in charge of this tiebreak, leads 4-1 on his serve. So he's got 2 mini break advantage at the moment.
Unreturnable serve from Garcia to win that set 6-3. So we're going into third set confirmed on the Kia Arena.
Bautista Agut goes wide at a pretty important juncture at 15-30 on the Murray serve. And Dimitrov gets one of those mini breaks back, so it's 2-4 or 4-2 at the changeover. Yeah,
very nice one-two punch on return from Dimitrov. He still needs one more mini break at some point to get back into the match, but that was a superb backhand return and then just an easy finish with the forehand.
Because you're interested in this match, Damien, I'm just checking the live score on John Cain Arena, and Ben Shelton's going to be serving to stay in the second set at 4-5.
Yeah, so they're still on serve there, right?
Yeah.
Ooh. What am I doing? Okay, we're back to the Djokovic match. I'll probably turn it over to Shelton Popperin again after the tiebreaker, but...
Andy Murray now has a game point, was in a spot of bother at 15-30, but now he leads 40-30.
The quality of my stream has gone down a lot.
Very blurry.
But hopefully it's going to be... Okay, it's getting better. Oh, and
Dimitrov.
Oh, yeah. Dimitrov has just thrown out the slice. So he's 2-5 down. And he will...
Oh. I think we've lost Talking Tennis Towers and their commentary on Djokovic. Unfortunately, I'm not watching that match. I'm keeping an eye on the one WTA match that's going on, which is...
Can you hear us now? Yeah. Someone is calling John on the phone.
Oh. I thought you're a popular man, John.
Yeah. That's 10:30 on a Saturday morning.
Sunday morning?
Saturday. Did I say Sunday?
Sunday. If it's a Sunday morning, I've got places to be.
Where do you have to be on a Sunday morning? The church?
Yeah, I attend a church.
All right. Dimitrov wins a great point, though, for 3-5 with a forehand winner inside in. And maybe there's still a chance.
Yeah. And Murray's held. So more good news for the Scot. 5-4 he leads. Bautista Agut is serving to stay in the second set.
Seigman's just gone off court. So Garcia is just jumping around trying to keep herself warmed up. Just waiting for...
Okay,
No,
he's won the
Dimitrov.
point. Wait, no, he won the point, but he made a mistake, let's say, but he got away with it.
Yeah, the direction choice was like not great, but it didn't matter.
Okay. Shelton has gained point on John Kane.
Those of you tuning in, by the way, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Join us in the live chat. We're missing Ghosty, of course, because it's about 3 in the morning, I think, where he is. And Ghibli, I guess, who's our UK resident watcher, he's probably having a nice sleep in on a Saturday morning. Or he's found something better to do. Maybe even watch the match himself. Anyway, listen, Dimitrov has made things a little bit interesting, and Djokovic has made it even more interesting by putting a forehand wide. That back on serve at 5-all, which is a bit of a turnaround considering it was 5-2.
Ben Shelton has held its 5-all in the second set between him and Alexei Popyrin.
Cool. Andy Murray chasing that down, but he's not going to chase that one down. Okay, 5-all. So this is really the business end of business ends here at the end of this first set with the tie break. Djokovic goes down the tee and does as Novak does with an ace.
Yeah, that serve on the tee in the last few minutes that we've watched has been absolutely incredible. Already 3 aces in that direction, and some very important ones at that. This one at 5-all, and also one saving a set point in the 5-6 game. Set point number 4 for Djokovic? No. Oh, he had set points in that game at 5-4, 30 minutes ago.
Yeah. That was 3-5.
3-5, sorry. Dimitrov cleans it up, though, with a very easy +1 forehand. So it's 6-all, and they're changing ends.
Yeah, that was big if. But if Dimitrov wins that set, yeah, he was serving at 3-5, and Novak had a couple of set points, and that was the potential inflection point, but you'd still make Novak the favourite here, even though it is 6-all. It's a tie-break. It's Novak Djokovic. It's Rod Laver Arena.
74 minutes there already. It's 77 minutes in the Bautista Agut Murray match, and they're almost at 5-all. After 74 minutes in the Djokovic-Dimitrov clash, it's 6-all in the tiebreak.
Yeah, these two start at the same time, right? One is at the end of the first set, one's at the end of the second.
Tell you what, this is the closest set Murray's had with Bautista Agut for a while in their rivalry.
That is true. Since the Australian Open 2019.
Dimitrov gets his 3rd set point. 2 of them were on the Novak serve in the previous game. It's again on the Djokovic serve, albeit in the tiebreak. So Djokovic is 6-7. So Dimitrov has certainly made this set interesting, bearing in mind he was staring down the barrel exactly half an hour ago. And Djokovic could serve, and a good one too.
Yeah, this time he went wide, but that was the deuce. Well, the outside, sorry. And now
those of you watching the highlights of that point that I've just seen on Kia Arena, because literally they were running. Both players covered the entire court. It was massive cat and mouse, drop shots, lobs. Moving up and down ends with a forehand winner from Siegmund. But yeah, go check that out if they show the highlights.
You were playing at the rally at 7-all. Dimitrov slices the ball and keeps getting balls to his backhand corner, of course, from Djokovic, who is afraid to go to the other wing. Another slice, and Djokovic slices to Dimitrov's forehand. Dimitrov, of course, a fantastic mover, gets there. We are having some lag issues, but that's fine. Another great slice, but this time he decides to hit the backhand topspin and dumps it into the middle of the net. So there's going to be a 5th set point for Djokovic. It was a 23-shot rally at 7-all in the tiebreaker. Murray is actually 2 points away from winning the set.
Yeah, and the reason why it's kind of a surprise, I think Bautista Agut was 40 love on his serve in this particular game. So,
oh yeah, I said that it's almost 5-all, I think, at one point, and that was when he was 40 love up.
Set point Djokovic at 7-8 or 8-7. No, 7-8 because Dimitrov is serving. Let's see what Grigor is made of on this occasion.
Sounds like
Needs
all
a
the drama's
first
on
serve.
Rob Arena in a minute.
Yeah, good return from Djokovic, bearing in mind it was a good defensive return. He's very much now in this rally as a result. And what are you going to do with the backhand, Dimitrov? Not much is the answer to that. What are you going to do with that? Not bad there, though, Dimitrov, but still Djokovic in this rally, as is his wont. On the backhand of Dimitrov, and that's not bad either. But the rallies like this, you'd have to favour the serve. But what's going to happen here? He's got the volley. He's got the volley at the net. He tumbles over. He's won the first set. To his delight, he's on the floor. He's won the first set, 7-6.
Yeah, the passing shot attempt from Dimitrov was pretty awful, but it has to be said, though, that this point probably could have ended on the first shot even. The Dimitrov serve down the tee was awesome, but Djokovic got it back with a chip with very, very nice depth, and that didn't allow Dimitrov to take over the point, and eventually it was the Serbian winning it with volley that sort of just... he had to clean it up, but he did it in a very, very efficient way. So, yeah, he's one set up on Grigor Dimitrov. And we can see the stats with Dimitrov getting 22 winners in the opening set. He also landed 22 unforced errors. In total, Djokovic won 5 more points.
Okay, got a bit of drama here as Siegmund has saved set point with an ace, but break point with an ace in the opening game of the third set, and Garcia is not happy about something. Not arguing with the umpire, probably just not happening with having something in the crowd. Look at the live scores. If you're sick of tie breaks, I've got bad news for you because they're into a tie break between Popperin and Shelton.
Why is it bad news for me?
It depends if you don't like tie breaks.
What?
I'm being silly.
All right. No. I mean, Jesus, never mind. Something is...
I'm talking to the audience, not to you, Damien.
Becoming very slow. Come again?
I was talking to the audience, not to you, Damien.
That's fair.
Okay.
I think I will have to start writing now, but I will try to keep up. I try to keep an eye at least on the Murray-Bautista Agut match as soon as I can get my laptop to work, because it's been an issue struggle.
Yeah. Welcome to this episode of Talking Tennis and Technical Issues. As Garcia breaks at the beginning of the third set, I think we know. I think probably now fairly set direction from this point in this match. Could be wrong. Siegmund's serving. Siegmund's putting up a good fight, but I do feel like this is going Garcia's way now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you happy with me sticking with this one, or was it helpful for me to switch to one of the other matches going on?
No, definitely stick with this one, right?
Yeah. And if you're keen to see Murray, then you can. I'm watching Murray at the moment because that's where the action is. Having Djokovic obviously winning that set in the end. Murray nets a forehand, 30 all on his serve, 5 all. Garcia's up a break now. I think that second set may have been indirectly decisive, if you like, because the favourite obviously coming back now and the momentum is with her. 1 set all on a break. Very much the momentum with Novak in his match against Dimitrov. He's up 1 set to love. And Shelton, and he's in a tiebreak, right?
Yeah, Shelton now leads the tiebreak 3-1 on the live score. So could be interesting. But yeah, looks like having a long break between sets for Djokovic and Dimitrov.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Ben Shelton, so he's up a set, and he could be taking a 2-set to love lead.
Which would be a big breakthrough for him, given he's one of the big
breakthrough alert. Bautista Agut has a break point on the Andy Murray serve, so I guess that's where we're at down under right now. This is the moment that we should probably focus on just for a few seconds. a second break this would be in this set. Of course, he was up a break earlier on, but he's not got it yet. 30-40. Murray's to serve, gets his first serve into the backhand of Bautista Agut. Bautista Agut's in charge at this point very much, but Andy Murray with a backhand passing winner.
Only Andy Murray could produce it.
Exactly.
Maybe Djokovic.
No, only Andy Murray.
Only Andy Murray.
He was very much in charge at that point. I think he did a reasonable job with the volley. I know Damien would probably think otherwise, but I'd rather say well done, Andy Murray, for the passing shot, because he really had to bend down.
It was okay. The volley was okay for sure.
He had to bend down deep to get that, and it's a good winner. Juice.
It's 15-30 on Garcia's service game in the second game of the deciding set. Siegmund really attacking the return. I think she's sensing that she's still in this match.
Andy Murray's in this match finally. He's now got a game point after that smash. So he's up to advantage on his serve, 5-all. Yeah, I mean, a Siegmund break back would certainly make things interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. I think Garcia's definitely a bit tight at the minute for some reason. I think it's like she's rattled by something. Tries to go up the line, but ends up missing it. Or no, I think it was a let. Very short serve.
Andy Murray holds. So Bautista Agut once again will be serving to stay in this set. And yeah, this has come alive. The Djokovic-Dimitrov set match, even, if you like, came alive for a short period of hope for the Bulgarian. Djokovic has now extinguished that, I believe. And but Murray now has some hope. He's 6-5 up, so Bautista Agut, of course, will have to win this game to stay in this particular set. We're just having a quick look at the set point that Novak won in the midst of a rally. And of course, it was a good backhand slice down the line. Novak retrieving it pretty well as he can. But once we're sort of into a lengthy rally, the Serbian's pretty much the favorite. It's a bit short, that, and then probably the backhand pass wasn't good enough. Novak takes a tumble upon winning that set, which is probably why he's having a break.
It's an understatement that wasn't good enough. He just literally played it on the racket of Djokovic. It's yeah, it was quite a choice from Dimitrov to have 5 different options and go for the one that wasn't even in the package. Nick, what was the
Garcia has double faulted for the second time in the game to concede the break, and it's 1-1 in the decider. So nice. We're back on serve.
Good, you stuck with it, right?
Yeah, good thing. It's also set point for Ben Shelton to take a 2-set love lead on John Cain.
John Cain is losing?
Well, yes. I mean, yeah, there could be some Australian political jokes in there I won't make. With it's Alexei Popyrin who's his opponent. But yeah, Ben Shelton's got 2 set points, one of which is on his serve. And Djokovic and Dimitrov is back underway as well.
Yeah, he's won the first game. Yeah, so the tie break. Well, we've got 3 matches very much at interesting moments. We've obviously got Garcia Siegmund on a 1-game-all situation. We've got Andy Murray at 15-all on the Bautista Agut serve. And the Ben Shelton Popyrin match is in tie break. Shelton has won it.
Yeah, because he's got
taken that set point on serve.
2 sets to love. He leads now Popyrin, so 1 foot in the next round. 15-all here, Murray-Bautista Agut. I think there's a bit of belief now in Andy Murray. That's very important.
It has to be. He has to maintain that belief that he can win this, and he wouldn't be Andy Murray if he didn't go into every match believing that he could win it. Looking at, well, I've not seen it since I turned off the first set to come onto this match, but you know, he's probably right to. He's definitely competing well with Bautista Agut.
He's asking some questions, which is he didn't really do that in the first set and a half. And Bautista Agut now has 30-15. Andy Murray didn't deal well really with the serve. He was lamenting the fact that he dumped a backhand return into the net. But let's see how he does with the second serve here from Bautista Agut at 30-15. Forehand Andy Murray goes long. Murray went big there and paid the price.
Yeah, I was thinking, how much can Andy Murray really scrap his way through the draw? Say he does come through this match. I mean, surely at some point, that's
scrapping your way to a Grand Slam title. That could be the Netflix episode.
I think he's probably got a contract with Amazon to do another one. Let's be honest.
Oh, Andy really had a chance to get back in that point, but I think he should have gone big with that forehand. Tried to go for a winner, but he actually went defensive on it. And if you go defensive and you still don't get it over the net, well, yeah. Anyway, 6 games all tiebreak.
Tiebreak and
tiebreakers are over the place. Maybe we'll get another one in Ziga and Garcia at the end of the set as well.
Yeah, at the minute it's going with serve. Still, it's kind of 30-15 on the sequence serve. So I would say probably the most dramatic, the place with the drama is probably for the next few minutes, Murray versus Bautista Agut.
Definitely, yeah.
And yeah, sequence held for 2-1.
Okay, Andy Murray's second serve. Goes to the backhand of RBA. Good return from RBA. Good depth there from Andy, though. Forehand, backhand Andy Murray. Backhand now RBA. They're in the middle of a rally now. Already about 10 shots, I would say. Clips the net from RBA, giving Andy the chance. Andy wins the point. Andy Murray received, if you like, a net cord. So he was the victim of it, so to speak, but it didn't really affect the point too much. If anything, it aided Andy. And he leads 1-love. Or 1-0.
Old habits die hard in tennis.
Indeed.
Thinking of scrapping ways through the draw, there is another way you could make your life difficult. But I heard tell of, I think the guy won Wimbledon in 1948 or 49, deliberately tanked sets on his title run. Like he would win a set and then he would, if he just got to a point where like he didn't feel like he could keep up the physical effort, he'd literally tank a set to kind of recover. Somehow he managed to win a grand. Well, back then it was not as hard as nowadays to win a Grand Slam title.
Which Grand Slam are you talking about again?
In the 40s.
Wimbledon
in the
48
40s.
or 49. Yeah, in the 40s.
Damien only goes back as far as 1976.
I think it was either Falkenberg or Schroeder. I think it was probably Falkenberg because he only won the one slam. But yeah, that was it's a frustrating concept to me that somehow you managed to win a slam with that strategy of I'm tired, I'll just tank this set 6-1 or whatever.
Okay, Andy's lost the 2 points on RBA's serve, if you like, and it's 1-2, so it's going with serve at the moment.
Oh, another good rally in the Sigmund Garcia match. Ends with Garcia hitting a winner that Sigmund just can't quite reach, just running across the court.
Okay, backhand to backhand. Backhand Andy Murray. Now on the forehand of RBA. It's a good shot from RBA, putting him in charge of the rally. Comes into the net, goes for the winner, and gets it. 3-1. First break in this tie break, so to speak. Murray serving 1-3.
Andy Murray making life hard for himself again. Does not surprise me whatsoever. live score update. Shelton's got 2 break points to go break up in the third set and continue the momentum.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought he was going to make that for a second. 3-2 to Bautista Agut. Murray winning that point. Yes, 2 break points for Shelton on the Popperin serve. So the Popperin fairy tale could well be coming to an end.
He's the lowest ranked player left in the draw. It wouldn't be that much of a surprise, but I did think he had some pretty good form that he could perform maybe 1 or 2 more upsets and keep Australian home hopes alive. But now they seem to pretty much all be resting on Alex Diminov.
Indeed. RBA serving. Excellent first serve. Andy Murray does well, but not well enough. 4-2 at the changeover. Djokovic and Dimitrov is on serve at the beginning of the second set there. In fact, Djokovic has just held, so it's 2-1.
Popperin saved those break points. It's juice in that game.
Just as we was lighting him off.
You heard us all the way from Australia. Oh, dead let cord gives Sigmund the opening point at 2-2 on her serve.
Yeah, Sigmund done well to get back into that one.
Yeah.
Matthew D'Souza there joining us in the live chat. Morning, Matthew, or evening, depending on where you are. Ben Shelton is happening, he says.
There's definitely a lot of hype around Ben Shelton, and I think from what I've seen of him, obviously justified now. Obviously, he burst on the scene by beating Casper Ruud. He lost in the US Open first round in 5 sets, but he's definitely one to watch. Shelton could see him being America's next big thing, even above Taylor Fritz and Francis Tiafoe.
But not above Sebastian Corda?
Well, after Corda's heroics yesterday, maybe on par, but Shelton's a little younger than Corda.
Yeah,
so we're always excited for the next big thing in tennis.
Yeah, I think Corda and Shelton look like the best bets, perhaps along with Taylor Fritz, although the last 2 Grand Slam losses for the American have definitely shaken the belief that I had in him a bit. Murray wins the point with a drive volley +1, and he will serve at 3-5. He is outwinnering Roberto Bautista Agut, but it's not gonna matter if he's gonna lose this tiebreak.
It's definitely a match of fine margins on in this a set of fine margins between Murray and Bautista Agut right now. So this game's on a fine margin. It's now 30-all on the Sigmund serve after Caroline Garcia hits an excellent forehand passing shot to go 2 points away from getting a break up again.
Backhand return from Novak, forehand from Andy. Novak, what am I saying? To Bautista Agut. He's not playing Novak yet. Backhand there from Andy, backhand to backhand at the moment. They are in a rally here. Of course, Murray very much under pressure in terms of the scoreboard. Backhand slice from Andy because he's under a bit of pressure, but he's back in the rally and fairly much. Oh, but he puts that wide, does he? No, he's got a winner. It's a winner. Okay, so that was good from Andy. 5-4 still RBA leads. It's on the RBA serve. 2 service winners, if you like, or 2 serves and winning both of those. He obviously wins the set. What, Lahetska? Yuri is the next best thing, or the next big thing. The kids are all right, says Jane. Nice to have you on board this morning, Jane. Those of you joining us for the first time, make sure you subscribe to the channel and don't forget to hit that like button. And you can be like Jane and you can donate to the channel by hitting a super chat button and giving us the donation of your choice. All are appreciated and give us the chance to continue. Roberto Bautista Agut is certainly continuing. He now leads 6-4 in this tiebreak. Yeah, with a forehand winner there, Andy saying, "What can I do? Don't really know," is my answer to that one. It's 2 set points for RBA.
Yeah. I think if RBA gets this set, I think I don't see Andy doing another 2 sets love comeback straight,
No.
one after the other, 3 consecutive 5-set matches.
There's no way, not with the way he's feeling today.
I'm impressed that he's got back into the match.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a very fine effort in the second set. Let's see if Bautista Agut takes his first set point. They're playing a rally. Murray going at the Bautista Agut backhand. And now changing up to the forehand. Bautista Agut with some excellent movement though on the slide. Again, we have a backhand rally from both players. Bautista Agut seems content to try to. Oh, actually, he changes up to the down the line direction, and Murray forces an error.
Almost forced it. I mean, the forehand hitting the line, is a sort of force.
I'm not sure how I would classify that, but anyway, he won a 22-shot rally and will have to defend another set point, but on his own serve this time around.
Jane's concerned about the campers. The campers are all right. Just like the kids are in the US, so to speak. They will be departing Germany today, but they will not be departing talking tennis. I'm sure you'll be seeing them throughout the rest of the tournament, albeit from a distance, so to speak. Andy Murray, 5-6. He is serving. Goes out wide, but it's gone wide. So his second serve and a second set point for RBA. Albeit on the Murray serve. Andy Murray slice, and RBA very much in this point at the moment. Slice again from Andy. Forehand changes it up. Oh, that's a good forehand from Andy. Is it enough to help him win the point? It is, 6 points all. Andy Murray gesticulating to the crowd. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
Come on. Let's go, Andy. Let's go, Andy. He's saving 2 set points. Still, Andy's slogan is, "I'm not done." Moderated for live broadcast.
There we go. Moderate, yeah. Thanks, Nick.
You're ever the professional, John. Ever the professional.
That was a nice little touch there. I mean, it was the forehand that really set him up for that. So it's 6 points all.
Okay.
Mario and Damien, the real stars of the week. I think there's little doubt about that. They've done excellently. Mario is on a break right now, a well-earned one. And they will be departing today. But we did have a night off pretty much last night and had a night's sleep for a change. And ready to go once again. 6 points all. Andy Murray to serve. Goes down the tee, but it's gone wide. Second serve.
I have been able to publish my article, so I will be able to follow the tennis from now on.
Excellent. You've got your priorities right now, Damien.
Okay. Backhand, fairly aggressive there from Andy. Now he goes fairly big on the forehand. I think he's just sort of picking up the pace a bit in terms of aggression, but it might not be enough because now it's RBA who's picking up the pace, so to speak. Forehand, Andy. Backhand, RBA. Backhand slice from Andy. Backhand slice exchanges now. Goes for the drop shot. Is it going to help him win the point? It is, It is, There we go. A little shrug of the shoulders. Like, what have I been doing for the last hour and a half? Should have drop shotted more.
Jack is going to love it. Yeah, every single drop shot is giving Murray the point.
Set point, Andy Murray.
Claire is probably screaming her lungs out behind the RBA box right now in the Margaret Court Arena.
We had a look at the RBA box a little while ago, but for some reason the producer or the director decided to just focus on the 3 people at the front. When we look at other boxes, we get to see the people nearby, but perhaps they didn't want to see a Scottish flag quite so close to the Spaniards' box.
It'd be a bit confusing.
6-7, RBA to serve. Goes down the tee. It's a good serve. It's a good first serve. He's in charge of the rally, of course. A forehand slice from Andy. Andy now is the one who's having to come into the net. And RBA wins the point. 7.
This time a drop shot works out for Bautista. Good.
Yes.
For those who are interested, by the way, live score update. There's Djokovic and Dimitrov have been at deuce for a very long time in the 4th game of the 2nd set, with Djokovic now setting up a break point.
Yep.
I think Caroline Garcia also has a break point, doesn't she?
No, it's
sorry.
Dimitrov.
Then it's a spoiler.
I was going to say, like, you're either miles ahead or a bit behind, because I've got, even on my live scores, which is a little bit ahead of my TV, I've got 30-15 Siegmund at 3-all.
Then, yeah, miles ahead, it seems. What happened, John?
Sorry, I got distracted by Siegmund and who was ahead. Well, I'll tell you who's ahead now. Andy Murray has just broken the serve, if you like, in terms of RBA was on serve, and it's now 8-7. Andy Murray to serve for the 2nd set. 1 point on your own serve, Andy Murray, and you are very, very much back in this match. 8-7.
No, my live scores were wrong. Actually, it seems. I think it was from the last game.
Yeah.
Okay. 2nd serve. Set point number 2 for Andy Murray. The first of which was on the RBA serve. This one is on his, albeit it's going to be a 2nd serve. Are you going to go wide? Or are you going to go down the tee? I think he's going to go down the tee. He doesn't. So yeah, he does more or less. Okay. Backhand from Andy Murray. Forehand RBA. Andy Murray on the defensive now. RBA coming in. Oh, it's into the net. Oh. And the cheers of the crowd. Andy Murray, hands on hips. One is normal, one is metal. And it's 1 set all. Talking of metal, he is back in this match. Nick Carter, who's watching Garcia Laura Siegmund, pumps the fists. And it's 1 set all.
Yes, despite it being a multinational channel, there's still that British bias because we British are unbearable when we're commentating on tennis.
I've got to take my sweater off. I'm baking.
I'm outmatched by you guys here.
I need to put one on. Whilst that's happening, I'll update because it's break point for Caroline Garcia at 3-all in the deciding set. She did break in the opening game, but was immediately broken back by Laura Siegmund. So let's see whether she can do it. She's bouncing on her feet. She's standing inside the baseline to return a first serve, as she does. Ultra aggressive returner. That's Caroline Garcia, and that's what she's known as. Siegmund serves out wide. Big backhand from Garcia into play. Now Garcia's dictating with the forehand. Siegmund's into the corner to try and retrieve it. Lifts it up. Bounces out and over the baseline. It's 4-3 Garcia. That is what she needs. She is 2 games away from coming through a tough match on the Kia Arena. Well done, Caroline Garcia. Could be interesting. It's deuce on the Dimitrov serve, still at 1-2.
Murray actually won just 43 points in this set compared to Bautista Agut's 45, but he did win the most important ones, and that's why he's still in the match. And as we said, I mean, if he went down 2 sets to love with his physical state today, that probably would have meant game over. And right now, he is actually able to cling along. Well, there's a bit of a commotion in the crowd, and it seems that the Bautista Agut coach is asking the security to remove a Scottish fan from out near his box.
It's not. It's not clear. Wouldn't be the first commotion in the crowd. We could have a Talking Tennis exclusive with the person who was removed. That would be cool.
I will check.
RBA is serving at the beginning of the set. 15-love. And Dimitrov is held, which is about as good as it's getting for him at the moment, because that was, as somebody said a minute ago, was a very, very, very lengthy game for Grigor with plenty of juices, and he finally holds. So they're still on serve there at 2 games all. Oh, Andy Murray, backhand long. Okay. I think Jack will be pretty happy, Jane. Make sure you hit that like button, people tuning in, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're new.
I'm going to be back in 30 seconds. I just need to grab.
No problem, Nick.
Poor Jack, why?
I don't know. Maybe she just means in terms of his
Heart
heart.
heart attack, yeah. I was thinking of that. Is he able to watch? Do we know that?
I think he's working this morning.
Yeah.
I think he's coaching.
But of course, I think he can't watch. So
if it goes long, as in 4 or 5, well, it's going to go 4 sets. Maybe he can catch some of it.
I mean, even if he's coaching, he's just going to take out his phone and put it on in the 5th set. There's no way Jack is missing the last moments of this match and the last moments of Bautista Agut's journey in Melbourne.
Oh, I see, Jane. No, actually, we were referring to another Talking Tennis contributor, Claire Stanley, who is in fact in the stadium and is apparently near the RBA box. But we cannot confirm the reports of her supposed ejection or otherwise. But we'll keep you updated on that, as we will, of course, on the scores. The scores basically right now are RBA and Andy Murray is 1 set all, and Dimitrov is a set down to Novak Djokovic. Or you could probably say Djokovic is a set up on his opponent, and they are on serve at 2 games all. Garcia has the momentum and the initiative very much in her match, right, Nick? Nick smiling there. I presume that means yes. So no, Garcia, I believe, I'm just going to check the score on that one, but if I understand correctly, she's a break up in the decisive set.
That is correct. Also, it looks like Dimitrov held that ridiculously long juice game that was going on.
Yes, he did, yeah.
Might be a little bit more drama in my match, though, because Caroline Garcia has... because Caroline Garcia is break point down again, straight after breaking. Yeah, she's put a forehand wide. For that, I'm going off the live score rather than my screen because I think it's a little bit ahead of me. So I'm going to focus on the tennis and not spoil myself. But yeah, we could be Siegmund could be keeping herself in this match.
Yeah, the German is giving Garcia a really nice bout today. That's for sure. We weren't expecting that, as Nick said like a couple of hours ago. She is usually more famous for her clay results.
Yeah, I mean she has won Stuttgart, which is fast clay, but still.
Yeah, usually she was excellent in Stuttgart, right? That was like the best hunting ground for her.
Yeah, well, Garcia's missed the first serve, so it might be extending this one. Here we go. Garcia serves up the middle. Oh, it's an ace. It is an ace. And she just raises her fist and looks steely-eyed in the direction of her opponent.
Was that a second serve or?
I may be the first serve let.
Yeah, I think it was a let because she took a huge break before, after the previous one, right?
That would make the most sense. It would make the most sense. I can't. We've got sound. You can't always tell if it's a miss or a let. As unreturnable serve, unmistakably in from Caroline Garcia to set up game points. Maybe the danger is past for her, at least initially, and is on the path of closing this out.
Jenny's asking how is he moving. I would have said throughout the first set and a half, as he went down a set and a break, very poorly, perhaps, if that's okay to say. Very stiff, as you would imagine, gingerly moving around. But those limbs have certainly loosened up now, as has the forehand, by the way. It's a nice forehand winner there. There is another thing, though, to say about Andy. He always looks as though he's on the verge of collapse, even at the end of a first set in which he ends up going 5. So it's always a bit difficult to tell exactly how Andy's feeling because he shoots around the court, but then as soon as the point is over, he shows his age, if you don't mind me saying.
Yeah, what an emotional reaction from Garcia as well to holding, and she goes up 5-3. a couple of there was a break point, of course, for Siegemund, but there were just the serves on the next couple of points were just too good.
Yeah, definitely. Like, got great clutch moments from Garcia, similar to what she demonstrated when she beat Fernandez in the second round. Just going big where it mattered and it working. So Siegemund is now trying to extend her stay in Australia by at least one more game, but puts that first serve into the net, so it's not the best start for her.
To be fair, Garcia is also going big when it doesn't matter.
Yes, but then she's missing when it doesn't matter, and then hitting it when she does. So when it does, oh, what a return from Garcia, comes into the net and then passed by Siegemund on the backhand.
Andy Murray goes along with the forehand, deuce.
Oh.
I love the shots of Andy's parents, Judy and Ivan Lendl. Nice domesticity in the Murray.
Judy Lendl, that's a story for you. Is that, I think after this Garcia match, I'll probably go to the Murray one.
Yes, of course.
Feel free, Nick. You need to see it.
Yeah.
Djokovic held for 3-2.
I mean,
is anyone game point?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, are we comfortable, Djokovic, with it? It looks like it's still fairly competitive on Rod Laver Arena.
Yeah, it's been long as hell, right? The second set is already 34 minutes long. 1 hour 53, and we're not even in the middle of the second set if we believe that the serves are going to hold up for the rest of the second set.
And it was basically contributed, this second set. It was all about a huge or lengthy held from Dimitrov with about 73 deuces. And Murray has just put a sort of half volley long, but he was on the stretch anyway. So it's deuce on the Andy Murray serve.
Continues to make life hard for himself. Siegemund is now 15-30 down, trying to stay in the match. So this could be over in a couple of points. Puts a backhand volley up that was pretty high up into the net. She was trying to counter a passing shot from Garcia, who, looks determined to try and finish this as quickly as possible. Siegemund is determined to drag us out as long as possible. Literally, because she's taking her time on this.
Andy Murray goes to the forehand of Bautista Agut. Forehand, Bautista Agut slice. Bautista Agut forehand. A good defense there from Andy Murray. Andy Murray's in this point, and he's won it. What a great backhand pass. Okay, advantage Andy Murray to make it 1 game all. Dimitrov is 30 all on his own serve. Looks like he's under a bit of pressure once more.
Shelton is 1 game away from winning the match against Alexei Popyrin, but it's still with serve in the third set.
For some reason, I thought you said Chelsea. Chelsea are 1 game away from beating Alex Popyrin. That seems like an unfair matchup to me.
11v1, that works in football, right?
If you get 10 men sent off. I actually think they, what's the word? They abandoned the match at that stage and award a 3-0 defeat or 3-0 victory to the opposing team.
Yeah,
that's an excellent lob there from Andy Murray. Is it going to help him win the point? No, it's not, because that's tricky. Okay, and it's neutralized. Wow. Andy Murray going for the drop shot, doesn't work. Andy Murray, though, goes for the lob again. That sort of does work. Tweener from Bautista Agut doesn't work. That was an epic point. And Andy Murray holds as he clutches his knee. Sorry?
My sound went quiet. I thought the point was over, so I started talking. So I apologize if I talked over you.
No worries.
It's match point Garcia on the Kia Arena against Lara Siegemund, who's serving 30-40. So,
and Djokovic is broken.
Oh, well, that's very much halfway there for Novak Djokovic. Siegemund tosses the ball up, but decides to abort the toss. Tries again. She throws it up and goes to the body serve. Big return from Garcia, puts Siegemund on the back foot, but the right is now neutralized with an equally good get from Siegemund. Siegmund's trying to get this back into play, Garcia on the attack. Fine, puts it in the net, and it's deuce. Misses the match point.
I just think Andy Murray's having a bit of a dip physically at the moment. Certainly had a dip at the beginning of the match, and he's just moving gingerly right now.
It's a lot of physical effort to win that second set, I would assume. I mean, it was very tight.
Even that first game, there was quite a few epic rallies, none more so than the last one, which had a couple of lobs and a couple of drop shots and finished with a tweener, albeit an unsuccessful one.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to go on the highlights reel, right?
Yeah, it was dramatic, if not flawed at times, but that's fine.
Sometimes tennis is just about the drama as it is about the amazing shot making.
Indeed.
Speaking of drama, it's match point, but not for Caroline Garcia. It's 2 match points for Ben Shelton on the Alexei Popyrin serve.
Okay.
It's game point for Siegmund in the women's match that's going on at the minute. The one women's match out of the 4.
I'm just turning on the Shelton Popyrin stream quickly, so no spoilers for a moment, please.
We'll avoid spoilers on that one. I'll focus
Andy
on
Murray, and Murray's in a bit of bother here, but it's an excellent winner from him. Having to chase that down, has a chat with a guy in the crowd who's loving it too.
And it's a second serve from Popyrin on the first match point. There is a rally. Shelton is in, and Popyrin misses a +1 forehand into the net. So it is the American progressing, and we have JJ Wolf playing Ben Shelton in the 4th round of the US Open. What the hell is that? And it's beautiful. It's fantastic. It's eccentric. It's new. It's fresh.
We are guaranteed an American into the quarterfinals. It's going to be their first quarterfinal, whoever wins it. Could even be 2 Americans if Tommy Paul was to beat the winner of Andy Murray or Roberto Bautista Agut.
I mean, if he beats Andy Murray.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
True.
RBA holds for a 2-1 lead in this 3rd set. Still very much the favourite in this match, in my opinion, not just because of their recent track record, but also just because I just think Andy Murray, some of these rallies through the tiebreak and the opening exchanges here in this 3rd set have just really taken a lot out of him. I actually think it's this spell of the match and some of the points rather than the length of the match so far that has just taken him out. He's got a break now anyway. He's got a chance to pause, if you like, rather than a break of serve. He wishes he had a break. But he's having a sit down now, a well-earned sit down. And what's happening with Garcia?
Siegmund was yelling at the umpire about something. She wasn't happy with something Garcia was doing. I couldn't quite make it out. Yeah, so that was what I was trying to work out. But she hits a backhand passing shot by Garcia. She tries to net rush, and she's pumping both fists, sort of Angie Kerber style. She's got game point now to try and extend this match. This is not done by any means.
We see Sammy Stosur in tears as she departs the Australian tennis world, if you like. I think she's retiring, right? She's been playing doubles, though, of course.
Who's that? Sorry,
Sam Stosur. Yeah, she lost today with Matt Ebden to Demi Schuss and Nikola Mektic. So she is out of both the doubles and mixed doubles events on the first hurdle.
Djokovic is a game away from winning the 2nd set against Dimitrov, and Murray and Bautista Agut 1-2 on the Murray serve. I guess Garcia Siegmund is where it's at right now. It's game point for Siegmund, as far as I'm aware. There, 3-5 she is, so she's obviously trying to hold that serve to keep going. Come on, Andy. I pledge $1 to Talking Tennis for every game won in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th set, win or lose. So I guess from our perspective, we need 5 sets, really, and we need 3 tiebreakers.
this game's still going on. I don't think Claire's been kicked out, but she's refusing to confirm or deny if she's the fan that RBA's box has been complaining about.
Let's leave that open because we don't want it to be to confirm that it isn't her. Let's leave it open. Possibly it might be her.
I can't read her exact message out on stream.
No doubt. Okay, Murray 15 all, I think. So yes, on his serve was in a spot of bother during that point. And Ivan Lendl, inscrupulous as ever. I'm glad, though, it's $1 for every game that Murray wins or otherwise rather than Dimitrov right now.
We're on match point again in for Garcia as big rally with Siegmund, ends with Siegmund trying to do something a bit different, going slice forehand, cross court, trying to pick up a big backhand from Garcia and unfortunately going into the net. So there's another opportunity for this match to end and for Garcia to progress into the fourth round of the Australian Open and not ruin too many people's brackets. It's a first serve from Siegmund. Garcia attacks it as usual, and Siegmund puts the backhand into the middle of the net. And Garcia is through. She lifts her hands up in celebration. That was a tough battle. Siegmund gave everything. Great performance. Garcia is scrapping her way into the next round. And she's leaping and jumping for joy on the court. She will play the winner of the match that's after the Djokovic one, Magda Linette or Katerina Alexandrova. But she doesn't care right now because she's won tonight.
Nice. I'm going to bring up the draws at this point. Andy Murray has held. Djokovic is on the verge of winning the second set. And Garcia has won. So I think this is a little moment for us to breathe. Have a look at the fourth round on both the men's and the women's side. Here we have the men's. Nishioka, Kachanov, and Hurkacz, Korda. Are we looking at a Korda, Kachanov quarterfinal there? Does anyone disagree with me?
Murray, Kachanov.
So I'm just going to share it on the screen actually with our audience. Just looking ahead towards some of the fourth round potentials that we have. I'm thinking Nishioka, Kachanov, and Hurkacz, Korda. Are we looking at a Kachanov, Korda quarterfinal? All Ks.
That's what it would appear to be. I mean, Nishioka probably doesn't really trouble someone like Kachanov, right? Someone who's just so physical and solid at the baseline. Kachanov did play very well against TFO as well. Although Nishioka is yet to lose a set. Looks like he has really, jumped the gear since pretty much the latter half of 2022. Korda should be beating Hurkacz. Basically the same game plan as against Medvedev, right? Like nothing changes from Korda's perspective in that matchup. It's just basically a tall big server and a counter puncher. It's the same.
Andy Murray is 15 all on the RBA serve. If anything crazy happens either in the Andy Murray or the Novak match, I will let you know. But in the meantime, then looking at the sort of bottom half of this top half of the draw, so to speak, we then would have what are we looking at here? I need to get my screen up. Tsitsipas Sinner, that has Tsitsipas for me win all over it, maybe in 4. I was about to say straight sets. And Felix favourite against Lehecka, but does anyone trust Felix at this point?
No.
And Lehecka is inform Lehecka. Sorry, I forgot to say his first name. Andy Murray goes along with a forehand there, so it's 30-15 for RBA. I mean, anything's possible in that match. I would make Felix the favourite, and Felix on form, by the way, as opposed to in form. No idea what that preposition means in terms of the differences, but let's discuss that some other time. Felix against Tsitsipas, that would be a mouth-watering quarterfinal, I would suggest.
I'm going Lehecka in
okay?
Simon, and I would much rather see Lehecka Tsitsipas than Felix Tsitsipas. It's fresh, it's new, it's exciting. That's what we need to have in tennis.
As we look down the draw, Rublev, Runa, De Minaur against Djokovic or Dimitrov. Shelton, Wolf, and Tommy Paul will play the winner here, I think, right? Andy Murray or RBA. So That's the bottom half. It is looking like at some point very soon, quarterfinal between Rune and Djokovic. A lot of tennis to be played between now and then. Rublev, I'm sure, will have a lot to say in this debate. Less so, in my opinion, de Minaur and Dimitrov. And in the bottom half, what are we thinking? Who's the favourite between Shelton and Wolf, Damien?
Who's the favorite between Shelton and Wolf? I think I gotta make Shelton the favorite. You know, after what he's been showing in this event, the only concerns basically that I had with Ben was that, the start of the year did not look that great for him. He lost a very simple match to Quentin Ellis the week before the Australian Open. And he also lost to James Duckworth in Adelaide qualifying, was it? I think it was Adelaide. And that really didn't leave me with that much conviction, you know, coming into the Australian Open as to how he would hold up on the big stage. And he's just been insane. I mean, 5 sets of Zhizhen Zhang in the opening round. It was a great match. And then he just straight sets two guys. I mean, Popyrin, who's been in such good shape. And also, Jesus, I'm forgetting who he beat in round 2 now. Oh God! I watched this match, of course.
You can have a look.
Nicolas Jarry.
Okay.
Yeah. After these sort of performances, I think I gotta go Shelton. He's obviously the better prospect. He doesn't have the experience that JJ has, but is that gonna matter? I don't know. Perhaps it really makes sense that Shelton is doing so well in such a scenario that's still new to him, because with the sort of energy that he brings out onto the courts, he is definitely a big match player. He's done he's done so well in the college setting as well, which probably helps with that, given how it's all about the team and like the pumping each other up there. Shelton does it now by himself with his team, of course. And I think I gotta go with Shelton there. Although it's like, it's essential viewing, basically. If you're not watching Shelton Wolf, you're not a tennis fan.
Oh, good shot there, RBA. Good defense, Andy, though. But that wasn't so good. But that may have been... No, it's not good enough. RBA. Murray. Have you switched over to RBA, Murray, by the way, Nick?
Is Nick around?
Maybe he's gone off the stream to switch, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe he has to dip in and out. And then looking back at the draw, I took us off the screen, by the way. We are still here, people, don't worry. But we're just speaking for you a little bit like the Wizard of Oz, the wizard in that when he's behind the screen. We're behind the screen of the 4th round and quarterfinals with Tommy Paul. If it's Tommy Paul against RBA, let's start with that supposed 4th round match. Tommy Paul, RBA, does that get your juices flowing? Damien?
Tommy Paul, RBA, not necessarily. I think Paul Murray would probably be slightly better. I would love for Bautista Agut, though, to have a huge Grand Slam run once again. Like, I think the guy just deserves it for all the, the body of work that he's been putting in over the years. By the way, I just found a very interesting tweet from Pavi G, which I'm sorry, but I have to read that tweet from Pavi G. And he says he had a DM from a physio who believes that Novak has a grade 1 hamstring strain, which is just about manageable. But if it moves to a grade 2, then it's tournament over and 4-6 weeks recovery. That's the first part of it. So he basically got DM'd by a physio, not Novak's physio, just a physio who's been watching the Australian Open and believes that he knows what's wrong with Novak. That's one thing. And then Pavi says, I think it's probably a grade 1.5 right now, so it's touch and go. Whatever will be, will be. So Pavi, who also hasn't been talking to anyone from the Djokovic camp and doesn't even have the the medical knowledge that the physio has, actually thinks it's a grade 1.5. So wonderful set of opinions from two people who are totally qualified to speak out on the topic and have the full, have researched the details. Jeez.
Question: how many retweets and likes has that Pavi G tweet got?
I believe it had 232 likes.
232 likes.
7 retweets and 5 quote tweets. 12 reviews.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And anyone wonders how misinformation is spread. A 5-minute segment on Pavi G should be able to answer that question. Okay, Shelton versus JJ Wolf. Who would have thunk it? Indeed, Jane. Jane is also on the Lehetska train. And and is vowing to give us $1 for every game that Murray wins in sets 3, 4, and 5. You can join Jane in contributing to the channel by joining us in the Snapchat. No. We're not Snapchat. I nearly said it the other day. I was on the verge of it for a while, and I finally caved. No, in the, what do you call it on YouTube? Something. Super chat. You can give us a super chat donation. All are welcome and help us give you quality material like this, where we stamp out misinformation as best as we can by putting out fires. Murray trying to put out the RBA fire, but not really succeeding right now. It's on serve in the third set, albeit it is love 15 on the Andy serve. I am now going to have a quick look and see as we reappear on your screen. Let's have a quick look at Garcia beating Sigmund, by the way, and I want to have a quick look to see how Djokovic is getting on. He's won the second set. It's deuce on the Dimitrov serve, and so he looks like he's heading towards a match with Diminor in the fourth round.
Yeah, all the mixed doubles, and women's doubles and men's doubles action is already over. So the only thing we have left to watch at the Australian Open is now the two Murray and Djokovic matches, of course. And then after Djokovic-Dimitrov are finished, there's going to be Linette-Alexandrova on Rollaver Arena as well. It seems like Djokovic, he's 2 sets to the good, so maybe soon enough the Pole and the Russian will be able to enter the court as well. And then we'll probably still have Andy Murray, Roberto Bautista Agut going. I mean, of course, right now we're very heavily cheering for Andy Murray now that Jane has pledged $1 to every single game that Murray wins. But yeah, he should though win one set, lose another one in a tie break, and then Jane might have to pay some huge money. So it is a risky thing. I think we'll definitely share it with Jack because he deserves it as the crazy Murray lunatic that. I think was the reason why initially we had any pledges like that in the first place.
Indeed.
On the previous stream.
Dimitrov in a dogfight on his own serve. Deuce, he currently is, I believe, at least the second deuce at the beginning of the third set. Andy Murray is 30 all on his own serve. Let's see how this goes. It's a close call, apparently, that last point. Pressure points won. Very much in favour of Andy. I guess pressure points meaning when he's facing a break point or perhaps earning a break point. It's difficult to know what the definition is there.
That's a phenomenal tweet from Christopher Eubanks, by the way, who says that, now do you all see what I had to deal with in Charlottesville and Knoxville as he lost back-to-back Challenger finals last year to Ben Shelton. Hello, Nick.
Hello there. Sorry,
no worries.
My stream put me on a doubles match, which I did.
Oh no, that would be the worst thing possible. No, actually, all the doubles is finished, so I think you're.
I know.
I think you're lying.
Or he just tuned into a doubles from 1985.
Yeah.
Was it Navratilova and Pam Shriver? Were they the doubles pairing?
No, I think it might have been Ken Rosewall and someone. I'm not sure, but I think the.
You missed a tweet from Pavi G. You also missed a tweet from Christopher Eubanks. But
I heard everything. I heard everything because I'm backstage.
Oh, you heard it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, interesting. I actually saw the Pavi G tweet yesterday. I just thought standard nonsense.
I'm still not used to seeing tweets from Pavi G now because he unblocked me recently. So.
Well, someone's probably going to tell him, and then he's going to block you and possibly me as well.
That's very possible. But I don't think he's listening to Talking Tennis, unless he's really ghosty. But then again, I mean, then we've said a lot of things that would upset him over the past week or so. And he would probably have blocked me already.
I mean, to be honest, he's more likely to block us for saying something bad about Djokovic, which, to be honest, I'm not going to. So,
we haven't done that at all. Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah. There's nothing really to criticise Djokovic for at the minute. He's doing very, very well. Murray, I've got the Murray match on now, and Murray's just put a fire into the net trying to win the game. He does look like his energy levels have dipped.
Have dipped, but it's not reflected by the scoreline, at least not yet. So,
no, maybe he's just frustrated that he missed that shot. Which, to be fair, I can understand why, because it probably was a bit of an unforced error.
Definitely.
So you've got Murray as well. Nice forehand.
That's a beautiful forehand. Yeah, I mean, if he can get through like this set, if he can win it, then maybe he can use the tactic you were talking about, right?
Tank a set.
Yeah.
I wasn't seriously suggesting it's a very risky strategy.
That's true. I mean, maybe just see how it goes, and then if it's if he goes down a break, just straight up tank the rest. Although I guess then if you're like really tanking, then you're not even giving yourself like a lot of time, right, to recover. It would just be over in a flash.
It's a very. I think when I gave the example, obviously it's from the 1940s, and the game was a lot less physical then. Like you could do you could complete a 3 sets win in an hour or even less back then. If you look at like the match times, like I think Wimbledon's got all the match times for all the finals, and like genuinely, from like if you go far enough in the past, someone managed to win a best of 5 sets match in 40 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It was straightforward.
Bernard Tomic would find himself in that era, that's for sure.
Yeah, Bernard Tomic's probably born 100 years too late. That's probably what his problem is.
Oh yeah.
Although I'm not entirely sure his attitude would be welcome amongst the era of the amateur, and when tennis was even more of an upper class sport than it is now.
And perhaps to the point, Bernard Tomic withdrew before his semi-final match in Doha this week after a very tight clash in the quarters. So I think he was probably a bit knackered after that, and that was the reason.
Was that a challenger or an
ITF 25K? Last week he was in the final of a 15K.
I was going to say, I didn't remember there being a Doha event in either the main or the challenger tours. ITF.
He hasn't played the challenger since I think the summer.
Yeah, that would say so. Yeah, his decline's been somewhat disappointing.
Yeah, he says though that he's gonna get back into the top 100 this year.
He does it.
Yeah, I mean, last year he was basically winning ITFs as he whenever he wanted in the second half of 2022. So, it was his return to that circuit. I think after like 10 years, and yeah, it seems like he's still a lot better than most players at this level. It's just a question whether he can actually produce consistent enough results on the Challenger Tour, and I think that's gonna be an issue though. At least to get into the top 100, to get enough points, that's going to be rough. But maybe he can work out an Australian Open qualifying wildcard for next year or something like that. That would even be something. I honestly thought he might get it this year.
Yeah, it still could possibly be on. But by the way, have you got the Djokovic-Dimitrov match on at all, or is it because I don't want to do a score?
Not really. I don't think so.
Djokovic broke the opening service game of Dimitrov in the 3rd set, so Djokovic very much in control of that match. So apologies if anyone's looking for like updates, like more detailed updates. I think our kind of summary. I mean, I haven't watched any of it, but like you've watched a bit. Damien John's watched a bit. I think we'd probably say that Djokovic is, despite Dimitrov really making a real scrap out of it, is looking pretty good overall. Would that be fair? Oh, Damien's lost sound. I'll have to wait for some technical difficulties. We'll get some input on Djokovic. Having said that, look, as we have a change of ends on Murray-Bautista Agut, Dimitrov actually has break points to get back on serve in the 3rd set on the live score. I'm watching the Murray match, so I can't I can't describe the points to you, but I will let you know if the score changes. I think we've got some sound.
Yeah, hey Nick. My microphone battery died. Anyway, you were asking about the Djokovic match. Yeah, the parts of it that we saw were really good. I think from both sides. Wasn't really Dimitrov going for anything crazy. I think in general in recent years in big matches he's kind of looked underpowered. Like he doesn't really have a way to kill neutral rallies in a way with that forehand. It's not quite at the Federer Del Potro level of power, or Fernando Gonzalez, definitely not. But yeah, he was doing very well. Djokovic was probably looking better in terms of his movement than against Quaco or Carballés Baena. So I think this is a very promising sign for Djokovic. And of course, like if he's moving well, I don't really see him losing to Alex de Minaur. But the quarterfinal, especially if we get it against Rune, I really want to see that match. That will be something absurdly good after their Paris final. And as it seems, Rune has no problem of taking that form into 2023. Of course, he had that loss to Yoshihito Nishioka. But I think we can sort of just put it down to, of course, Nishioka being such a tricky opponent to face, and perhaps the first match of 2023 just being a little... Rune just being a little rusty, because at the Australian Open he's been sublime. Bautista Agut has a bit of a chance though on the Andy Murray at the Andy Murray serve. He chased down a drop shot and then won the point with a volley.
Yeah, that was a lovely volley from Bautista. I mean, he's been absolutely brutal with Murray in this game. Like that first point, he was moving Murray around all over the place, and then that get with that sort of backhand volley in the air was pretty impressive. So, yeah. What Andy being made to work very hard, and the question is whether he's got the energy for that.
Yeah, again, it feels like he really needs this set, which was something we said in set number 2 as well. I wonder how this match would have looked, if Murray was in full shape, because it's not like Bautista Agut is playing poorly, right? He's not exactly giving Murray the opportunity to be back into the match. Like it's actually Andy taking it. So maybe if he was in top physical shape, we would have seen a classic 5-hour battle, which we still might get.
We still might get it. I mean, I agree with you in saying this set's crucial. I'd also say the fourth set is crucial, because I don't think Andy can afford to drop another set, really.
So Andy is basically under pressure in every set now.
Yeah, pretty much. He gets the first point of the game with a nice sort of coming into the net, taking the ball out of the air with an overhead to take it to 15-30. I mean, yeah, because even if he comes through this, I mean, Tommy Paul isn't a grinder like Roberto Bautista Agut, but he's going to make you work. He's definitely going to need some energy for that one if he did come through for that.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think Tommy Paul plays a very sort of physical style, athleticism. He's just amazing in that department. So yeah. It's gonna be really hard again if Murray can come through, but this time he wouldn't finish at the ungodly hour of what was it, like 3 a.m. No, 4 a.m. already, right, in Melbourne. So this time he would have more time to recover. So perhaps if he comes through, it would actually be easier. But now Bautista Agut has 2 breakpoints, and if he takes one of them, he will serve for the third set. It's a second serve from Murray as well. So there's an even bigger opportunity for the Spaniard. It's backhand return down the middle. Murray is slicing the ball. Again, pretty much the same pattern. And he gets to play an inside-out forehand. Inside-in, sorry. They're basically playing down the middle, but Andy is trying to open things up. Bautista Agut is moving extremely well to cover his forehand corner again. And now they're playing. Bautista Agut makes an unforced error of the backhand side. There's been a lot of these backhand to backhand rallies, and Bautista Agut, of course, is not really getting much out of them. That's the weaker wing for the Spaniard for sure. Especially in slower conditions, it can sometimes lack depth. Here, it's probably perfectly fine most of the time, but he does make an unforced error with it. He wasn't able to get out of that unfavorable pattern, And now Murray has another break. I mean, Bautista Agut has another break point, and it's going to be a second serve again, which does not seem to be giving Andy much of an advantage in the rally. But Bautista Agut is also not crushing it. This time it gave him a bit of an advantage, and he did get a couple of great forehands. Another amazing covering of the forehand corner from Bautista Agut. Murray is blasting the forehand though, but it's not giving him much yet. Backhand down the line, there was a bit of a net cord, and Bautista Agut was actually confused by that. It seems like the net cord helped Murray there a bit, just gave less time for Bautista Agut to prepare, and the Spaniard makes another. Well, is it an unforced error if it's after a net cord? If it's after a net cord like that, I think it could be.
Yeah, it's a difficult pickup, isn't it? So yeah, I think you probably go into like the forced error category because it's a much harder ball to control. I think it depends on the type of that cord as well, right? I think I would so what was the ball like when he got to it? And I mean, to be fair, he was probably expecting something slightly different. But yeah, good saves of those 2 break points for Andy Murray. He's missed the first serve again, though, which is going to frustrate him a little bit. But he still knows that he's still very much in this game, despite those 2 missed opportunities. Tacks on the second turn, backhand. They're going backhand to backhand. Murray changes direction. Bautista moves Murray in with the forehand. They're kind of moving each other around the court a lot. Murray's now slicing to the Bautista backhand, just got the line. Murray goes cross court on the forehand. Bautista drop shot to Murray, but Murray's got to it. Goes really sharp.
Oh, he's gone wide.
Yeah,
he's gone wide. Murray hunches down, frustrated at the miss and the energy it took to get to it. Yeah, miles out. It wasn't. That was frustrating for frustrating. He got there, but the angle was just a little bit too sharp with his counter drop shot. So it was another break point for Roberto Bautista Agut to see how he progresses. So Andy Murray's going to serve. He's going to hope for a first serve, although as Damien said, second serves he's been doing all right off. Oh, and yeah, he's put the first serve into the net. Can't find a first serve at the minute. High tension. He needs this set because if he gets broken here, Bautista Agut's serving for it for a 2-1 lead, and that's going to be a massive mountain to climb then compared to a 1-set lead at the beginning of the match. As Murray slices, it's very much Bautista Agut going to the Murray backhand constantly, trying to see if that breaks down. Murray goes inside up with the backhand, and that's it. 5-3 Bautista Agut. He's serving for a 2-1 lead. And that was, just couldn't execute that sort of change of direction off the backhand, Murray.
Yeah, I thought that was Daniel Jimeno-Traver in Roberto Bautista's box. I forgot that they started working together. Of course, the older Spaniard was still a professional tennis player like a couple of years ago. Anyway, Bautista Agut is about to serve for the set, which, as we said earlier, could be extremely crucial for Murray because, getting back and winning 2 more, that could be a challenge.
Yeah, he was clutching his knee at the end of that last game as well. I think whether that's real or imaginary, he's definitely feeling it in terms of, there's probably a physical niggle, probably rather than a long-term injury. But I wouldn't be surprised if, he's at the stage where he's feeling discomfort in his body. He's just pummeling him with the inside-out forehand at the minute, then changing direction with it, trying to dictate with the forehand, moving him around.
Oh, that's beautiful. That was a great running forehand defense from Murray, though. But yeah, Bautista Agut picks up the half volley from the baseline, and it's just far too good for Murray to recover there. Amazing point from the Spaniard.
Excellent piece of point construction from Roberto Bautista Agut. He's had some great. He's does so well at building points.
Yep. Yeah, when he can just play, when he can have that forehand inside out, inside in, he's just gonna keep moving you around and eventually find the opportunity to kill the rally. He is, of course, considered a grinder, but he's actually a fairly aggressive player when he can get that forehand going, and when he can just move the ball around the court with such insane precision.
That is true. Yeah, I think it's definitely precision. But everything else, he's definitely very good dictating with the forehand. I suspect he grinds because he's learned to adapt his game around when he can't get the forehand into play. And he's still very good at keeping himself in the point. For those who are interested, Djokovic is now a double break, 3-love up in the third set against Grigor Dimitrov. So 2 sets and 2 breaks up, and it's 3 set points for Roberto Bautista Agut against Andy Murray. It may well be that Claire's streak of Andy Murray winning every match she's gone to see him live may be coming to an end, sadly. But what a return from Andy Murray! But it wasn't enough. But it was wide, and it's game and third set to Bautista Agut, who now seems very much in control of this match. And we were saying Murray was out of steam in the first set. He got himself back in it. He looked out of steam again. Can he get himself back in it?
I'll give Damien the mic again in a second, but I actually kind of missed the latter stages of that set. I see Djokovic as a double breakup now in the third set, so that is reaching its predictable conclusion, and Djokovic is set to play de Minaur in the 4th round, despite Dr. Pavi's prognosis. What do I want to ask? Oh, yeah, Nick, how long are you okay to stay with us for today?
I've basically got all day.
Oh, great. So you at least until the end of Murray-Bautista Agut anyway.
Yeah, for sure. I can
Which
stay,
is going to be another 2 hours, by the way, because we know it's going to a 5th.
Yeah. We've got to get all that. Maybe Jane was on something by offering to donate all that money for every game that he won. Maybe she was just not convinced he was going to win that many more.
she may have been. I mean, it might end up being $3, by the way. We'll see. I guess every game from here on should be a bonus. I hope that doesn't put Andy under any more unnecessary pressure, knowing that there's $1 for every game that he wins. But maybe that may add to his motivation. Maybe he's short on motivation in terms of a first Australian Open title for him. Morning, Jethro. Jethro, by the way, you're more than welcome to join us if you wish to in the commentary booth. I'm actually going to go and get a coffee. So I hope that you two, at the very least, are okay for 20 minutes or so. If sound goes on one mic, it just probably means switching it. But Nick is very good at pulling the Titanic at least 2/3 of the way across the Atlantic Ocean. But keep an eye out for icebergs.
Absolutely. I can give it a go. Well,
somebody should have just said, keep an eye out for icebergs. I mean, I know they did say that, but maybe with a bit more of a watchful eye.
Yes, well,
anyway, I think I've thrown you a curveball there, sorry, Nick.
I'll definitely be keeping an eye on the tennis and seeing what Andy Murray can produce. Jethro's asking, how's your hangover? You definitely are not hungover, John.
No, I'm fine. And despite some weird things going on with my hair, I mean, I enjoyed a few beers. In fact, we had a few talking tennis beers, didn't we, at the beginning of the evening last night? I actually feel the best that I felt in a week. Maybe I should have beers more often, because I've had 5 days off the beers, if you like, and but very little sleep. And now I had a great night's sleep. Woke up at 8 o'clock, raring to go. I don't know if everybody felt that way, but Damien's doing all right. Funny enough, the person who really didn't drink very much last night is the one who needs the rest the most. It's Mario. But Mario, I believe, he was on the sofa when I emerged at 8 o'clock this morning, and I think he was covering the tennis for a website or two throughout the night. So he's worse for wears, despite not really having much more than one beer. How are you, Jethro, by the way? I don't know. Maybe you're hungover. Who knows?
I didn't see many texts from him last night. Generally, that means that the more messages you get from Jethro, the more he's had.
Yeah. But anyway, talking tennis news, the news currently is that Djokovic is on the verge of which round is it? 4th? And
Fourth, yeah.
Murray in a spot above, obviously 2-1 down. I'm going to hand the mic back to our friend Damien.
I mean, actually,
Jeffrey
on the
says he's
Djokovic
doing
thing as well.
good and finally slept for more than 4 hours. Yeah, I think I did too. Although I don't quite remember how I went to bed or actually slept on the couch here until 6 a.m.
Yeah, I saw you. I forgot that. Just give it a second.
So I didn't go to. So you left and then I went to sleep. Okay.
Yeah. We went to the pub for one, maybe 2 beers at about 11 o'clock. And I left Mario and Damien. And I remember returning at about 2 a.m. thinking, I guess I could watch a bit of tennis. I mean, I was super tired. But I thought if either of the boys are up watching tennis, I may have another beer at home and enjoy that. But Mario was tucked up in bed, I guess. And Damien was, what do you call it, prostate on the couch. And here we are once again. And Jethro says he's feeling pretty similar as well, finally getting a good night's sleep. And normality has returned, at least for a day or two. I'm actually thinking about doing a similar thing tonight. I think a night off followed by some 9 a.m. tennis tomorrow morning. And we'll see how that pans out. Of course, Mario and Damien are heading back to their homelands today. But I'm sure we'll be seeing them throughout the next 7 days. And it would be great to have you on, Nick, between now and next Sunday. At some point,
we'll give it a go. We'll talk more about availability and such as and when. I mean, your strategy of sleeping tomorrow may be good, except that the bulk of the tennis is going to be happening overnight, so our time. So there's no night session on Margaret Court, only on Rod Laver. That's Tsitsipas and Sinner Open, followed by Azarenka versus Zhu.
Okay, well, I mean,
and then
listen. Tsitsipas Sinner could be exciting, and that might be sort of where we pick things up again tomorrow.
Yeah, could do.
What are the matches through the night that are mouth-watering?
So I would say you've got on Rod Laver, not before 1:30 a.m. GMT, 2:30 European time. Iga Swiatek against Elena Rybakina, the two remaining Grand Slam champions from last year who have not retired.
The winners of the last 3 Grand Slams, right?
Yeah, so they take each other on the fourth round. At the same time, on Margaret Court Arena, Ostapenko is taking on Goff. Then following Iga and Elena is Hubert Hurkacz against Sebastian Korda. And not before 4:30 a.m. GMT, 5:30 a.m. Central European time, the Hechka and Auger-Aliassime. And then Pegula and Krejcikova is the last match on John Cain Arena, which is not before 6 a.m. GMT, 7 a.m. Central European time.
7 a.m. John. It's fine. Not before 7 a.m. You'll just wake up at 7.
7 a.m. on a Sunday morning. Not so sure. That does sound exciting, but we'll see. It'll have to be a spontaneous decision, but 9 a.m. is more realistic.
Yeah, 9 a.m. is more. I mean, like, I'm toying with the idea of like how much can I watch? Like, part of me is going, do I watch Swiatek Rybakina because that just looks like an absolute cracker? Yeah, but at the same time, do I also, if Iga loses, do I want to sleep through that? So
not before 2:30. And that's after a men's legend doubles match. So I suppose. And by the way, the men's legends, I have to say that the Bryans playing together is like a cheat code. That should not be happening. And they're playing Baghdatis Philippoussis. I mean, no, come on.
Yeah, no, it's just an excuse for the Bryan brothers to win more titles.
Yeah, and they did, I think, at Wimbledon or the US Open, like somewhere they played or the men's legends doubles already, and yeah.
By the way, back to the tennis. Andy Murray's in a tough opening game of his fourth set. It's deuce. Set 4 is not starting the way Andy Murray and his fans would be hoping. But Bautista goes wide with the forehand, so gives Murray a game point to get another game on the board for him, which he'll need to kind of build some momentum back up.
And I do agree that Swiatek Rybakina might be like the prime match that everyone should watch tomorrow. Although I did say in our off-stream talk yesterday that Rybakina was gonna have Basically 100% chance to win. I stand by it. It was before I drank all the rum, so I was still sane at the time, still sober pretty much. So yeah, I think Lehečka Ožalia is gonna be another treat to watch. Tsitsipas Sinner, I'm kind of, these are two established players. I'm kind of already bored with this matchup, honestly. The Lehečka Ožalia one definitely feels more fresh to me.
Yeah, I think pretty much every single match that's happening tomorrow is worth keeping an eye on, worth watching. There may be some, like even Nishioka and Khachanov or Azarenka. Maybe Azarenka Zhu, probably the least interesting one, because I think she might struggle to bounce back. I'm seeing a shot from Rod Laver Arena on my screen, by the way, of the trainer out for, is that Djokovic or Dimitrov? It's hard to tell.
That's Djokovic, and that's the hamstring, yes.
His
the
hamstring
trainer is out indeed. We have a shot of that.
Okay, despite being 4-1 up in the third set. And that's, of course, that's an old shot.
It looks like they've started again, though, and Djokovic is low 30 up. So I guess maybe I should turn it on and see if he's moving all right, because that kind of seems, we don't know how he lost these 2 points, but since there was the visit.
I think that'd be a smart move.
No, it wasn't in game, no. It was on the changeover.
Oh, what a forehand from Andy Murray. Forehand winner, 15-all. To get to 15-all on the Bautista good serve. That's a bigger forehand than he's hit for a while.
If Djokovic holds to win the third set, then Andy Murray is going to be the only loser today on the men's side to take a set.
Okay, interesting. That shows his class, right? That's what champions do. Maximize every opportunity they can get, even if there's not many.
You said that, not me. No, yeah, of course. It's been a fantastic effort to keep it close, especially after the way he was moving, the way he was looking like so incredibly stiff for the first set and a half. I think this has been a fantastic effort for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, and maybe this will help. Like his rankings dropped a little bit. As a result of
Sydney
sort of losing some points. Yeah, losing some points from reaching the final last year. He's not going to get many of them back, but he'll have about 2/3 of them back, 60% of them back, which will hopefully keep him somewhere nearish the top 50. But
how did he do at the Australian Open last year?
He went out. It wasn't third round. I think he played the Australia. What did you do?
I cannot remember. Yeah,
has it?
He must have played after Sydney, right?
Yeah, he did. He did.
Who did he lose to?
He definitely didn't get third round. It was like first or second round. I think. But actually, he's got a break point.
Yeah, no, he's got great point. Bautista Agut hits a serve down the tee, but Murray is into that rally. Again, the Spaniard is moving him with the forehand, but Murray is back in it. But he doesn't really convert the advantage that was there for a moment. Now keeping Bautista Agut on his backhand, but moves him to the forehand side. And we get to see another backhand exchange. Murray is definitely looking very slow in this one, but it's Bautista Agut who misses that shot. Another backhand unforced error. Oh, Taro Daniel.
Yeah, second round last year lost to Taro Daniel.
We've talked about it like 100 times on the stream this week, and then I forgot it. Maybe it's the hangover. But yeah, he beat Nicolas Basilashvili in 5 sets, then lost to Taro Daniel, who was having basically the form of his life in Australia last year in straights. Djokovic is definitely moving okay, though, so that's not a concern. It's not, the hamstring issue was not as huge as we thought it might be. And he is playing a great rally with Dimitrov, who wins the point, but it's just deuce, because after going 30 love up, Dimitrov did not win. any points since. Well, by the way, Bautista Agut, whenever he stretched to his forehand corner, it's just beautiful how he moves there.
Yeah, I'll have to pay a bit more attention to that, but you're possibly right.
He basically does it like on the slide. If Murray plays one of these, Jack calls them hook forehands from Andy. If he plays one of these hooky forehands to Bautista Agut's forehand corner, and of course, usually the Spaniard finds himself positioned more to the backhand side as he wants to run around it. Then he's just basically sliding to the ball, and I think he's been getting it right every single time.
So I'll have to pay a bit more close attention to that. Murray's love 15 down. Djokovic on juice at 4-1 in his service game. Still, it's an odd match against Dimitrov because it could take him 3 hours to win in straight sets. But Bautista Agut and Murray into another backhand exchange. Now Bautista Agut's gone to the forehand. Murray's moving him around. Drop shot Bautista Agut. Murray can't get there. Love 30.
Yeah, that's just nasty. We could see another Del Potro Del Bonis here.
Oh, he's shouting something.
The drop shot will definitely be a more and more important tactic from Bautista Agut as the match goes on. Djokovic dumps a forehand into the net, and it's deuce again in the 4-1 game. He is, though, still 2 breaks up, so it feels like the Serbian should just cruise to the semis. Pavici is very, very happy at the moment, although maybe in his opinion the hamstring has reached another grade, so maybe he's not actually. I will check his Twitter feed actually.
Yeah. I mean, obviously we've not been able to watch the whole match, but what is it about this Dimitrov-Djokovic match that's made it so long? Because it's like, is Dimitrov just competing, or is it Djokovic just making a lot of errors?
I mean, the first set was 77 minutes. And to be honest with you, like the parts of it that I saw were just absolutely excellent. And I think it was Dimitrov, competing, coming close, but not taking the set as he usually does, I suppose.
Yeah. Murray,
we definitely thought that maybe, Dimitrov could have a chance if Djokovic is hampered, and he's not. But Dimitrov, for a set and a half at least, he was really pushing Novak and forcing him to play his best stuff. Right now they're still tied at 40. Rally at deuce at 1-4, and basically they've played like 25 shots I think already.
Andy Murray misses a forehand swing volley at the net. And it's 30-40. He's already now break point down again. So he's frustrated with himself for how he's played there. So potentially could get Bautista back into this set, which would be frustrating for him.
Djokovic lost his balance again and was on the ground another time with a forehand. Of course, we've seen it happen a few times in his career, but I wonder if it also he was initially he didn't fall, but then it looked like something maybe itched in his leg. Yeah, this is looking very weird. But he is moving okay though. When once he got up, I don't know.
Maybe the adrenaline's helping him not feel it too much during points, but maybe it's causing him discomfort when he's not moving.
Possibly.
Bautista Agut misses a backhand cross court, so the break point has been saved. It's deuce at 2 love for Murray. I think pretty much every service game he's had recently seems to have gone to deuce. I just had a look at the stats, and the Australian Open are recording. Djokovic is making 19 unforced errors for the whole match. Dimitrov 48.
But he's probably at like a similar winner count as well. Dimitrov, is he?
Yeah, 48 winners, 26 unforced errors. Djokovic's unforced error count's just gone up to 20, by the way. So.
Yeah, and it's 4-2 in the third. Still a breakup. So there's still... Actually, Dimitrov hasn't held yet in that set. It's 4-2, and it's been 2 breaks for the Bulgarian.
Another breakpoint opportunity for Bautista Agut. This game's closing in on the 5-minute mark. In the third game of the fourth set, Murray leading this set 2 love. Bautista Agut is 2-1 up. Hopefully that all made sense. It was Murray again, not happy with how he played the previous point. So that could be tricky. Let's see if he can save yet another break point, but goes wide with the first serve. So second serve opportunity for Andy Murray. Grigor Dimitrov already in control of his following service game to continue to put pressure on Novak Djokovic in their match. Andy Murray serves out wide again. Bautista goes back to him with the backhand. And we're going to another backhand exchange. We are doing, but Murray changes direction to go to the Bautista forehand. Now they're going forehand to forehand at the minute. Murray tries to change direction again. Backhand cross court slice from Murray. Forehand dip. Bautista gets take control. Murray goes cross court on the forehand. Bautista gets now moving around. That slice was very low over there. Bautista gets slice in return. It's now a battle of the slices. Forehand Bautista, forehand Murray, forehand Bautista. They're going cross court. Murray now slices his forehand because he couldn't. It's very low. Again, Murray's tried to drop shot on a very poor. If that was attempted a drop shot, that just went miles over the service line. And Murray goes long with the forehand. Murray tries to change direction, puts the forehand over the baseline. They're back on serve in this fourth set, and Murray is making, I don't know if it's sarcastic co-signed or whether he's saying his team, don't worry, I'm actually feeling all right, I'm just frustrated. But it's 2-1, Murray back on serve, and this set's been going for 20 minutes.
Pavi has been pretty quiet on Twitter. It seems only like 5 tweets since the beginning of the match. So I don't know his opinion on the hamstring issue. Oh, actually, he has just tweeted, and it's need to just get this match done ASAP and then rest and recover. So, he is not happy about the state of his hamstring, it seems. Dimitrov has help, though, and it's now going to be 4-3 Djokovic and serve. He still has the break, but he lost the last 2 games. Maybe there's actually something happening here. We'll see.
Yeah, it's we're both a change of ends in both matches, so we can both take a little bit of a breather. I'm just having a look and seeing. Obviously, we've seen the winner, just the count, and it's definitely Dimitrov seems to be, according to the stats, playing quite a lot of sort of high risk tennis. Going big as much as he possibly can.
That's what he needs to do, right? If he wants to beat guys like that. That's what he was doing when he had his best moments in his career. Definitely.
Yeah, and look, we know what Dimitrov's like. Like, he can come out and play explosive tennis and beat pretty much anyone. I would say probably his best match, even though he lost it, that he played was that semi-final against Rafael Nadal at the Australian Open semi-finals 6 years ago, 2017, where he lost, but he played super well, made it super competitive, and against anyone else probably would have won that match.
Yeah, maybe such a tough matchup with with the one-hander, but he held it. He held up super well. Yeah, I think it was like did he have a lead in the 5th? I don't know. I can't remember. Or maybe he was.
I know the match. I haven't actually gone back and watched it. I know the match by reputation,
okay.
More than anything else. But I'm aware that he made it close.
I think there are some, pretty good highlights on YouTube if you want to. Yeah, it's possible that it's the best match of Dimitrov's career. Why not? Perhaps you'd find some, I don't know, ATP finals, maybe, that campaign.
Yeah, well, he won that one, yeah. 2017 was his best year on tour, by far. Yeah.
World number 3 at year end, which is... the only year, of course, he was in the top. He finished in the top 10, and ever since, did he finish 2014 as well in the top 10? Maybe.
I think he would. I think he was top 10 2014. Don't think he qualified for the finals, but
I don't think he made it to the finals. But maybe I'm actually. Maybe he was. Maybe he finished 2014 as well in the top 10. But definitely still a huge contrast between finishing top 10 barely and what he was doing on the court in 2017. Of course, that was also perhaps caused by weaker years from Djokovic and Murray. There was the opportunity to do that other than Federer and Nadal. Well, they basically dominated the sport in that year completely. They won all 4 slams between them, and yeah.
So which year are you talking about there? 2012?
17. Sorry.
17. Federer-Nadal. Yes, you're right. Yeah, that was such a strange season because we thought kind of they were done, and then
they played that Australian Open final, right? It feels like such a Federer was coming back after 6 months of after a knee injury, I think that he got setting up a bath for his kids, and then he comes back after 6 months, only plays 3 matches at the Hopman Cup, so basically an exhibition event, wins the event as the 17th seed. Nadal was number 9, I think, beats his biggest nemesis, also beats 4 top 10 players along their way, which perhaps even it's his most impressive slam campaign. And it actually turned out that final set up it just continued throughout the season, their dominance. It wasn't just a one-off as everyone sort of thought. And I remember Federer saying before the final that like even if he cannot walk for the next 6 months, he's just gonna give it everything. And he did 3 5-setters along the way, right? He played with Nishikori, with Wawrinka, and Nadal. Lost a set to Jürgen Melzer in the opening round, and also was in massive trouble in one set with Noah Rubin in the second round, which kind of just tells you how it was a real challenge, because in the first 2 rounds he was not playing well. Perhaps he was a little lucky with the draw there, getting Melzer, and then I think he was guaranteed to face a qualifier. But since the Berdic match in round 3, he was just flawless, basically.
Gabi, look, that I as a Federer fan, I just love that tournament, and like it wasn't a perfect run, but like for the context, that fighting performance, especially through you said 4 top 10 players, beating the Nadal in the way he did. That was special. But moving on from Australian Open 2017 to Australian Open 2023.
Dimitrov was 11th in 2014, by the way. I'll just mention that. 13
or 14.
He was in the top 10, maybe, I think, at some point, but he didn't finish in it.
Okay. Yeah, do you know what? I think that makes sense because that Cilic threw a spanner in the works there. Anyway, so Murray's looking a little bit sluggish. There were a couple of points in the last Bautista service game to level at 2-2 that didn't look great, and then Bautista again drop shotting him coming into off the back of a Murray drop shot. So 15-2, 2-2, Murray's serving. Meanwhile, on the match Damien's keeping an eye on, Dimitrov and Djokovic. Dimitrov is serving at 3-5 to stay in the match in the 3rd set. So Murray's tried to come in and puts a drop shot attempt into the net, and it's 15-13. It's really not looking good for the Scot right now. But Dimitrov looking to try and extend the match on Rod Laver Arena if possible. Murray's team looking very concerned right now on the Margaret Court Arena, looking on Ivan Lendl.
He's not sitting next to Judy anymore, by the way. He changed his seat. Do you think they had an argument?
Maybe he's like, I can't sit next to this ball of stress. Ace from Andy Murray to make it 30-all, which will make him feel a little bit better, but he's still potentially 2 points away from going a break down in the 4th, which would be maybe not a final nail in the coffin, but the second to last. Let's have a look. Good serve from Murray, but it was let. So no attention here. Bautista gets ready to receive whatever comes at him. Murray seems to get thrown off his rhythm a little bit. Here we go. Serves out wide. Bautista gets it on the forehand. Murray tries to make it run. Bautista lifts it up. Murray has to get on the backhand volley, which he gets it in. It looked like it might be. That was a very, very easy volley to get wrong, but Murray gets it in, and it's 40-30. And his team's on their feet. He's still fighting. He's still in this somehow. I'm not entirely sure how, but he is. It's not over till it's over. That's my new slogan for Australian Open 2023.
Looks like Dimitrov will probably hold. He is 40 love up in that game, so he will ask the question.
Okay. Which, Djokovic had that question asked him so many times. He's usually delivered. Good rally here from Murray and Bautista are good. They're kind of playing with each other a bit. They're going back. It's getting backhand exchanges. Murray kind of going in the middle. Bautista kind of aggressively goes up the line with his backhand. Murray and then finishes him off with going back behind Murray with a forehand. It's deuce, and Murray again leaning over and holding the knee as he realizes that him running to try and make sure he maintains good court position. He couldn't change direction to go back towards the forehand that Bautista was sending behind him. So it does feel like Bautista-Agut's just moving Murray as much as he possibly can.
Yeah, and Dimitrov wins that game with a great sort of half volley forehand cross-court. And Djokovic will serve for the match after the changeover. It's over 3 hours already on the Dimitrov-Djokovic match.
Definitely,
but
one.
It's only the 77-minute set that was that long. Sort of relating to your question from a while ago.
Oh, lob winner from Bautista-Agut to set up break point again. Murray, that was very close to the baseline. Yeah, probably like 77 minutes. That's what. That's still an hour and 45 minutes for ish for the other two sets, which still long, but not as long.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah.
49 minutes, I think, for the 6-3 set, and then it's like 50 something for the 5-4 now. Yeah, it is long, but not overall. No, it's gonna be a great workout for Djokovic if he can serve it out here. Definitely, we're also expecting, even if it's a straight set win for him next time over Alex de Minaur, it's gonna be a workout as well with the way the Aussie covers the court, the foot speed that he has. So, but I think we've seen today that Djokovic, despite his injury, can play some very high quality tennis. Still, if he gets to Rune in the quarters, for example, if Rune beats Rublev, for now, after seeing what I've seen so far in this event, I actually think that Holger would be the winner of that match, the likely winner. But we'll see.
Yeah. Just a quick update on Murray. He says Lantos to save break point. On your point, and Murray goes back behind to set up a game point. On your point about Djokovic, and I agree with that assessment. And Rune definitely could challenge him. But here's the thing. So let's say hypothetically somehow actually Andrei Rublev is the one who comes past Holger Rune. Surely Rublev with his game could exploit any movement issues Djokovic might have.
Yeah, I just after watching their match, was it the ATP finals, I think? The Rublev backhand was just such a liability in this matchup, going against Djokovic, and I kind of lost faith. Although, yeah, of course it's possible. Peaking sort of Andrei Rublev can definitely stop him.
Rune's more likely
and challenge the movement.
Rune is definitely more likely to cause him problems.
He just doesn't have any exploitable weaknesses, right? Like, what's really his weakness? Having no experience on the stage? Is that like the only thing, really? Perhaps the serve, if it's not really clicking, but in the past couple of months, it's been for sure.
Murray dictating the point there to get the game with a backhand winner, moving Bautista-Agut around. It's 3-2. I think whilst they're having a changeover, let's focus on the Dimitrov-Djokovic match because that looks like it's 2 points from the end, according to my live score.
By the way, Jeffro asked you to talk about the match with Garcia. Because he nearly had a heart attack when she went down.
I mean, I kind of did when I saw the score, so I covered it on the stream earlier, and it was Sigmund was serving really well. She was attacking the Garcia serve. I just think that Sigmund couldn't maintain the required level. Garcia was clutch when she needed to be, and sort of battened down the hatches at words. I mean, like, it was a close 6-1 set. It wasn't a dropping. Like, there were a lot of juice games in that set. It's just it was a battle, but Garcia came through it in the end, kind of unexpectedly. But Sigmund did make it tough for her. I think it was just Sigmund playing a great match.
There was a 31-shot rally in the Djokovic match, and he sets up match point with it. But he did look like he was like very much in pain when he finished it. I don't know. That's kind of, he just started, then waving to the crowd to start cheering louder, and Dimitrov did the same, which was I don't know. I wasn't sarcastic. I mean, he's too much points down. I'm not sure what was in Grigor's mind, what the intention of that was. But yeah, on the Garcia match, I only saw a few games near the end of it, but there was that breakpoint moment for Siegemund at 3-4 down, I think, in the third, and Garcia just came up with some very quick clutch serves, which definitely helped her there. So I also saw a bit of, good performance under pressure from her, even in just a few games. And Dimitrov misses the forehand, so it's Djokovic in the fourth round. He can now rest up, recover, and be prepared for another tough fitness session with Alex de Minaur.
Can you imagine if, and this is a big if, I'm not saying this is a likely scenario, but somehow you've got a Novak Djokovic Andy Murray semi-final, and it would basically be two mid-30s men, both Djokovic with a hamstring injury, Murray absolutely knackered. It probably wouldn't quite live up to some of their classic matches. It would be what happens if you take their movement away from them and put them against each other.
Yeah, and I know it's not necessarily a popular call with the fans of either player, but I don't think that would be good for the sport. We need to start seeing some new guys at the top. Although I did actually think about the possibility of that like a couple of hours ago, that we can have a Djokovic Murray semi. When can they meet? It would be absolutely absurd, yeah. Just a hospital there for Djokovic with his hamstring, probably grade 225 by that point. We need to ask Pavi and the physio source to confirm, but I think that's a fair guess. And of course Murray. Yeah, if he just plays 5 sets all the way until the semifinals.
Like, just keep going. Like, yeah, because I could see Tommy Paul taking him 5. And then
Shelton or Wolf, like that's a problem. That's an actual problem for Murray, I think. If he was to beat Bautista Agut here and then beat Tommy Paul, which would be another tough workout, and then he gets to play Shelton or Wolf, who just have so much power, I don't know. I think that's the round that could be the end of Murray's run if he can continue it here. But we'll see. I mean, of course, it would also be very likely that Tommy Paul beats him big as well. Another 5 sets, another 5-setter. There is no telling that he would recover. Do you remember Wawrinka Murray match last year where they both had trainers out? When was that?
Yeah. Was that last year?
I remember some of their matches because they were meeting a few times, like in recent years, like Roland Garros, Antwerp.
Yeah,
but that's a few years back.
They both had trainers up. Yeah, like
Cincinnati. Okay, I did not watch it. I did not watch it.
No, I do remember that one. Yeah, that was an odd match. That one, yeah, wasn't a great look for. Murray, by the way, forehand winner inside out to make it 50-all.
He's getting fired up here, but I can't blame him after that inside out forehand winner. Yeah,
I think he's realised that maybe he's realising that he can't move, he can't grind. He's going to have to play more aggressively to have a hope of winning this match, and he's definitely upping the pace on the forehand if possible. He's got enough energy to do that. But change of direction just seems a bit of a problem for him at the minute. So he doesn't want to be in a position where he has to do that a lot. Nice backhand cross court. Murray finishes at the net with a forehand, 30-15. Again, nice aggressive play for Murray. James suggesting it might be cramp. Could be cramp. And I don't have commentary on, so I can't confirm. But yeah,
tomorrow at 10:30, by the way, a local time, Hurkacz and Świątek will practice together on Rod Laver Arena before the sort of Polish duo of matches there.
It's basically Poland's day on Rod Laver Arena tomorrow.
Yeah, and today as well, Linette-Alexandrova. And what a great point from Murray again.
Yeah, covers the net really well. Makes up for not a great overhead, but makes up with an excellent forehand volley. Yeah, Eileen, I know you're not necessarily kind of like me as a Brit, like not necessarily a fan of the British, like your home players just because they're home players. Like I like Murray for his story more than because he's British.
Okay. Yeah, I actually want Rybakina to win. I think I would love for her to get a big run and as a slam again. Not really prove herself, because I don't think she doesn't need to prove herself. Definitely not to me, but just get more recognition for that slam title. Whoa, wow! Mari's just out of position and decides to blast the ball down the line with the forehand, and it works out. It was pretty fantastic as well. Yeah, I just want Rybakina to get more recognition. She's been a very underappreciated major champion. I think a lot of that just comes from the ranking. The fact that she didn't get into the WTA finals, the fact that after Wimbledon, she got such hard draws because of that ranking again, especially at the WTA 500 level, which recently has had just insane draws. So she needs points, Rybakina, since she was robbed last year. And I don't really think that Świątek can win this event either. I think that the courts just don't really suit her, and I think Rybakina has a great matchup with her. So I actually would want Rybakina to win. Hurkacz, Korda, I guess I don't mind either way. Sebi is so exciting right now that he's made this progress. I do wish that Magdalena wins against Alexandrova today, though. Probably the most fired up moment about Poles in this event that I've had was when she had a phenomenal set and a half against Kontaveit. And that was one where I really was feeling the patriotism in that one. But I actually want Rybakina over Świątek tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be rooting for Świątek, but I will not mind if Rybakina wins, because I like you. I agree. I think she should. I think she deserves to have a good run again somewhere. Murray's leaping around, trying to G everyone up, show that he's still got energy, still in this match, pumping the crowd up, pumping his fans up. I mean, it's definitely interesting talking to you, because you're definitely up for a new generation coming into tennis on the men's and the women's sides, and sort of some new names kind of being at the top. I know we've been kind of the downside of having the big three is, whilst you've had some excellent quality tennis over the years, as Bautista goes long on the forehand for love 15, it's definitely, for people who like a little bit more variety, seeing the same people at the top is not maybe as interesting.
Yeah, but as a Federer fan, honestly, I did not mind any Federer Djokovic or Federer Nadal matchups. I mean, maybe on clay I didn't like seeing Federer, but I was still excited for every single one of them. But right now, honestly, if Djokovic and Nadal are playing, I even might not watch. I've gotten tired of it to this point. And perhaps if Federer was still around, I also would have be less enthusiastic, simply because, well, I think in the past couple of years I've gotten a lot more neutral.
Hubie and Iga. Yeah, they do seem to be really nice people, Hubie and Iga. Definitely have a lot of fans even outside of Poland, as inside out forehand goes wide from Bautista Agut. Things are starting to misfire. Andy Murray's haunching down, clutching his knee, but he's ready for this. It's an unforced error. That's Bautista Agut's 8th unforced error. Yes, you're right. Rebecca does need points. She was robbed last year and should be top 5 right now, or top 10 anyway.
I mean, not top 5 anymore. There was a moment before the WTA finals where she would have been 3rd or 4th. But right now she would be, I think, just outside. But then again, it's also the draws she's been getting, right? In the past 11 events, which is what she's played since Wimbledon, she's faced girls like Collins, Kasatkina, Keys in the opening round, Samsonova, Pliskova. These are all round 1 draws that she's gotten. So I think that's really, she hasn't really dipped, I think, after Wimbledon. Only that loss at the US Open in round 1 to Clara Burel was the only shocking thing that Rybakina has done since Wimbledon, basically. So if she got different draws, if she played the WTA finals, it's highly likely that she would be in the top 10.
Yeah,
I
And she's
mean,
top.
with the Wimbledon points, I mean, of course.
Yeah, and I think she's definitely top 10 class. No question.
On a fast court, for sure.
Yeah. Although having said that, she did well at the Olympics, and that hard court was painfully slow.
Yeah, she's got a clay title even to her name. Can't remember what was that. Strasbourg, maybe that was her first WTA Tour title. She's actually got a WTA title on every single surface. She's got 3 titles, and she's already covered grass, clay, and hard.
James talking to Jethro about picking Nishioka over Khachanov, because I think you picking Khachanov to win that match against Nishioka. I know I am. But anyway, for those who want a score update, Bautista got held for 4-all with some great serving. And now pressure's back on Murray, potentially 2 games away from ending his Australian Open journey. Comes into the net to finish with a backhand volley. Bautista scoops it up, lobs, and Murray's not quick enough to get to it. Love 15.
Yeah, Jeffro hasn't replied, but maybe he'll be there later. We'll see. I just don't see how Yoshi can trouble Khachanov consistently. Although, Khachanov has some issues when he's the one that needs to do a lot of generating pace. So maybe he could just mentally not be up to the challenge. But Khachanov has been so quietly excellent at slams recently. Of course, at the US Open, not really quietly. He beat Kyrgios. He made the semis. He seems really up for it. Against Tiafoe, he was pretty much excellent all around. I think he's the favorite, although Nishioka is clearly playing the best tennis of his life as well. Still yet to drop a set in this event. He hasn't had the toughest run, of course. Mikael Ymer, Dalibor Szczina, and Mackenzie McDonald, and injured Mackenzie McDonald as well, but still. But yeah, here's Bautista Agut 2 points away from the break. He's fairly all.
Yeah.
I agree, but Jeffro likes the diminutive.
Love 34. Bautista got on the Andy Murray serve. It's not looking great for the Scot. It's just an uphill battle. But he had an opportunity in the last service game potentially to go break up, but it didn't happen. Murray serves first serve, but it's back in play. But that forehand is long and it's
out. Yeah.
Easy.
And it's 3 breaks for Bautista Agut, who would serve for the match if Murray can. If Murray can't save these break points. And yes, Djokovic has finished, Murray is definitely, or Bautista Agut, is the only loser today on the men's side who took a set. The closest match from the match that wasn't supposed to be close and wasn't supposed to be 3 hours and 30 minutes at least.
Yeah, that's Djokovic-Dimitrov, right? Anyway, Murray serves up. Yeah. Anyway, Murray actually got a let because it clearly came off the top of the net and just stopped the ball dead on the serve. So another opportunity to see what happens. Murray serves. Bautista get backhand back in play. Backhand Murray. Forehand inside out. Bautista get backhand Murray. Goes long. Unforced error. Game. Bautista good. And he will serve after the changeover for a place in the 4th round.
Fans of my Murray shade, I don't know if there are any, will be disappointed to hear that I've actually enjoyed this effort a lot more than the past 2 rounds, I think. He was just so knackered and so stiff at the beginning, and yet he's still in there. Of course, right now he's probably gonna, his chances aren't looking great. But the fact that after coming out on the court and already being so tired, he is actually fighting for his life. That's definitely, I've enjoyed this match. I think it's definitely been the most enjoyable one today on the men's side. Maybe with Dimitrov Djokovic, as there were some extremely good rallies in there. The other matches were just too easy for the most part.
Yeah, there was definitely a little bit of interest in the Djokovic-Dimitrov match. I mean, you can occasionally get these 3-set epics. I'm thinking Murray-Djokovic at Wimbledon 2013, where that final took 3 hours, even though it was straight sets.
But it wasn't that good, right? The quality wasn't really there, from what I remember. The fight back,
It
like
was-
the short-lived fight back attempt from Djokovic, the last game, that was very dramatic.
It was
I
not
think
close. Like Murray
Yeah.
winning was inevitable, but he did have to grind it out. So it wasn't a straightforward win. It wasn't an easy win.
I think that ending really improved the quality and the drama in that match. Yeah, but in general, I think Djokovic was just kind of subpar.
Yeah, I'm not talking about it being like it wasn't classic, and like
Mhm.
neither was the Djokovic-Dimitrov one. But I'm saying it's like it. It's more. I'm saying it was more competitive than the score suggested. Maybe. Big inside out forehand winner from Murray. He's not done. It's love 15. It's love 15. The Scottish fans are cheering and shouting and making and trying to make as much noise and movement as possible to try and cheer Scott on, try and extend his stay in Melbourne as long as possible. Claire will be among them. Claire from Murray Music has contributed to Talking Tennis. She's and BBC Radio for a couple of interviews this week. Bautista Agut inside out. Murray loops the backhand in. Inside out, Bautista Agut just trying to pepper the Murray backhand. They're still going into the Murray's backhand corner, but that goes long from Bautista Agut. The crowd is loving it. It's love 30. There is still life in this match somehow. Not sure how, but there is. That's Andy Murray for you. He will keep going even when he's down. All the big three will do. All the big four will do that. I know. Who have I kicked out the big three to put Murray in? All of the big four players will do that. Nadal probably be the most famous for just refusing to give up. Novak Djokovic as well, coming from match point down several times, even to win slams. What's Bautista Agut got? Serves out wide. Murray back. Foot one return. Oh, it's let. Never mind. Never mind. I got too excited for no reason. Ignore me. Andy Murray is waiting. Damien's checking something. And like
I'm writing a tweet.
Bautista Agut. And then backhand Murray. They continue to go to the Murray. Bautista Agut is definitely peppering the Murray backhand Murray, who slices. Murray slices again. Still going to they're going back. Murray decides to change up and go for the forehand, but he puts that into the net on the attack. And it's 15-30. 15-30, 5-4 Bautista Agut serving for the match in the fourth set. The score so far being 6-1, 6-7, 6-3, 5-4, 15-30. There's a lot of numbers in tennis. Looking forward to seeing what Damien's tweet is when it comes out. Yeah, so 15-30. Let's see what Bautista Agut can bring. Goes out wide with the serve. Murray gets it back into play, but a big forehand from Bautista Agut's putting it in control of the rally. It's got an overhead, lets it bounce, puts it down. Murray can't. Even Murray at full speed can't get there. No player at full speed could have got there, to be honest. It wasn't like Murray getting every Kokkinakis overhead back in his last match. So 30-all. Bautista Agut is now 2 points away from winning this match. Murray's not happy with something. The umpire's looking confused about why he's not happy. The crowd is yelling and screaming, trying to keep this match interesting, trying to keep this match going. What have we got? What have we got? Here we go. Here we go. Bautista Agut at the middle with the serve. Murray tries to get it back into play, but it's just inside the baseline. Murray then goes for the big on the forehand and takes it long. And it's 40-30 Bautista Agut. It is match point for the Spaniard. The one seed left in this quarter of the draw, would you believe? I know. And it's the 24th seed as well. On ranking, the favourite to get to the semi-finals. But he's got a bunch of Americans to get through in the process. But that's one step at a time. Can he beat the three-time Grand Slam champion? Goes wide with the first serve. Second serve. It's match point. What's Bautista Agut got? Out wide on the serve. Murray puts the backhand return into the net, and Roberto Bautista Agut screams to his box, screaming, "Vamos!" Murray looks dejected. They shake hands. It was a great contest. Murray put so much heart, so much effort out there to keep this match alive, keep it competitive, but he didn't have enough. He didn't have enough in the tank. Maybe if this was a round one match, he could have won it with full energy. But
yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, for how their 2022 matches went, right?
Yeah.
And there he was, of course, these physical issues weren't around. So
yeah, got a set. He hasn't. This is the first time in about 4 years he's got a set off RBA. So since the metal hip. So yeah, it was a good performance. It was a good outing for Murray. Clearly suffering physically, and probably will now need several weeks to recover from that. Apologies to all Andy Murray fans. We tried to cheer him on, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, he had
sadly.
no chance at winning this, but Jane, thank you, $15. Jesus, Jane. Throwing in the first 2 sets from Murray, as well as in appreciation of his efforts and yalls. Thank you, Jane. I think in total that's 27 from you because of Andy Murray. So I'm also going to thank Andy Murray, the wonderful man who made this possible. We are very, very grateful, Jane, of course. Thanks for being here as well throughout the week and for your comments. You've been a great asset as well to have in the comment section, and throw in some conversation topics. Definitely one of the stars of the week as well. It's not just me and Mario, as you said. You were one of the stars too. What an effort! And Andy Murray was one of the stars, of course. And Jeffrey says, "What an effort from Andy this week! Heroic." Absolutely, yeah. Today, as I said, I think I enjoyed it even more than in the Kokinakis clash, where I just sort of really wanted Tanasi to go through. He's just more exciting as a player to me. But yeah, Murray gave his all today as well. Was it worth it? I don't know. But, I mean, he pretty much had no business winning this one, right? But he also had no business playing this one that close. So he is off. His Melbourne campaign comes to an end. It's probably not the last, I think, right? It's pretty much a guarantee that at least a year he will be continuing.
Yeah, I think he'll be back next year. Obviously, let's see what he's done to his body through all his efforts this time round, but I'm sure he'll recover well. But yeah, I agree. I think he's got at least one or two more Melbournes left in him. I think when he hits 37, if we judge by sort of how Federer and Nadal's bodies have gone, kind of held up, that would be probably more of a that's probably more of a guide of where they are. Like Federer really started falling apart when he was 37, so 38. So yeah, Murray's got another couple of years in him, and I'm looking forward to seeing what entertainment he brings. If he keeps bringing performances like this, great. I mean, let's face it, Wimbledon, he excels at. His worst ever performance at Wimbledon was last year when he reached the second round. So imagine what he could pull off playing like this there.
I keep forgetting Murray matches. Who did he lose to at Wimbledon?
John Isner.
All right, yeah. He made a good win in the first round, right? And then we thought that maybe he can actually beat Isner. I think he was the favorite for the bookies as well against Isner. Then he would have played Sinner. So there was definitely a storyline there arising where a lot of us thought that maybe Murray can actually have a great run at Wimbledon. But yeah, Isner was a little too good. Linette and Alexandrova are warming up on the Rod Laver Arena. That's the last match of the day across all competitions. And John said in the live chat that we're going to stay live for another 30 minutes or so as we go through round 4 matches. I'm not sure if he realizes that the Linette-Alexandrova match is still going, but maybe he just wants to stream regardless. So should we start discussing these round 4 clashes, or does he want to be here with us to do them? I'm not actually sure. He's not in the room.
I mean, look, I can understand why John might want to go through it because the winner of Linette-Alexandrova plays Garcia, I mean, without knowing a winner, do you give either of them much of a chance against Garcia? Because I don't.
Garcia can struggle with anyone if she's not, feeling it. If with that sort of hyper aggressive playstyle, I just never think of Garcia as a set in stone winner. And therefore, Alexandrova has that big game too. Linette would probably be a little tougher. I think her second serve could be an issue in this one. Although I have to say that against Kontaveit, Linette was serving extremely well. Like the sort of placement and spin variety that she brought forward to the table was really confusing Kontaveit in sets 2 and 3. Even on second serve, there were some excellent ones where she was going basically for the lines and hitting them. We just saw a bit about the head-to-head between Alexandrova and Linette, which stands at 1-1. I believe that Linette got her in Seoul 2019 or something like that, which was, of course, a couple years back, but on hard courts. And then Alexandrova won last year on the green clay in Charleston, losing just 2 games, which is a bit of a worrying sign for this one, for sure. Alexandrova has that redlining quality where she can just come out and kill, basically blow Linette off the court. It is possible. But I'm hoping that if the ball plays as well as in round 2, she definitely can trouble her. She's been so good at making these slam upsets recently too. I don't know if that's a factor for the Garcia match, but across the past 2 years, Linette has eliminated Barty at the French, although that was a retirement second set, but also Svitolina and Jabeur, who were both top 10 players at the time as well. So I don't know if that's really a factor, but she's been a giant killer recently in slams.
She has. You're right, and very impressive. I think her form coming into this was very good as well. Because United Cup matches weren't necessarily against like.
No, the win over Teichmann was good, definitely. Bronzetti, of course. The way she crashed her was pretty impressive, but it's still Bronzetti who's kind of overranked, I think. And Kulambayeva, of course, wasn't really at her level, but the win over Teichmann was good. And against Keys, she maybe wasn't really close, but she did beat Keys at the Billie Jean Cup finals. So
she's had some good performances for Poland, and that may have encouraged her. So she's got some great form. And if I was picking off just form, I'm backing Linette to win this one against Alexandrova. Actually, I think Linette's gonna get it, and then it just depends. I know she's a bit of a disruptor, but I think given how Garcia's come through challenges that Fernandez and Siegmund threw at her in the last 2 rounds, and she's dealt with it, whereas maybe in even last year she'd have crumbled. I think that's showing that she's got a lot more mental resilience compared to maybe how she's been previously. We'll have to see for Garcia, but I would still make Garcia the favourite to come through. Whoever wins this one, most likely for me, Magdalena.
Yeah, I think Fernandez and even Siegmund, which is kind of controversial maybe, they have more tools to derail Garcia than Linette does. And I also think it would just have to be a match, I think, where Garcia is just hitting herself off the court. Although maybe, if Linette can serve well, that could definitely raise her chances. I also like Linette to make the upset here, but I'm also, just aware of the fact that if Alexandrova plays her best tennis, there's just not that much that my compatriot can do. So that's always going to be a bit of a concern in this match, that it's if Alexandrova just turns on her best level, it's probably not going to look great for the ball.
I mean, you probably know this more like to know, sir, but have there ever been 3 Polish players into the 4th round of a Grand Slam combined? Oh, right. Okay. Oh, yeah. No, 2013 Wimbledon, right?
Yeah. Janowicz, Kubot, Radwańska. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Radwańska, Janowicz, Kubot, Kubot, of course, lost to Janowicz in the quarters. Janowicz and Radwańska lost in the semis. Has that happened at any other point? I'm not sure. Linette has never made round 4. Oh, by the way, an interesting stat for this matchup. Linette was in the round 3 at Grand Slam 6 times, never made it to the 4th round. Alexandrova has been in the 3rd round 4 times and has also never made it to the 4th round. So one of them will actually make it for the first time, make a slam second week. Since Linette has never made a slam second week, I'm assuming that this could be the only occurrence that 2013 Wimbledon that we're talking about, when 3 Polish players were in the slam second week. Of course, Hurkacz has been there multiple times, but actually for the 3rd time only here, Roland Garros last year and Wimbledon 2021. So yeah, I think it's actually possible that this would be just the 2nd time, but it certainly would be the first time where we're all unbeaten, I think, because there were just 3 Polish players in the draw to begin with. Because I think at 2013 Wimbledon, probably Michał Przysiężny would have lost, and maybe someone on the women's side. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's a good time for Polish tennis at the minute. You've got some really, I mean, you've always had good players, but like
always,
multiple.
I mean, the past 15 years or so, yeah. Of course, the having Świątek as world number 1, having Hurkacz as pretty much a constant top 15 presence at the moment. Yeah, that's huge. The juniors, we'll see if they follow, right? There's a lot of good juniors coming up. It's just a question of how they will take it to the pros. I think there's more of there are definitely guys who will make it and girls who will make it to like the top 200, top 300 level, but it's probably too early to tell if anyone will make the jump to the main tour. Of course, we've just lost a player as well, Kamil Majchrzak. I think we might have lost him for a few years. We'll see how that doping case will go, but I don't really know if it's possible for him to get out of this one. If you're getting caught on a number of different samples, a number of different substances, plus a masking thing, that's probably means you're guilty. I mean, there's rarely this much evidence, right? Usually, it's more the cases are more circumstantial. That you can actually try to defend yourself and say that. You don't know how it got into your system, and that's what he's doing. But we'll see if he has any chance.
There's a lot of substances you don't know how you got into your system, which makes me think: how careful are you with what you're putting in your body? So, yeah, he's either.
I think he's probably going away for a few years, like regardless of whether he actually like. Even if it was unintentional, for in some, cosmic whatever, I don't know what must have happened if it was supposed to be unintentional. But even if it was, I don't think it matters with this sort of evidence. I don't think he's going to be able to defend himself.
No. I mean, like the high-profile doping case at the minute, like Majchrzak is well known because of just the scale of how much he's been done for, but in terms of the highest profile players out at the minute is, of course, Simona Halep.
Yeah.
And we're waiting to see whether her ban can be overturned or shortened, or whether she does actually have mitigating circumstances to return to the tour. She's still out there practicing, still keeping fit, but we'll have to see how that all goes. I haven't changed my stream yet, so actually we've got a doubles match about to walk onto court.
But that's also a replay, right? I mean, there's nothing. Everything is. Oh, I said earlier that everything has finished, and I guess I just glanced over. Yeah, 2 matches that haven't. Oh, right, because on Margaret Courts there's Hijikata Kubler, Glasspool Heliovara. Very interesting match, by the way. But I think, of course, Glasspool Heliovara are probably huge favorites to take this one in doubles. Although we can get some crazy upsets, and we did today. If someone is joining right now. I'm going to tell you again that Bolt Saville eliminated Mektic Pavic, which was quite crazy, and also Dodik Krajicek were taken out by Balaji and Hezian, who were lucky losers into the Australian Open men's doubles draw. Lucky losers, alternates. Of course, there's no qualifying in Grand Slam doubles anymore.
Yeah. So, it should be good. I mean, yes, absolutely, because some shock exits in the doubles as well. And also, let's face it, it's an Australian team, and Cutter and Kubler have provided Australian crowds with a lot of entertainment recently. There's no reason why they couldn't, do something similar and replicate what their counterparts Kyrgios and Kokkinakis did last year. Actually, are Ebden and Purcell playing, or did they go out?
Ebden and Purcell? Let me see.
Ranked up from last year.
Purcell was, of course, as well in the singles event this year. He qualified. Ebden played with Bopanna and lost in the opening round to Erler Miedler, while Max Purcell played with Jordan Thompson, and actually they're still in. They're going to play Ugonis and another compatriot of mine, Jan Zielinski, in the second round.
Okay. Should be.
How's it going, everyone?
It's going good. It's going good. We're sort of coming down from some sort of everything, all the matches going on. The drama Andy Murray continues to provide, and we're talking about doubles and Polish tennis. It's been a good conversation, but I gather we're here to talk about fourth round predictions.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, we've got Linette-Alexandrova on the screen in front of us. It's the only third round match that's yet to be decided. I heard you sort of giving some views on this, with Linette being the favourite. I also think I heard you give a short preview of one of the women's fourth round matches. I forget which one it was you were talking about now.
Basically, we were just talking about Garcia potentially playing Linette or Alexandrova.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. So let's go through these round four matches. I just changed the thumbnail on YouTube as well. I did add Linette-Alexandrova to that, but whether we'll see that to the conclusion, I don't know, really. I know Damien has a flight to catch in a couple of hours, and I don't think, as much as he enjoys watching his compatriot, I don't think he's going to miss that flight if this goes to a third set.
Yeah, I mean, I'm basically fine as long as it's not over like 2 hours, 10 minutes. I still haven't packed, but my bus is at 3:47. So as long as it's not like a long third set, I am fine to sit here and talk.
Listen, we may well leave Linette-Alexandrova, even if it goes into a third set. I think we may well leave it after one set, to be honest with you. I really want to focus on round four. If there is a break of serve, though, in this match, I will highlight it. And Nick, if you have to leave at any stage, that's fine. But I would be good to have 20 more minutes just to have a look at these round four matches. I've got the women's on the screen right now because I've got Linette-Alexandrova, which is on serve in front of me, but also because you touched on that potentially happening against Garcia. Let's start with Rybakina against Swiatek. Nick, are you worried about a player that you have a soft spot for in Swiatek?
Yes, I am. Rybakina's been playing really well. She took down Colin. The only reason she upset to Collins is because Collins is a fighter. She's been looking really good this event. She can play on all surfaces, and Swiatek tends to have a wobble in round fours, kind of traditionally. So I would say that I am concerned for an upset for Swiatek. I'm going to rigidly stick to Swiatek coming through it, maybe in 3 sets, mostly because I think that it is possible she can find that level needed to put Rybakina away. She does have that ability to do that, and also mainly out of I picked Swiatek to win the tournament before it starts. It seems a bit late to back out of it now.
Yeah, that makes sense. Damien, from Swiatek's point of view, I mean, neither her nor her team would ever admit this, but would you be more concerned about Rybakina than the potential match that she had against Danielle Collins?
I don't know. I mean, Collins is definitely quite tough for her as well, with the way she crashed her second serve in the semifinal last year. But I do think Rybakina might be a little more dangerous. I think she takes time away more effectively. Like in the Collins matchup, the advantage on serve return is just awful. She hits a flutter ball, so which at this Australian Open has definitely been something that a lot of players have taken advantage from with the new download balls, with the surface potentially even sweetening it a little bit more. So yeah, I think Świątek should be really worried. I truly think that Rybakina is the favorite of this clash, which does not go with the betting odds whatsoever. In matchups like this, Świątek has been sort of resorting to her defensive movement, the quality of it, which thankfully for her, I mean, it's the best in the world probably. So I do picture it going really being really competitive, definitely with Rybakina, especially if she can serve well. I think she's the more dangerous opponent in form for Świątek than Collins, but I also think that Collins would have. Before the tournament, I had Świątek going out in this round. So
to Rybakina?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice. I just having a look at the head-to-head. It looks like they've only played each other once. Am I right with that in Ostrava?
Yeah, once in Ostrava, but they also played at the World Tennis League exhibition in December. And Rybakina just totally crashed Świątek. Of course, it was an exhibition event, but Rybakina beat Sabalenka, Świątek, and someone else there, and was like in amazing form.
Maybe we should take a bit more stock in exhibitions then, bearing in mind that happened. Let's see how it pans out tomorrow, of course. Or sorry, is it tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah, it is tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
Any final thoughts on that match, or shall we move on, Nick?
No, I agree with everything Damien said. I think the one thing I will say is I do think Świątek's ability to defend could end up frustrating Rybakina. So we'll see. It's going to be close. I think they'll split sets. I don't see that being a straight set either way.
Jethro, I just asked him if he wanted to join for this round 4 preview, and he said needs a haircut. Fair enough. Ostapenko, although I've written Ostapenka, I apologize for that. I can always edit that very quickly. But Ostapenko Goff, I heard a few people saying, I'll come to you second, Damien, because I think it might have been whilst Nick was on, although I don't think it was Nick who was uttering these words. It might have been Jack.
It was just someone in the chat.
That he basically sees this being pretty one-sided. But we'll come to you second, Nick. Sorry, Damien. Nick, what are your thoughts on Ostapenko Goff?
Ostapenko's had a very favourable draw to get to this point. I think that this is where she self-destructs. It's where she usually ends up self-destructing, and I think Goff is going to be too solid for her. She's not going to but Goff's not going to shy away from it. Do I think it's possible that she could come in all guns blazing and swing through and batter Goff? Yes, she could. She could do that to any player in the world, but I don't have much faith in Ostapenko to peak unless it just seems to happen at random points. So I think Goff will be too solid and she'll come through that one.
Okay. What are your thoughts, Damien?
Yeah, I think she's got the set of tools to go hard and then go forehand. That's for sure. I honestly have seen too little of her run to know whether she's truly on song or whether, like Nick says, she just had a good draw. But yeah, a peaking Ostapenko for sure can beat anyone, and Coco Gauff is included in this in this field. I think Ostapenko just needs to play one of the matches of her life probably, and then she can win it.
I tell you what surprises me is that Damien is, in my opinion, and I need to justify this somehow, but is the most biggest fan of clear-cutness. In other words, he's a big fan of just saying, no, not happening. So in fact, it was actually Damien who was actually saying, listening to the stream and listening to Jack saying this should be fairly comfortable for Goff. And he's like, whoa, hang on a second. I wouldn't rule out Ostapenko. So let's see how it pans out. And Nick, any final thoughts on this match?
Not in addition to what's already been said.
No,
possible.
I would add that it's balanced. I think Goff. I think Goff is vulnerable from this moment onwards in the tournament, if you like. I think she's had not too bad a run at Pero in the previous round. She dropped. Yeah, that was tricky, and she came through that test. Let's say that. But now is when it really starts getting tested. And normally, until now, Goff is fine and she's pretty consistent at slams, but from the moment she starts to get tested is when she looks vulnerable, and we could well see her going out in this round, but I would probably go for Goff in 3 sets. Does that sound reasonable, Nick?
Yeah.
Great. Nice. Let's move on then. Next on our agenda is I think this is the tie of the round, possibly along with Sabalenka Bencic. But let's get into it. No, I'd probably put this ahead of even Sabalenka Bencic.
The last 3 Grand Slam champions. I mean, the last 2, but
yeah, fair enough. I was looking forward actually, rather than back to Rybakina, Swiatek. Yeah, okay. Put these 3 in the same bracket. But listen, Pegula, Krejcikova. Nick, talk to me.
Well, that's what I'm here for. So this match is, again, okay. Here's how I would say it. Before the tournament, I always said easy win Pegula. However, in looking at Krejcikova's progress through this draw, she's been ruthless and machine-like and kind of quietly put herself back in the picture. We know how good she is. We know she got that amazing Ostrava title last year. It was only derailed by injury. We know that when Krejcikova's good, she's the standard setter for the rest of the tour. And actually, so is Pegula. So I think this is actually going to be much closer than maybe we would have thought going into the tournament. So I'm just waffling because I'm finding it really hard to call it.
I'm pretty sure that Pegula would be the slight favourite with most people, bearing in mind the form over the last 18 months.
She would, yeah. I think also Pegula has been coming through the draw pretty strongly as well. Mm-hmm. I'm going to go Pegula, but it's going to be 3 sets. It's going to be a real tight.
Yeah, I like the matchup for Krejcikova. I think she's got the sort of variety and the ability to diversify her game enough to get out of the baseline exchanges that Pegula likes. So, very fast-paced, high octane, if you may. But I just think that maybe Pegula is just a little too strong at the moment. That's just a little too fired up with this much confidence after the Świątek win, especially at the United Cup. So I'm still backing her, although I do see that Krejcikova is probably well equipped to have a chance in this one.
I have Krejcikova getting to my final. I see no reason to change that because I did have, there's nothing in the tournament that suggested that Krejcikova is playing badly, for example. I don't think she's dropped a set yet, nor has Pegula. Arguably, Pegula, as you said, has looked even stronger. From memory, though, I don't recall Pegula really having a test until now, whether that means that she's ill-prepared for this. Listen, I'm going to stick with Krejcikova. I said it before. Of course, this is going to be super tough. It's going to be super tight. And, yeah, I think the winner of this, though, probably makes the final, but Swiatek and Rybakina obviously will be in the way.
Maybe, but Pegula is a very high chance. I think Krejcikova makes it through it. It's not guaranteed at all. That
no, not guaranteed. The final. But listen, I have Krejcikova in my final. I have her in the final for a reason. I've since she beat Swiatek in Ostrava, I saw some signs, some interviews with her. Of course, tennis players always big up their chances for next year, whether you're ranked 1 or 500. But I just took some positivity, shall we say, from the interviews that she gave, in that she said she's much more ready for this season than any season in her career so far. And bearing in mind, she's gone deep at slams when she's been fit. And I think it's been fitness. That's the only thing that destroyed her 2022. She was ill-prepared for the French Open. She went out in the first round there. And I'm taking a lot of stock in that. And that's probably why I had in my final. But in 12 hours from now, I could well have egg on my face, because I think they're also playing tomorrow as well. Yeah. Azarenka, Zhu. Nick, talk to me.
I'm going to give Azarenka the edge on that one, and not just because she's the higher ranked seed and former champion. I also think Zhu, that win over Sakkari was quite an effort. There was a lot of emotion involved, and I think after that kind of emotional high, there's usually a come down afterwards. And against a player of Azarenka's quality, it's going to be difficult to maintain to get back up there, enough back towards that straight afterwards. If it was like another player who is sort of outside the top 50, maybe, but she would have, I'd say she's had a good chance with the momentum, but playing another top class player in Azarenka, I don't see Zhu rising to the occasion again. I think Azarenka will be too solid. She'll be confident after beating Keys. So yeah, I'm going with Azarenka on that one. That's the easiest pick of the 4 so far.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I totally second that. I think in general, in the like post-pregnancy stage of her career, Azarenka has been withdrawing from a lot of events, retiring, having some physical issues. But in general, when she's playing well, she's still the very same elite player. And yeah, I just think she's probably a little too good to lose this one.
Just trying to get the head-to-head up here. Yeah, I think I agree that it is probably the easiest one to pick. I think Zhu, the 97th ranked player, has obviously overachieved, you would say, in terms of this tournament.
I don't think she's overachieved. I think that I think Zhu actually had some pretty good form. She had a good run in Auckland, and she had some match wins behind her. So I had her as a dark horse to do pretty well. I didn't think she was going to beat Sakkari, but I thought she was going to get 3rd round at least. So no, I think she's achieved about maybe. I'm not surprised to see her here.
Got it. Yeah, fair enough. I didn't have her getting this far. I think I probably had her going out in the 1st round, but fair enough. By the way, Azarenka's, is she only 24?
No.
What? 24 in the ranking?
No. Oh, I was going to say, yeah, that's where I got confused. Yeah, I thought...
she's like 30-something.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just saw 24 next to her name, and I thought, oh, I thought she was much older than that. But anyway, she is. But yeah, I have her in my quarterfinals.
As Drew is 87.
Well, yeah,
you're going by
is that. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Pliskova, Zhang, Nick, talk to me.
I haven't seen much progress through the tournament for both of them. It's like I haven't followed it. I thought Pliskova would already be gone, so I'm pleased for her that she's got 2nd week of the Slam again. On paper, Pliskova's the favourite, especially with these really flat balls. Zhang, obviously very happy to get here. No, I'm going to go with Pliskova. Pliskova, I think the conditions suit her really well at the minute, and I don't think Zhang's going to put up much of a fight. So going for Pliskova.
I was asked a question about this, well, not about this match, but about whether the Australian Open, whether the balls really have influenced the results on Twitter today. And I said that in some matches, I believe they did. So I mentioned Brooksby over Ruud. I mentioned Mackie over Nadal until their injury, of course. And I also mentioned the run of Shuai Zhang, because I think for her, these are the perfect conditions. She's been very good on grass. She's been very good on indoor courts. Do I think she's beating Pliskova? Probably not. I think Pliskova's form has been a little overlooked since the latter half of 2022. In some big events, she's performed, like at the US Open. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see her in the forefront. I think she's the favorite, but Shuai Zhang in conditions that favor flat ball striking, I think she's always pretty dangerous.
That head-to-head seems a bit surprising, though, doesn't it, Nick?
7-0. Yeah, I didn't know about the head-to-head.
No, me neither.
Which kind of, I think they're both flat hitters, and that's the thing. So yeah. I'm still... Yeah, I think you're right to give Zhang a chance, and she's definitely capable of bringing a surprise. But I still think Pliskova is the favourite. Looks like they've been really competitive matches, though.
The last 3, yeah, definitely.
So maybe Zhang is due a win on her.
It's interesting because the first one, which was over 10 years ago, was 3 sets. Then there were some comfortable wins for Pliskova. But yeah, the last 3, the last four have all been on a hard court as well. Pliskova's won them all. But as you say, the last 3 have been very competitive. I see Pliskova winning again in 3 sets, let's say.
By the way, I just have to say, Mats Wilander apparently said on Eurosport that he doesn't know much about Ben Shelton and JJ Wolf.
Isn't there much
Mats Wilander gets his first mention in today's episode, but probably not the last. Okay.
What's he say?
Sorry, Nick.
I missed what Damien said. Who does he say didn't know much about?
Mats Wilander. Sorry. Who did he say? JJ Wolf and Ben Shelton.
Oh, never mind.
Okay. Next up which will be in a day from now, I believe. So it's not tomorrow. It'll be the next day, if that makes sense. Sabalenka Bencic. Nick, talk to me.
Well, I think that's going to be the big clash of the day in terms of the women. Actually, no, it's going to be the big clash of the day across the board for the men's and the women's matches for that day, because they're both former top 10 player. Well, tiebreaker is a top 10 player. They're both Grand Slam semi-finalists. They've got great pedigree to them. I'm honest. I think they're both also the champions in Adelaide, because Sabalenka won the first week and Bencic won the second week. So they're both coming in with good form. If I'm going to pick one, I think Sabalenka's the one who's looking slightly better. And I also find that the people who play well the 2 weeks before the Australian Open have better chance than the people who played the week before. So I'm going to go with Sabalenka.
Just to add something before I bring in Damien on that, because I think it is true that I would take more stock in the first week, or the one that 2 weeks before, if you like, than the week before. I looked at Korda, for example. Djokovic, no surprise, of course, but I looked at Korda's run to the final there. And I think the other reason for that is that normally the big dogs don't play that last week unless there's something else going on. So people like Swiatek, for example, pulled out of Adelaide 2. And I'm sure that there were the slightly heavier hitters in the first week. United Cup maybe skews that a little bit, but yeah, I would take slightly more stock from Sabalenka's win. And it's 1-1 in the head-to-head. Damien, what are your thoughts on this?
This is rough. I mean, Sabalenka, I think, has been looking extremely ready for it. I mean, she has been like that in the past. But yeah, this is really looking to me like a Grand Slam that she can win. Of course, I think she will win in the future. Whether it's that one, we'll see. But this is the problem round. If she gets through here, I think she's going to be so tough to stop. Bencic, again, flat ball striking, someone who's been in excellent form as well. As you said, won Adelaide. I think on the women's side, it doesn't really matter that much that she won the tournament a week before the Slam, because it's best of 3. You get more time to recover. So yeah, I basically don't think that tiredness will be a factor here. I don't know. I mean, I still want Sabalenka to win. I think she can really take this Slam, but this is the round that could be key.
I think it could well be key as well. If we look at the top half, for me, first of all, we've got 4 Grand Slams, I think, in terms of titles. Krejcikova has 1, Swiatek has 3, actually. So it's 5 Grand Slams in the top half, and I believe it's 0 in the bottom half in terms.
No, it's actually Rybakina 1, Swiatek 2, Krejcikova 1, Azarenka 2,
yeah,
and Ostapenko 1.
Yeah, right.
There's 5 Grand Slam champions in the top half.
Yeah, indeed. Sorry about that. I forgot about Ostapenko.
And in the bottom, I think only Pliskova has made the final.
Indeed. So 1,
finals,
2,
actually.
3. Yeah, Pliskova. Yes, I think that's really puts added stock to this. Bencic has never been in a final. Garcia's never been in a final. Sabalenka's never been in a final, as you say. So, yeah, I think this is the key for Sabalenka. I also think Garcia is vulnerable. That's the other sort of big dog, if you like, in this bottom half of the draw. So yeah, I understand why we take a lot of stock in this. I'm going for Sabalenka in 3. She has been playing better over the last 18 months than Bencic, but she's in particular over the last 6 months. I think she's ready. This is the one, Arena. So go for it. Okay. Next on the agenda is Fruhvirtova against Vekic. Nick, talk to me.
So super pleased for Linda Fruhvirtova to make it this far. Very early in her career, that sets shows she's got really good prospects. She was a little fortunate that Marketa Vondrousova was injured whilst a breakup in the deciding set. That could be a factor, that she might be kind of a little colder in comparison to Vekic, who is in great form, not only from the end of 2022, but also from playing well in the United Cup in 2023. I know Vance has been backing her to do well. And, who else am I going to may as well. So I think he's worth listening to. But I actually think that genuinely, for myself, her form's better as well. So I'm picking Vekic for that one.
What are your thoughts, Damien?
Yeah, I've been sort of picking Fruhvirtova to lose in every round, and yet she's not. I think especially today, she showed a bit of a new layer to her game. The little I saw of this match because I was lying here drunk. Fruhvirtova, Vekic. Before the tournament, I would have said Vekic for sure. Now I'm kind of starting to think about it. Vekic probably definitely has the higher upside, the higher possible peak level that she can play at. But would not be surprised if either result really would be a phenomenal quarterfinal run from Fruhvirtova with the opponents she's beaten. Especially of course Vondroušová.
They've never played, as far as I'm aware. So that doesn't really tell us much. Yeah, I understand why you would pick Fruhvirtova to go out. I think she lost to Raducanu in New Zealand as well a couple of weeks ago, if I'm right. Surprised to see her this far. So yeah, I'll go for Vekic too. Next up, unless you've got any final thoughts on that one, Nick.
No.
It is therefore the final one, if you like, which I know you touched on earlier, Garcia Linette. Tell me about Garcia today, Nick. She lost the first set. She prevailed. Reason to be concerned?
No. If anything, she should take a lot of confidence from that win. That scoreline was a little lopsided. It was Siegmund playing very well, but Garcia made it competitive. It was a grind, but similar to the Fernandez match, Garcia came through a tough battle. So no, and I think whoever she plays next will be less of a challenge. So it's looking. I'm looking at the score now, and Linette is currently 2 points away from the first set.
Yeah, I just saw that.
So it's 2 ways to say with the women's match, but I don't think Garcia should be concerned. Maybe. Depending on who she put, I think it might be a sign that she might not have enough in a semi-final, but I think she'll come through the fourth round.
Yes, I do too. Are you big on Garcia for this tournament, Damien, in terms of making the final, for example?
I think I had her winning the US Open, which of course she lost in the semis. Here, I wasn't expecting an amazing run from her because, as I was telling Nick 20 minutes ago, I just think Garcia, with her playstyle, she's never really a solid favorite to take something. But, she's in the fourth round. I do think that she will be the favorite against either Linette or Alexandrova. Don't really think that Linette has enough tools to disrupt her. Alexandrova, she's going to stand up to her power, which perhaps could be tougher. But I, in general, think that in this match, the biggest opponent Garcia could face is probably herself. And as I'm saying, this Magda Linette has 2 set points on serve. She was down a break, actually, 2-3, very briefly, but now she has taken the next 4 games. Alexandrova, of course, is the player who is dictating the play more, but as the set progressed, we saw a nice response from Linette, and she also survived a few great rallies, which were, one that perhaps Alexandrova should have been winning, but she eventually made her commit the error.
I see now that her coming through this Garcia's test today, if you like, is maybe even a positive, as you say, Nick. And I think she should be pretty safe until the semi-finals. So I have her winning whoever she plays out of Linette and Alexandrova. Probably Linette, the favourite for this match, and she's obviously taken the first set. So in 33 minutes as well. So we may even see this to a conclusion before we finish previewing the fourth round. Okay, any final things to say on the women's matches there, or women's tennis at this tournament in general, or shall we move over to the men's, Nick?
Let's go for the men's. I think regardless of these fourth rounds, going to be pretty entertaining, to be honest, across the board.
Yep, cool. Okay, let's go with Tsitsipas Sinner. That'll be at 9 a.m., I believe, Central European time tomorrow. 8 a.m. GMT. We'll almost certainly be covering that on the stream. So if you are just tuning in right now, we're pretty much at the day's conclusion in Melbourne with just one final singles match to go. Linette has won the first set there. So that is it. But all of the round 4 matches on the men's side are set. And as I say, hopefully we'll be covering Tsitsipas Sinner on the stream tomorrow. So make sure you hit that like button for today, but also subscribe to the channel. And you can tune in for tomorrow. We'll be covering Tsitsipas Sinner. Nick, talk to me, Tsitsipas Sinner.
I think that Tsitsipas is the heavy favourite. I I think he's playing better than he was last year. I think there's some question marks around how Sinner's been playing. There was obviously that match they had last year as well. So I think Tsitsipas is the favourite. Sinner is a quality player that he could get a set. He'll get a set off Tsitsipas, but could do. But I think Tsitsipas comes through that one.
Yeah, me too. Damien?
Yeah, I pretty much agree. I mean, the Tsitsipas is definitely the player who has been showing a more solid level. Sinner was barely losing games, against Edmund and Echeverry, but they were both, for this or another reason, they weren't exactly the strongest opponent on the day for him. I think the kind of 2 sets he had at the beginning of the match with Fucsovics, he cannot afford to have even one here. I think if he is to win, I just don't really believe in the fact that he will play that well for at least 3 sets to beat Tsitsipas, who seems to be going much stronger at the moment.
Yeah, the only win for Sinner came on clay in 2020 in Rome. From memory, that was sort of the period where there were no fans in the stadium, I believe, and players were just sort of coming back from the US and all that stuff, and tennis was returning to our lives to some extent. So Tsitsipas has also won the most recent 3 clashes in straight sets, if I've got my maths right here. I'd actually forgotten that they played in Rome again this year in the quarterfinals. That was also very comfortable for Stefanos. But the one that I'm taking most stock in from is the year ago clash, where I watched that match and I had to say that I was thinking that Sinner, I'm not sure if I thought Sinner would win, but certainly would give him a good game. But not at all. Tsitsipas was sensational, winning in straight sets. And I think Tsitsipas is playing better than he was a year ago. Remember that elbow injury he had, and he played around with his racket strings, if I remember rightly, a little bit, and there was a bit of inconsistency from Stefanos at that point. If anything, Sinner was in the more stable scenario. I actually think things are opposite this year. I think Stefanos is really showing some good form, and it's Sinner who's looking up and down. Fitness can be an issue. Of course, he dropped the first 2 sets. Linette has just broken.
Yeah, she's just hit a sensational backhand, very short angle from the middle of the court, which was, Alexandrova just didn't even flinch.
And Alexandrova is cutting a frustrated figure right now. Linette may well have this done quite soon. Yeah, so that's my thoughts. Anything you want to respond to there from what I just said on Sinner Tsitsipas, Damien?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, cool. Let's move on. Okay. Nishioka Kachanov. Let's go with you first, Damien. Give me some thoughts on Nishioka Kachanov.
Yeah, Jane commented about it like 2 hours ago, and we sort of already talked about it. And just without repeating myself too much, basically, I don't really think Nishioka has enough to hurt Kachanov with. Of course, he is a tricky guy for all these power baseliners, but Kachanov isn't really that. He's way more solid. He doesn't play as aggressively as perhaps you'd think, given his frame. And yeah, he's just been so clutch and excellent at slams recently that I think he takes it. And another fantastic winner from Linette, this time a forehand down the line. This is a bit like the Kontaveit match where she went down a set, actually early, went down a set and a break even, and then just started playing some absurd tennis. So yeah, here she also eased her way into the match, and hopefully she can continue that.
I'll come to you in a second, Nick, but I think it might... Oh, maybe my mic has gone. Yeah, I think it has. Nick, I think it's Jack. It might have been yesterday. Probably was yesterday. Said that he fancies Nishioka to prevail in this one, which I was a little bit surprised with. I've got Kachanov going through. What about you, Nick?
I've got Kachanov going through. I think he's got the slam experience. I think he's the kind of player that Nishioka might struggle in. They're both going to have to try and generate pace. I trust Kachanov to do that more than Nishioka. So yeah, for me, Kachanov, no question. And my answer was probably a little bit too short for you there. Sorry, John.
Sorry, second.
No, he just said that his answer was too short, probably because you still haven't, returned.
I didn't even hear it, of course, as well. But I guess you're going for Kachanov, yeah?
Yeah, he is.
Talk to me about the next
fourth round on the screen.
Hubert Hurkacz versus Sebastian Korda. I think we talked a little bit about that one as well. I mean, Damien, how do you see that one going?
Hurkacz Korda, yeah, we talked about the two. Basically, I don't think that's the only way I see Korda losing this is if he, like you talked about with Linju, just doesn't repeat the same emotional high. I think he will, though. I think what will help him is that it's basically the same game plan. A tall guy with a big serve, but also a good counter puncher. He can basically play the same tennis as against Medvedev. I think he's got the ability on return to neutralize Hurkacz's serve. And yeah, I just think he's a very clear favorite in this one, as long as he just repeats that level. This was a real good way for him to announce himself on the big stage, sort of. Of course, he's made the fourth round at the French before, I think, played Nadal then. But that's, I think just quality-wise, he's just so much better right now. And probably heading for like the top 10, top 15 this year. And I don't think Hurkacz can stop him here.
Yeah, Ghosty asked me yesterday about Korda and what improvements he's made. And funny enough, we were talking about it over a drink last night. And I liked what Mario had to say about his second serve speeds are up a lot. And Damien, you're absolutely right. This is a completely different player to the person who rolled over for Rafa at the French Open in 2020. I remember watching that match and people were talking about Rafa in the cold and how he was going to struggle. In fact, Rafa was talking about it a lot himself. Not a bit of it during that tournament and not a bit of it in that match against Korda. But Korda is a completely different player now. And as I said, I took a lot of stock in that match that he had with Djokovic in Adelaide. And he's proven me right so far, and none more so than he did against Medvedev. And Hurkacz, yes, he beat Chapo, but still there are doubts about him at this level, in my opinion. Nick, thoughts?
I also have doubts about Hurkacz, and I'm very confident in Korda. I think if Korda plays like he did against Medvedev, he's the favourite over Hubert Hurkacz. I think that that hard court curse could still come into play for Hurkacz. I'm going to go with Hubie to lose that one and Korda to advance and play Khachanov in the quarterfinals.
I think that's my only question mark, is whether he does reproduce, whether he can be the consistent player that he needs to be to go deep regularly at slams, or even this slam alone. They've only played once before in Delray Beach. Friend of the show, Brian, that's his favourite. Seems to be his favourite tournament. He's always talked to me about Delray Beach and how much he enjoys it. I think he obviously had a good experience there recently. They only played once before. And that was probably during that period of Hurkacz doing well in North America. Was that maybe around the same time that he won his Masters 1000? I'm not sure.
He won Miami 2021. Oh, yeah.
So that might have been during that purple patch.
No, Delray Beach was held at a different date back then. It was the first week of the year. This was the first post-pandemic full season. Post-pandemic break, not post-pandemic. This was Delray Beach in the first event of the season, and I think Sebi was injured in that final in Delray Beach. This was like a very, very simple round for Hurkacz. He just played Christian Harrison, Roberto Quiros, I think, and someone else. So Sebi, I think, was probably out of the near the top 100 back then. So it was a very, very simple round for Hurkacz. And Korda was injured in the final. Yeah, I think something with his leg.
Okay, let's go with Lehecka Felix. You and I, Nick, were covering Lehecka Cam Norrie the other day, so maybe we are sort of qualified to talk about this match. What are your thoughts, Nick?
I think Damien's pretty qualified because Damien's been going about Lehecka for a very long time, seeing him come through the Challenger Tour. Probably more qualified than I am. I think Lehecka did handle that Norrie match well. Yes, Norrie kind of seemed to have some kind of service struggles that didn't help him. I'm not sure what state Felix is in. I think it's going to be a repeat of, for Felix's perspective, the 2021 Australian Open fourth round where he unexpectedly lost to Karatsev. I think the same thing's going to happen again, but with Lehecka. So okay. I actually think Lehecka will through this one.
Okay, Damien?
Yeah, I got Lehecka winning this one too. He wasn't really in my fourth round in the bracket. mostly as well. He was playing Chorich in the opening round, and I wasn't sure if he was going to get through that. I saw that as a bit of a 50-50. But Lehečka definitely seems to have jumped a level this year. I think the experience has really polished up some of the rough qualities that he had in his game. The transition game is getting better, which is something he really needs, as that sort of a... is he a power baseliner? Sort of. I mean, you could kind of call it that. And he really needs an effective way to wrap up points earlier, which I think he's been improving. Yeah, the problems in his game, they weren't really related to tennis, to his abilities. They were more things that you can get over with experience. With experience. Like shot selection, like the transition game being just very patchy, and the volleys being not great. Right now it's all getting better, and yeah, I actually like his chances a lot against Felix. I think I like his chances more than I did Norrie's, and yeah, I agree with Nick that from Norrie that match perhaps wasn't great. He was definitely having these serve toss issues, also being a little too aggressive at times, I would say, which sounds kind of weird with Cam Norrie. Probably not, his mental state has been kind of weird since that Auckland choke, I think. But anyway, yeah, I am also going with Lehečka there. I think he's got the set of tools to battle Felix. He can stand up to his power. He has this dynamic movement that can allow him not to give up the baseline too much. And I just don't think Felix has been that great that he cannot be vulnerable to an upset like that.
Okay, I'm going to go with Felix, but I understand the reasoning behind what you say. I think Felix hasn't looked great. I think he was in a 5-set battle early on in the tournament in which he lost the first 2 sets. He also got a little bit of a wobble against Cerundolo, so he's anything but solid. But I think our good friend Lehečka's sensational couple of weeks, maybe his form will just come to an end in this clash. And that would be a shame for him, but I would very much be excited about Tsitsipas against Felix in the quarterfinal, should that occur. Okay, next up, let's have Holger Rune against Rublev. Nick, talk to me.
I'm pretty confident Holger Rune is going to come through it. I will say Andrei Rublev's looked better than I was expecting, and he's definitely got the ability to come through that match. But I think this is also the exact kind of match that Rublev tends to lose. I think Rune is looking pretty positive. He's, I think what you find is like young, up and coming talent, if they will fall in love with slams very quickly, and Holger Rune seems to be doing that with Australia. Yeah, he's been looking pretty good coming through the draw. So I'm backing Holger Rune to win that one.
Damien.
Yeah, absolutely. I think before the tournament, I had Rune losing to Kyrgios in the third round. Of course, Kyrgios wasn't there. I just didn't think that Kyrgios was probably going to repeat his 2022, like late 2022 form initially. Last year wasn't really consistent from him, so that was also one of the reasons. But the way Holger Rune is playing right now, I think he's just a better player over Andrei Rublev, and that's it. Now, Rublev is a guy who will reach probably a couple of quarterfinals at slams, but he hasn't really shown us that he can step over that level, that he can deliver in a big match. This is a big match already, and I just think Rune is the more complete, the better player. And I also think he has the better chance to beat Djokovic. And that's also why I'll be rooting for him, because I want to see this great match in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I have similar sentiments. I would add that this is not cut and dried, and I'm not saying that either of you are saying that. And I do think when you said to me earlier, Nick, that you were thinking, I think it was Sabalenka, Bencic will be match of the day. This for me is the one that would rival that. This could go 5 sets. Do you not think it could go 4 or 5 sets, Damien?
If I have to make a call, it's very hard to predict the exact amount of sets in matches, I think, because mostly, the amount of games won can really vary depending on how the sets go. So I think it would be possibly maybe even easier to predict what's the difference between the games they win. But also not, because sometimes you win 6-3 and it's one break. Sometimes you win 6-4 into one break. Anyway, why I'm talking about this. I just so basically the way I treat predicting the amount of sets is basically the amount of confidence you have in the pick.
Yeah.
Or maybe sometimes you just don't believe that someone is going to keep a solid enough level for some time. I think here it's not a problem. They can play the whole match at the same level. So I'm confident enough to say that I would be surprised if it's in 5.
Yeah.
I would go Rune 3 or 4.
I think Janie, by the way, is suggesting that she might be on train Rublev here. What do you think? What do you think Rublev could do to beat Rune? Oh, yeah. So she is keen. Yeah. Okay, then, Damien. Does this before I will address something you just said, and then I'll ask you what Rublev needs to do. But I'll just say that I think it's similar. When you say, I'm saying Rune in 4 because I think Rune will win, but I have some doubt if that makes sense. So that's why I'm going with that. It's not if you go Rune in 5, it's like you're 51-49 really in favour of Rune. But I've got a bit more confidence. It's more like 60-40 for me, which is why I'm going Rune in 4 sets. But what can Rublev do to hurt Rune?
This is a good question, and this is also like looking forward into the Djokovic match. We said earlier with Nick that I said, and I think Nick agreed that Rublev just has an exploitable weakness. Rune doesn't. And honestly, I'm really kind of struggling, like how you would, prepare your game plan as Andrei Rublev against Rune. I think you just gotta try to play your game. Gotta try to set up for as many forehands as possible, and just execute your own strength to perfection. I think this is a match that Rublev probably needs to try to play. Not looking for Rune's weaknesses really, but just trying to play. Basing his game plan around his own strengths, and then he probably has a shot. Back in the day, it used to be that Rune sort of struggled with mid-court balls, but I don't really think it's a problem anymore. It's really hard, as soon as the Dane improved his serve recently, it's very hard to find a weakness in his repertoire right now.
Yeah, they've only played once before, Jane. In Paris-Bercy, Rune winning that in straight sets. Perhaps Rublev's form is something as well that could give you some hope in terms of this tournament. And of course, we need to take more stock in that than any other form, if you like. I don't think he's dropped a set, has it? Oh no, he's dropped 1 set, I think. But I know he was very comfortable against Dominic Thiem in round 1, and surprisingly comfortable, I think, in the last round, which was today, of course, against Dan Evans.
Who did he play in the second? Who did he drop a set?
He dropped a set to someone in the second round. I'm sure it was 4 sets. But I can't remember who it was against. But anyway, today's result should give you some hope in that Dan Evans is a pretty tricky matchup for him. 5-4, he now leaves that head-to-head. Ruusuvuori he dropped a set against. So, so he's only dropped 1 set en route, so he's looked pretty comfortable until now. But this is, arguably his first test, although you might think Dan Evans was that too. Okay. Next on our agenda, Nick, is Djokovic-Dimitrov. Does Dimitrov stand any chance, Nick?
Only if the hamstring for Djokovic becomes a real issue, to the point where his movement is hampered. The biggest strength of Dimitrov's game is how quickly he moves around the court. I don't think he's got massive weaponry other than that. So it's going to be a slug, and if so, basically Dimitrov's best hope is how injured is Novak Djokovic, and I think that's the only way I see him coming through that one.
Have they never played before? I've been looking for their head-to-head for about 15 minutes now, and I just can't find it.
It's possible, yeah. I don't really recall much like that. Dimitrov has played Nadal a few times. He's played Federer a few times, but not, or maybe just once Federer in Basel. I don't know. Anyway. I totally agree. I think this is another good workout for Djokovic, where we can see how much of an issue that hamstring is. A little different than Dimitrov, because as Nick said, Dimitrov just has a very different game plan to Dimitrov. He could, though, I think we could see him approaching the net a lot, trying to serve a little bigger than usual. It's possible. He's done that on a few occasions in the past. I just don't think it really changes that much. If Djokovic is fine physically, he should be progressing here, and then potentially playing a much tougher opponent in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, they've never played before. Djokovic, I think you're right, Nick. Probably it's just about the hamstring. Dimitrov's form is pretty good too. Winning, I think, pretty comfortably today, but also beating Nadal at the United Cup before this. So
maybe the head-to-head and the fact they've never played before. Perhaps could you give you? He's the last Australian, I think, in the draw on both the men's and the women's side, I believe. Dimitrov is. So let's see if he can give some hope. He could take a set, but yeah, I think Djokovic in straight sets probably. Okay, moving on to the next one, which is the penultimate one on our list. Shelton Wolf. Let's go with you, Nick, first, because I think Damien, I'm sure, has plenty to say on this one. But let's go with you first, Nick. Shelton Wolf.
Hard to call. Could go either way. I'm going to go with Ben Shelton just for the story of another breakout player making the quarterfinals, and maybe this Australian Open being the one where we have quite a few new star names on the scene in Shelton, Lehechka, and Korda.
Go on, Damien, and then I'll give my thoughts.
Yeah, it's very hard to tell. Of course, they both have pretty similar styles. Shelton being left-handed and Wolf being right-handed, but Wolf can hit a left-handed passing shot, as we know. That's just a joke, though, relating to that Tsitsipas hot shot from last year. The hot shot against Tsitsipas. Anyway, yeah, I'm picking Shelton too. I think the only concern really I had with him before the tournament was how he lost to Duckworth, to Alice, pretty simple losses, you'd say. And I just wasn't convinced that he was going to deliver on the big stage. He's done that in crunch moments, like in the most important times when he really needed it most. He delivered against Zhizhen Zhang, played a fantastic 10-10 point tie break. I just think he's been good enough. He loves the big stage with the sort of energy he brings to the court. Also with the college setting, he's just very good with the crowd as well. So yeah, I think Shelton is, of course, the bigger prospect, and I just think he's been showing that on the big stage he can actually deliver, and that's the concern that I think most people had with him, the lack of experience, even relative to JJ, who also hasn't been in the fourth round of a slam before. I think he's been in the third round a few times. But yeah, Shelton is the favorite, but it wouldn't be surprising if JJ wins this. Definitely not.
Wow.
That was an insane slice winner from squash shot from the forehand side from Alexandrova. Linette actually won shot of the month with a very similar shot, or maybe even shot of the year a couple of years ago. So that's a funny reference, sort of.
So that's cool. As soon as this match reaches its conclusion, or if anything happens, I will let you know. But Linette is about to serve for it. But that was a sensational shot. I would add that Shelton's ceiling is probably slightly higher than JJ Wolf's. Funny enough, I had Shelton causing one or two problems in New York. I think he may well have been potentially in Medvedev's way. In New York, I think they were due maybe to play in the second round. Third
lost
round.
To Nino Borges lost to Ibingu, and Ibingu lost to Medvedev.
Yeah, and I was completely wrong on that. I think Shelton went out in the first round at New York, right?
Yeah, 5 sets to Nino Borges.
So I took a bit too much stock in some of Shelton's pre-US Open form, thinking that he might get to the third round, and he let me down. And I don't think I backed him to go that far here as a result. But actually, he's done well, and I have him winning and reaching his first ever Grand Slam quarterfinal. After how long has he been on the tour for in terms of ATP tour?
Shelton?
Yeah.
Probably his first appearance was Cincinnati.
So yeah,
and then
exactly.
the US Open. And
And it was Cincinnati where he did well. Who did he beat? Fognini there?
I can't remember who he beat in the first round, but in the second he beat Ruud and then lost to Norrie.
Yeah.
The first round was I don't know.
Maybe Fognini.
Sorry. He played in Atlanta earlier, I think, and lost to John Isner.
So he's been on the tour 6 months, and he's already potentially in a Grand Slam quarterfinal, which is pretty sensational, really. And I think he will make it. But as you say, JJ Wolf has been on our radar now for a while, and that could go either way. But I'm going for Shelton. Okay, the final one. We saw Roberto Bautista Agut beat Andy Murray today in 4 sets. And he's going to be playing Tommy Paul. Nick, what are your thoughts?
That's a really hard one to predict. They're both quite physical for different reasons. Roberto Bautista Agut's kind of been battling his way through the draw a little bit. As a Murray fan, I think most Murray fans would probably want him to go deep just to prove that Andy Murray lost to someone pretty decent. But I think the reality was Murray's physical conditioning kind of let him down. I've got a good feeling about Tommy Paul. So do you know what? I'm going to go on nothing else but kind of gut instinct here and go for Tommy Paul to win it.
Yeah, I also probably won't even give you like anything here. I think it's super close. Another very physical matchup. I wonder if Bautista Agut can take it. You know, he looked pretty well, even though he came back against Brandon Holt in 5 sets. He looked pretty tired at the end of this one. So, you know, especially with the match today against Murray also being very taxing for him physically. I don't know. Maybe that becomes an issue. Paul is, of course, so athletic and so solid. I do just want to say that I definitely want Bautista Agut to progress because, as I've said this week a few times, you know, he's just been so underappreciated. And when this sort of opportunity for another big run for him arised, yeah, I would just really love him to do it because, well, at 34, there's probably not gonna be that much more coming from the Spaniard in terms of like making the quarterfinals at the Slam. So I want Bautista Agut to win, but whether he will, I've got absolutely zero clue.
Yeah, I'm actually going for Tommy Paul as well, bringing the 34-year-old's run to an end. I think Tommy Paul could have gone further in New York actually than he actually did, but I think the back-to-back 5-setters that he had there undermined his chances. Whereas I don't think he's been pushed quite so hard here. He had the 5 sets against Davidovich Fokina, but winning in straight sets today against Jensen Brooksby. None of us saw it, I don't believe. But what do you think happened there, by the way, in terms of that? Was it a matchup thing, do you think?
I heard Brooksby had some medical issues.
Okay.
So I think that could have been it. In terms of the matchup, it's definitely not as nice for him as the one against Ruud, where he could just sort of, you know, go into his backhand, keep going there. And yeah, Paul doesn't really have any weaknesses like that. So I thought it was a 50-50. It clearly wasn't. I didn't see a ball, so I'm not sure what happened there at all. By the way, Linette has just had a match point, but Alexandrova saved it. She played a pretty deep return and then went on from there.
I'm going for Tommy Paul here with some confidence. And again, I'll be represented by my prediction of doing so in 4 sets. We can see their most recent clash went the way of the American, but the previous 3 went for Bautista Agut. If I take that off the screen, you'll see all 4 of their clashes. All have been straight sets, one way or the other. Yeah, I'm going to go for Tommy Paul in 4 sets. I don't know if you've got Linette-Alexandrova on your screen, Nick, but that would be convenient if the poll can just finish it now, because we've just about come to the end of our show, and certainly in terms of the preview of the round 4 matches, and maybe even would give us a chance of previewing her match with Garcia, actually. Oh, that's another nice shot from her. Oh, whoa. Oh, wow, that was cool. That was cool.
Yeah, now Linette hit this sort of insane forehand squash shot as well, but Alexandrova got to it and then, you know, found a pretty good response, which Linette couldn't run to. Well, she did make an attempt of running to it, but didn't catch it before the second bounce.
Jane may well have caught some of that Brooksby match. She said that that he did look wiped out, and to be honest, he did look like he was struggling physically against Casper Ruud. But fortunately, he had enough of a cushion over the Norwegian. I think if that had gone 5, Ruud may well have prevailed. Because I think he was looking physically the stronger, but Brooksby managed to get over the line there. But clearly today was one step too far. We've got a break point here for Alexandrova. Inwardly, I'm hoping that Linette gets the job done, just so. But she's not going to. Alexandrova has broken, so she's got one of the breaks back.
And this is another throwback to the Kontaveit match, because there also Linette had a double break lead in the final set, didn't hold on the first game, and then finished it up on the second. So hopefully she can do the same here as well.
Yeah, so right now it's Linette, 1 set to love. Well, now with just 1 break advantage. But there have been some sensational points in this match. Nick, I am trying to bring this to a close, and I was hoping that Linette might help me. I'm just wondering whether we should just talk tennis for another 5 minutes. Are you okay to keep going for 5 more minutes, Nick?
Yeah, I'm going to go. I'll talk for 5 more minutes, but I think I'll sign off at 1.
Yeah, that sounds fair enough. Nick, give me some thoughts on the tournament as a whole so far. I think we've had ups and downs. I think Murray gave us a nice narrative, if you like, for a little while. Give us some final thoughts on Andy Murray and what we can expect from him in 2023.
Yeah, I think the story of the tournament so far has been Andy Murray, and not just from a British perspective. He's given most of the entertainment so far. It does look good. I think it's a positive start. I think the key thing is how well he recovers from his exploits. If he's because it's either going to set him up with a lot of confidence for the rest of the year, or it's going to compromise the rest of the year. In the past, it would have built him up, but obviously he's a bit older now. So I'd say if he recovers well, we're in for a good shout, and I'm very excited to see what he could produce at Wimbledon.
Yeah, I think it is a year that could well be dictated to by his performance at Wimbledon, or perhaps in the grass court season as a whole. You know, he could have a good run at Queens, and yeah. Listen, it's not beyond Andy Murray to win one more title. He's won one title post-tip. I think it was in Antwerp a couple of years ago. And yeah, maybe Queens. Listen, I do think a deep slam run, as in a semi-final beyond, might well be on him. But yeah, he could win Queens. But problem is, Berrettini might well play there again. It was interesting to see actually this year that the people in Halle who did well, Medvedev aside, didn't do well at Wimbledon, whereas the people in Queens, well, Berrettini aside, because of course he
but it plays a lot more similar, definitely.
Yeah.
So Halle is not the perfect warm-up for.
Yeah, it's always been the case, really, from going back into the patterns that Roger Federer is the only person who's ever really gone to Halle and built momentum from it, which tells you something.
He just had a lifetime contract with them, and
yeah. All right, Nick, listen, a big thank you to you. You can slide off into the Stoke Sunset. Is it Stoke where you live?
It is Stoke-on-Trent, yeah.
Finally, I remembered that and I got it right. I think in the past I might want to said you in London. But yeah, so you can ride off into the sunset. A pity for Andy Murray today, but Nick, we'll be speaking to you very soon, and enjoy the rest of your day.
I'm looking forward to it. I'll enjoy the rest of yours. Safe trip home, Damien.
Yeah, thank you.
Damien, let's just keep going for a couple more minutes if that's okay with you.
Yeah, of course.
We've got Alexandrova on our screen against Linette. So listen, I hope this is not too much of a curveball for you, bearing in mind I've given you no preparation on this, but we've got 3 Polish people in the 4th round of the Australian Open. So things are pretty good for Polish tennis right now. Why is that?
Okay.
Curveball.
I mean, these are just individual examples, right? Like Hurkacz, Świątek, these are just freaks of nature, right? They came through the Polish system, but it's not really something that they aren't where they are because the Polish Federation did something amazing. Linette, she's also been a constant presence in the top 100 for the past few years. So I'd say these are pretty good times for Polish tennis. We've got a lot
not the federation, though.
In a way, there's been a lot of money in the Polish Federation, which might end now because the president of it is facing sexual abuse charges. Yeah, that's
what I meant.
But he is a great businessman, though, even though he is a crappy individual. He is a great businessman. He brought a lot of money to the federation. I don't think it's being distributed right. Like there's not much. The focus is on the big stage. The focus is on making these like the WTA 250 event in Warsaw, not on more tournaments for Polish players to get points in. Like not on more ITF events. But in general, I think things are definitely improving. There's a couple of very promising juniors coming. Weronika Ewald is playing the. I think she's still in the girls singles event here. There were a couple of others, but she's on the women's side. She's definitely the biggest prospect. Tomasz Berkieta was the best under-16 player in the world. So we'll see how he is doing when it comes to transition to the pros. Max Kaśnikowski had some phenomenal challenger runs at the end of last year. There's definitely a lot of players who can make it to the challenger level or the high point ITF. On the women's side level and whether they go above, I think it's just too early to tell. But when it comes to whether having Hurkacz, Linette, and Świątek in the forefront means anything, is it like a big picture sort of deal? I don't think so. One talent breaking through is probably not enough to talk about trends or anything. This is, by the way, the second time I think. I'm pretty sure. that there are 3 poles. If Linette wins, this will be the second time that 3 poles have made a second week of a slam. The first one being, of course, Wimbledon 2013, when Łukasz Kubot and Jerzy Janowicz faced off in the quarterfinals. Janowicz won and then lost to Murray, and Agnieszka Radwańska was in the semifinals, losing to Sabine Lisicki. Probably her best chance at a slam, given that Marion Bartoli was the player awaiting her in the finals. And I think it could have been Bartoli or Flipkens. So in general, it seemed like Radwańska's tournament to lose.
Yeah. Linette, by the way, has missed out on another match point, albeit this time on the Alexandrova serve. Alexandrova has an advantage right now for a game point, and she's won it, and she's going to force Linette to serve it out again.
It's getting nervy. I have to run to the toilet.
Go to the toilet.
But we'll be back for the last game.
Good.
I hope.
Good.
I hope it's the last game.
I'm going to have to charge my laptop as well. Yeah, so Alexandrova that's good from her, to be fair, to force her opponent to serve it out once again. So yeah, when he returns to the toilet, I will have to probably put some juice into the laptop, but I think we're okay for a few more minutes here. Let me know in the live chat. By the way, make sure you click on the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're new. I hope you like some of the coverage we've been providing you. We'll be keeping going for another 8 days at least as we head on into the second week of the first major of the year, as Djokovic looks to try and win his 10th Australian crown. Can anyone stop him? Let me know in the live chat or in the comments below if you are watching this subsequently. Who's going to stop Swiatek potentially from winning her crown? I think there's quite a few more pretenders on the women's side than the men's. For me, it's at best a 3-horse race to win the Australian Open. I say at best. Djokovic is clearly the favourite, but perhaps you think Rune or Tsitsipas might be able to stop him one way or another. Let's see if Alexandrova can stop Linette from winning this match. This is the second time in a row that she's tried to serve this out. This you can see if she gets the first serve in. She does, but she goes big on the forehand, and it's love 15. Anxious moments for the poll. Yeah. Also, let me know in the comment section what your thoughts are on the first week, but with the second week still to come. But it's a bit nervy now for Linette. She's love 15 here on her serve as she tries to serve it out once more. I'm glad Damien's back because I'm going to plug my laptop in to give us a bit of charge. Linette, a nervous, fairly easy drop shot at the net, but actually clipped the net, and she had to apologize to her opponent, 15-all.
Yeah, coming back to that Kontaveit parallel, where I said she was also up a double break and didn't convert the first time. There she held to love at 5-4. So we'll see if that's not going to happen, of course, because she lost the first point. But we'll see if she can hold again. There's a second serve, I believe. If John is at the screen, I think it's a second serve. Yeah, pretty sure it was. Alexandrova gets a very deep return and is in control of the rally. Linette has been absorbing pace very well, though, in this match. And Alexandrova nets a backhand. She was trying to go for a little bit too much cross-court. And we are 2 points away from wrapping up the third round, sorry. I guess wrapping up the fourth round.
In a way, yeah.
Yeah, and Linette is 30-15 up in this game.
Yeah, that was a very nervy little, very easy shot for her to have at the net there, but it's put her in a very good position now, 30-15. Doesn't get her first serve in, though.
Yeah, not getting any first serves in this game, it seems.
I think she got the first one in, as it turned out.
Yeah, maybe in the first point.
First point, sorry, yeah.
Which I did not see. I was in the toilet. Anyway, second serve, yeah. Alexandrova gets another return, but this time she's not as she doesn't get as much advantage from her return. It wasn't that deep.
I think she's sensing blood, Alexandrova. She's going for it pretty big, forcing her opponent to.
Alexandrova just always goes big, whatever the point is, really, whatever the situation of the match is. Yeah, she's the one generating the pace, and Linette is responding pretty well. Not right now.
30-all.
She was pulled wide to her forehand corner and did not come up with the insane squash shot that we saw both players do already. She tried to just play it in the normal topspin way, did not do it, and it's 30-all. This is very, very, very tense. I think Magda has struggled in situations like that in the past, but it only takes.
Is she known as being a bit nervy in these moments?
Yeah, definitely. She's had moments like that for sure. I think in general she has a bit of a reputation of playing well but not winning the match. It is a good first serve though, and that's what it takes. First, 3. Oh, I thought she just had 2 in the previous game. I totally forgot about one of them.
She had 1 on her own serve.
And because you're right.
Yeah.
She had 1 in every game basically since 5-2.
Yeah, exactly. So 40-30, Linette to try to serve it out for a place in the 4th round where she would play Garcia. Okay, where are we going? Down the tee. It's a first serve, and it's not long.
And it's out.
She's trying to overleave.
Yeah, the reaction was insane, and what a tournament for him. I mean, beating 2 top 20 opponents basically, Kontaveit and Alexandrova. Of course, she's also made 3 top 10 upsets at the slams in the past couple of seasons. She will have to make another one if she is to make the quarterfinals, and also it's her first slam second week. It also would have been for Alexandrova. So one player had to break that barrier. Linette was 0-6 in her previous round 3 appearances, and Alexandrova was 0-4.
Okay, listen, that brings today's action down under to a close. Fortunately for us, at least, a little bit earlier than some other days. In fact, one day I think we were going until about 6 p.m. That was the Murray match when he came from behind against Kokkinakis. But today's action has finished at a far more comfortable hour for us all. Comfortable for Mario, by the way, who's just joined us. Mario, do you want to give a quick wave to the camera? That's Mario there. Mario is going to be flying back to Italy very, very shortly. Damien as well will be flying off to Poland, where I don't know if there'll be crowds waiting for Damien's return with big bouquets of flowers and cheers. As he's been supporting the Polish players.
I did miss my birthday in Poland, so they should be. All my friends with gifts awaiting me at the airport.
It was David's birthday on Monday, the opening day of the Grand Slam. Linette is almost shaking here with relief, possibly, or excitement. I'm not sure which that she's feeling right now, but a bit of both maybe as she progresses to the 4th round. But a big thank you to everybody who's watched today, but also throughout the first week. We are not stopping here, despite the fact that my colleagues here will be flying back to their homelands today. We're going to be carrying on throughout the second week. We'll just be a little bit further apart, although we'll probably be next to each other on the screen, no doubt, throughout. I think my microphone has just turned off, but now I'm back. But yeah, once again, a big thank you to everyone who stopped by today. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you are new. Once again, I just want to say a big, big thank you to Damien and Mario for taking us through pretty much the live coverage, 12, 13, 14, 15 hours a day or a night over the last 7 days. But we will be continuing, as I say, into the second week. And yeah, that brings today's coverage to a close. See you again in a few hours or a bit more than that. Sometime tomorrow morning, hopefully we'll be covering Tsitsipas Sinner on the show, amongst other matches. And we'll also be looking at Day 7's coverage in general from Down Under. So that brings today's coverage to an end. Thanks everyone for stopping by, and speak to you again in a few hours. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.